We are live in London where the FIDE World Blitz Team Championships are about to start. Yesterday, of course, we concluded the rapid portion of the event with MGD1 taking the throne. But they didn't have much time to celebrate as we are getting straight into the Blitz today. It's a knockout stage. It's a pool stage followed by a knockout stage. But excitingly, WR Chess, last year's champions, have got their #1 player, Nepo, the current reigning World Blitz champion, back on the team. He finally made it to London. Can WR repeat their success from last year? Let's find out. It's a fresh start for teams, so let's see how they perform in the Blitz. Stay tuned, back to the studio.
And welcome to the World Blitz Team Championships. Well, there's no time to think twice, and chaos is never more than a move away. I'm your host, International Master Yifan, and it's a great pleasure to be guided through all of the drama and all of the action by Grandmaster Daniel King.
Well, I'll do my best. No guarantees. I mean, it's, as you say, it's going to be chaotic today. There's just a stack of Blitz games to look through with some extraordinary players. You thought the rapid play was a bit mad. This is going to be really out of control. So Blitz games, 3 minutes on the clock plus 2 seconds each time a move is made. So it's really fast and furious.
Absolutely is going to be intense. And for today, as Charlie's mentioned, it is a qualifying stage. The teams will be put in 4 pools, and they will be playing each other in a round robin in those 4 pools. And in each section, the 4 top teams will advance to tomorrow's knockout stage. So this one is going to get tough as nails.
Yeah, so
players.
I think it's going to be quite interesting. So, you know, I think 14 teams in each group, and then there's going to be that cut-off point. So I think, you know, coming to the end of the day, it's going to be quite edgy to see who makes it into the top 4.
I totally expect a street fight at the end,
Yeah.
as the players and the teams all jostle for that qualification into tomorrow's knockout stage. So let's take a look at the prize fund and the schedule. So first up is the schedule. It's a weekend of a glorious fast-paced chess, and here you can see there's a lot of money at stake. 190,000 euro title prize fund. 75,000 goes to the winner, and this is what we're looking at. So it's the pool stage. It's going to be a lot of chess for a lot of hours.
And I should say that there are going to be sort of main breaks in between after about 3 rounds, and then there'll be a little break, but not much break in between.
And here you can see the actual pairings within the sections, and the team that we are going to be focusing on for this first round, because we cannot cover absolutely everything. It is LA Initiative against WR Chess Team. Remember, WR Chess Team, they are the reigning FIDE World Blitz Team champions, and they have hot-footed one of the co-World Blitz champions, Jan Nepomniachtchi. So we are going to be following his game, and he's getting ready to play with the black pieces against Danish Grandmaster Jonas Bjerre.
Yeah, so LA Initiative looks like basically a Danish team plus a couple of add-ons. And we should mention that, as in the rapid play, it's match points that count. So if a team wins by 3.5, 2.5, they get 2 points. That's the same as winning 6-0. So match points count, and I like that.
Absolutely.
I think in a team event, it should be like that. There's Nepo.
And can he be the one that helps WR Chess Team retain the Blitz World Team Champions title? So there we're seeing him having a chat. Is that Rauf Mamedov on our screens? Very difficult to tell from this angle, but...
It's funny, the WR Chess Team, they were actually rating favourites for the Rapid, and they've got even stronger with the arrival of Nepo in town. We can see Naka there, and next to him, young Krzysztof Duda, and next to him is Vadim Rosenstein.
Yes.
who's basically put the team together.
And they are fighting it out in Pool A. Hikaru Nakamura playing white on board 2. He's going to be facing off against Mikkel Jakobsen. And there we're seeing smiles on the face of this team as they get ready to play chess. I mean, I like the fact that the players are sharing a joke, laughing. And there we also see Vadim Rosenstein, Jan-Christoph Duda, and then former women's world champion Hou Yifan, Wesley So, playing against Anne-Marie Much. She's a former junior world champion. And Nepomniachtchi gets to the board. Okay. The drama is about to begin, Danny.
Eyes down.
Handshake.
I think we're going to get a ceremonial first board. This is Mike Truran from the English Chess Federation.
Yes.
No, and he didn't want to shake this guy's hand. But poor Jonas. Yeah, Jonas didn't get a handshake. He offered.
There we're seeing E4, C5, and there we're seeing a Sicilian. Nepomniachtchi, he means business. He wants to make this as cutthroat as possible as he unbalances the pawn structure. Najdorf. And Daniel is very happy here in the studio.
Okay, so A4 is basically just keeping things under control, preventing a B5 advance. E5, knight F3, yeah, well, I think White's got to be pretty happy. That bishop C4, exactly, played, taking some control over this diagonal. And one doesn't have to play E5 in that position, but anyway. Bishop E6 is very normal to just fight for control over the D5 square. And now there's an interesting choice. You could drop the bishop back to B3 for white. Yeah, he's done it. Or I was going to say you could take.
Yeah.
Okay, pretty standard position though.
Yeah, so total standard position. And the interesting battle is going to be that the white is challenging for the D5 square, so you're going to be seeing moves like bishop to G5, trying to trade off the bishop for the knight in order to gain control over that important square. And black will be having to fight using dynamics. There you see the bishop comes out, and here it comes. The knight comes out to A5, and simply asking questions. What are you going to do about that bishop? Are you going to allow it to be traded off? Or are you instead going to initiate a set of trades? And there we see bishop takes, knight on the board. And now I'm expecting bishop to D5. In it comes.
He put the other minor piece to D5. Okay, knight D5. It's interesting that, very often this knight is on the other side of the board on B3. But in this case, the knight does discourage black from playing typical sort of breakout move, bishop G5. I mean, it's possible. One could play bishop G5 here. Yeah. But
he's played it.
Has he? Oh, played it immediately. Okay, interesting. So he's not concerned about the exchange. Knight C7. No, there shouldn't be an issue because the rook comes in the middle. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud, folks.
Yes.
Queen D3. Yeah, it's a better move. If there are no tactics, then it's better just to build up behind the knight. But now the bishop drops back to H6. Absolutely. Yeah. So it's secure. What I like about this from black's viewpoint, because I find myself on the black side of these kind of positions, is that bishop controls the C1 square so that black does have some control over the C file.
Right.
That's the counterplay.
This is something that I was concerned about all the way back to when I suggested putting the bishop into D5. And that was that the knights, they're very good when the position is stable, there's no tension. But there we're seeing the knight just come in and attack the rook, but easily dodged by Nepomniachtchi as he slides the rook upwards. What I'm worried about is that F5, G6, F5, and suddenly the position becomes alive and we see the evaluation bar sneak up. There's a tactic, knight takes E5.
Indeed there is. The pin and win. And wow, Nepo overlooked this. Well, this is hanging, but he can drop the knight back to C4. Well, this is just better for white. It's a clear pawn.
Yeah.
So Nepo,
he lost control. Just missing that very important tactic there on E5. And now, well, rook to B5, just trying to anchor the rook to good square, but well, let's go with the D6 pawn.
Well, Yeah, he didn't need to plunge in like this, actually, because now black can use the rook, start taking these pawns. This is not so clear. Now, the question is, do you take the A pawn first, or do you just grab the B pawn? But these bishops, actually, although black is, well, a couple of pawns down at the moment, they are very powerful. They're well anchored in the position, and in combination with this rook, I think black has sufficient counterplay. Interesting, taking the A pawn.
Yeah. And also one of the things about this position as well is that it's open. Bishops thrive in open positions. And there you're seeing the rook come down, attack the B2 pawn. And the white knights look very clunky. They're not moving very fast. Okay, knight takes B7 being played. But I'm expecting bishop takes knight, perhaps rook takes the pawn.
Could simplify
Exactly,
down to a draw very quickly.
And it might happen right now.
Yeah, so as you say, taking here, taking on B2, could play for more with rook B8. He's gone rook B8. That doesn't surprise me, because I don't think actually there's a rush to exchange yet. Probably after knight c5, we will see that the exchanges take place.
He's reaching for the knight, and not knight c5, but knight a5. The knights keep on protecting each other. This is a nice choice, and it also protects the pawn on b3.
But still possible to exchange.
Exactly.
I think this is probably going to simplify, but Nepo has to be careful how he does it. He's not quite equalised the position yet. But, well, anyway, for Jonas Bjerre, I think, you know, just to draw this game against Nepo would be actually a good result.
He's under...
Oh, very interesting. Tic-tac.
The rook captures the pawn, and he's banking on knight takes rook, bishop takes knight. But, okay, what about it? You can throw in a check. He takes.
Okay, so we got two pieces attacked.
And again, you can drop the knight back. And he's going to go knight to c1. He also can throw in a check. So he comes forward with his knight to c4. But it was possible to simply go knight to c1 and counterattack the rook on a2. And there we have a full view of this board. And take a look at the clock ticking down. 37 seconds for Jonas Bjerre. Not so much time to hold the nerve. And there we're seeing, after the bishop captures the knight, the rook slides over to capture, and black's piece is suddenly very active, enough to maintain the balance.
I think it's enough for a draw because, yeah, it's going to simplify.
I agree. I mean, this bishop is going to be so good. I'm expecting it to drop back one square next to the king and then re-centralize itself. Okay, instead...
That's an excellent move, because if f3, then black has control of the second rank.
Okay, now the knight comes.
Bishop f8.
Here you go, bishop to f8. Again, attack the piece, and now we're going to be seeing... No, bishop coming to g7.
Wow, I'm surprised he's playing on.
He just wants to put his bishop in the middle of the board. I mean, it's such a beautiful square. Okay, now Jonas is eyeballing his opponent. He's saying, take that pawn. And there we're seeing knight takes bishop. It's rook and 3 against rook and 3, and almost perfect symmetry. And...
Well, Nepo playing on.
He rejected a draw. Oh, okay, now they make eye contact, and it's a draw. So let's quickly go. We can see in the background that there were some...
let's go to Naka's board.
You absolutely have to go there. And what are we seeing? Well, Naka with the white pieces.
He's a queen up.
He's a queen up. He's looking good. The rook is coming down to give a check, and now the queen, they're lining up. They're going to cause some mischief. Yeah.
Should be able to put the king away.
He's doing that. He's about to cage in the king, take it away. It's flight squares. Given a check, the knight, king goes back, and now check, and this is going to be the handshake. Yes, Hikaru wins, and did look very smooth.
Yeah, I think the WR team have absolutely knocked that one out the park. Nakamura's won, Wesley So has won, Hou Yifan has won.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda, his game is still in play, but he, again, looks like in complete control as... let's just quickly count the pawns, and we can see white is already material up. And there we can see the position on a live board. But the players are moving so quickly.
I'm not sure the graphics can keep up with it. It's it's frozen.
Let's just focus on the video, and there we're seeing the speed at which the players are making their moves. And white is doing everything right in the queen and pawn endgame rulebook, centralizing the queen. The king finds itself a good hiding place, and now it's just all about keeping the king safe, capturing a pawn so you can create a pass pawn. And there we're seeing queen takes pawn from black, and this is the thing.
Should be pretty smooth because white's king is very, very safe, and then the b pawn can just advance.
And it's hiding away in the corner, and now the b pawn is marching up the board. Again, look at how Duda keeps on improving his queen. He's going to slide up the diagonal one square, challenge the queen, and there we have another handshake.
Crushing victory for WR Chess in this first round.
So at the end of that, it looked like WR Chess were just powering through. They are the top seeds in Pool A. They are the top seeds in the whole competition.
Where are we going to go next?
We can go wherever you like, whatever game is in
what
progress.
looks interesting. Lots have finished. Oh, we've got, let me see. I'm not sure which board this is, actually.
And we just arrived to this board to see a handshake, a draw between white and black. And I think that's it.
We've got Rasmus Svana is still playing black against Ruslan Momunaliev. But that's winning for black.
Yeah, okay. And there we're seeing the overview of the chessboard. I'm just going to get the results up so that I can update you all on how convincing the victory for WR Chess was. It was indeed 5.5 in favor of WR Chess team. And in Pool A, it was a smooth win for Chessbra TV against Berlin Lasker Legends. And for Ashdod Elite Chess Club, well, they won 6-0 against xchess.ai.
I'd be interested to see, I don't know if we can get the graphics board up, because we were talking about the WR Chess team, and Wesley So played a very interesting Caro-Kann. You might be interested in this.
I'm interested.
And it's very sharp variation. So he defeated Anne-Marie Much from Belgium. I don't know if we can get the graphics board up so we can have a look at that.
Yep, if we can pull up the graphic boards, and let's just go over
Here we go.
the game.
Thank you.
Between Anne-Marie Much. She's a former world junior champion, by the
Okay,
way.
I didn't realise.
Very talented youngster.
So she's playing Wesley So with black, Caro-Kann, and the advanced variation. Do you normally play bishop f5 or do you play c5?
I do both.
Okay, well, tell us what's going on. Now, knight e2, that's a little bit unusual.
It is a little bit unusual, but you can just ignore it. And the whole idea is to go knight g3. You just go e6. And then now you just retreat. And h4, h5. And you kind of almost transposes into these c4 lines. And then the key is that you've got to be ready to capture on d5 with a piece.
Okay, so this is how Wesley's done it. So solid, putting the knight here. But, I mean, I've only, I think, once played these kind of positions with white, actually. And I kind of like the space that white has. I know this knight is nice on d5, but...
You got to guard it well. That's what I was saying.
Just got to be careful, yeah.
Exactly. And there's a threat on the board of like these bishop to g5s. A3 designed to stop a check, but here comes bishop g5 and f6.
Gets
and this
very
is what
sharp.
I like about this type of position. I mean, it has the framework of a very old main line, and what you do is you just simply castle queenside.
And that's what Wesley did. Let's take a look. And then...
And this is the thing. White has already committed to the pawn structure, whereas black is very flexible. The knight on d5 is very strong. And suddenly you have like half open lines that you can start working your magic down. And there you can see e5.
Very interesting that, Wesley opens it up with the rook opposite the queen. Classic strategy. There's always going to be some kind of tactic. And that bishop disappears. And knight e5. So black has the two bishops. Position opening a little bit. I would say white's king's a little more insecure than black's. Let's see what happens.
Is that the British? A little bit more insecure.
A little bit more insecure. English understatement. And was there a tactic? Oh,
yes,
that's
very
dirty.
Nice.
You see, I told you it was the king that was going to be an issue. If there were a pawn on c2, that wouldn't happen. So obviously knight takes queen is against the rules of chess. That's the problem. So Wesley, well, he hasn't actually won a piece because that was nabbed, but still it's looking very good, because if bishop takes, then I think f5 should be winning a piece.
Yeah.
So g3, you just nabbed a pawn. How greedy is that? Looks good.
It
so
certainly does.
Let me see, black is 2 pawns up. Yeah, really nice. But some more tic-tacs. So there was a pin there, by the way. Okay, now he's 3 pawns up. And at this point, Anne-Marie resigned, because after this, yeah, basically Wesley would be 3 pawns up and presumably would be able to finish it off.
Yeah.
So, okay, but interesting. But yeah, you're basically confident in those kind of positions. You feel that black is okay.
Yes.
I mean, maybe bishop g5 was a little bit premature, because perhaps f6 is the move that black
f6 is actually
wants to
a
make
very
anyway.
thematic break in this type of position as well, and also kind of head into the queen side. I've seen ideas with queen b6. So it's a lot of flexibility, but I agree with you. White's space advantage is very nice if black doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So very instructive game there from Wesley So on the black side of Hikaru. But also just looking at the results, there haven't really been any surprises. In Pool A, I'm just taking a look at that one. I can see Chessbra, they were the favorites. In their matchup, they won. And here you can see that this is the game. This is the match that we followed. And Ale e Initiative, well, they lost. But Jonas Bjerre, he did manage to save the dignity of the team with a draw, a very well played draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, Jan-Christoph Duda and Hou Yifan, they were just simply too strong.
Maybe, again, I'd quite like to look at one game, and that's the game between Hou Yifan and August Jalving. I've probably butchered that pronunciation, apologies. But so Jalving playing white, and Hou Yifan, #1 woman in the world, playing black. I'm always interested in Sicilians. You know, it's my bag. You know, I've played these with both colours, you know, practically my whole life. So a classical Sicilian, bishop g5. And I think this is very interesting, because white plays in a very trendy way, that we're seeing more and more that white is simply exchanging on c6 at an early stage in the game. And you know, a few years back, this was really frowned on. You just, you know, you were told from a positional point of view, you don't do this, because the pawn comes closer to the center, can support d5, gives black the half-open file. However, recently, white has actually been doing very well with this line. There's been some spectacular games where, you know, white has won very quickly, because, you know, white's development is so rapid. But still, it looks quite odd to me to play like this. But let's see how Hou Yifan dealt with this one. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's actually possible to sacrifice here. I think maybe it's not possible, because at the end, b2 is hanging.
And somehow you kind of want to make a few moves for white, right? Get the rook to e1, and it's in the air, and then, okay, black castles.
But I think the problem is that, I mean, I've seen some games where white, I mean, it's probably a slightly different position, where white was able to sacrifice on d5, and then it was really chaotic.
Right, because what you'd want to do is you want to go just, if you can indulge me, like e takes d5, and c takes d5.
Oh.
You'd like to go bishop takes d5. Okay.
Sorry, unfortunately, it's not allowing me
Okay,
to.
no worries. But what I wanted to say is that ideally you'd want to go bishop takes d5, so that it's a knight that arrives on d5. But unfortunately, because of this rook b8 and the queen on f6, it's going to be checkmate
I think
on
rook
b2.
b8 was actually a really important move.
Very important
I mean,
move.
you know, just from a purely tactical point of view. So the game went like this: bishop d8. Now you see, that's the kind of move I absolutely love.
Yeah.
I call this the bad bishop bounce. You see it in, well, a lot of Sicilians actually, particularly the Sicilian Kalashnikov that I'm very interested in. You see it in the Sveshnikov and the Najdorf as well. And very often, you know, this bishop, when the king is on g1, the bishop bounces out to b6 via the back rank and can cause problems on f2. But here, the bishop is actually going to a5. One does see this occasionally, but really interesting.
Yeah, and then now the captures really favor black, because suddenly the position opens up and all the black needs to do is just line up the rook on c8, and it's going to be unpleasant pressure against c3.
But I have a funny feeling that with this pin, it's already gone. I mean, it looks absolutely disastrous for white already.
Yeah.
I dare say there was actually simple threat to take on b2 and rook b8 and take on c3.
Yes.
And it's actually game over. So I'm really impressed by Hou Yifan here. Just very, very straightforward. And that was basically the end of the story.
Oops.
Because after that, she was a rook up. But
Yep.
but you see, in that game, for me, that's kind of a model Sicilian game, that every single move, you know, was directed towards white's queenside at a certain point. You know, there was no superfluous move at all. It's just absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, every move had a point. I
Yeah.
liked it. I loved your bishop to d8 that you showed us there, just to re-maneuver the bishop to more effective diagonals. So a great game there. Great performance, I would say, overall from the team. Maybe we can have
Is
a
there
look
anything
at
else that you've spotted?
Maybe we can see how Hikaru won
Okay.
the material.
Yep.
Because
Let's see that. Okay, so let me go from the top. I mean, we only came in right at the end, so
Yes.
to be honest, I haven't got a clue what was going on, but let's see
it
what
looked
we've
convincing, because when we joined, Hikaru was in beast mode.
got. Okay, so Hikaru not really playing.
No, he
Not
likes
main
these
lines.
kind of knight f3, b3 systems, you know.
Yep.
I mean, where he can, it just keeps things tense. And these systems have a lot of flexibility, because as black, you don't know whether your opponent's going to go d3, c4, d4. And I have noticed that he really likes it when there's maximum tension in the center, so like some kind of d4. There you see, he's preparing rook to d1, d4 in the air, so black gets it in first.
We've actually transposed to a pretty normal line of the Reti or the English or whatever you
Yeah.
want to call it.
But you know, it is normal. But on the other hand, you know, black hasn't got their e5 break that they normally get, and it's coming in now.
So basically what we have now is a reverse Benoni.
Yes. And here, yeah. And one of the things about Hikaru, you know, is that he's so effective at maneuvering around and waiting. I was watching his recap this morning.
Oh, really?
He had a bad position against Jules Moussard, but you know, he was still keeping the game alive and still maneuvering. And there you're seeing, okay, b4 breaking out, and he's not going to be fussed by that. And
Okay, once a Benoni bishop reaches this point, then I would start to be worried as black, basically. It looks very
Right.
interesting.
okay, and did he take on b4?
Wow, he played queen f3.
If you look at the evaluation bar, the computer is just like, this is
Not
pure
impressed.
bluffed. Yeah,
Not
completely.
impressed. Yeah, but this
Queen-
is Blitz,
I know.
so who cares? So knight e4, some chopping. Wow, so Hikaru
Just suddenly, just like
allowed
that.
this protected passed pawn on c3, and clearly he's going for pressure here. The computer still isn't very impressed. However, let's see what happened. g4, interesting. So Hikaru is the exchange up. g4, typical Benoni move to prevent f5.
Five.
But basically the computer believes that black should still be better here. But I mean, this is too close to call, really.
Yeah.
In it from a human point of view.
And then this is it. This is it.
Slimy tactic. So if queen takes, then we've got a discovered check. And queen takes queen.
And I think we're going to see that, actually.
Oh, does this happen?
I think so.
No, he played queen d7. I mean, this is actually a completely crazy game.
Completely. And yeah, just look how Hikaru just grabs the opportunity when it's presented to him.
So material now even, but white's pieces are just absolutely beautifully placed.
And this is the
and
nice
that was
point.
the queen. Okay, that's a nice tactic. Let's just do that slowly. So, I mean, white is in control here, but rook d6 allowed knight f6 check, forking king and queen. So that was taken, and then knight takes, again forking king and queen, and after rook takes, not even necessary to take here, but simply queen takes queen, and that's roughly where we left it.
Okay.
Yeah, or where we, where
Yeah.
we joined the game. So, yeah, Hikaru with a winning position there.
Okay. Well, I whilst you were talking,
Go on.
I was listening, but I was also looking at the results.
Please. Oh, go on.
And
go on,
I
go
just
on.
wanted to say that all of the top teams, they did as expected. They won by significant margins. So, for instance, Freedom, they beat the UK Chess Challenge Masters 6-0.
Oh,
So, you know,
that's Sarah, isn't it?
Yeah, the UK Chess Challenge is this incredible initiative where the schools in the UK, they just play a chess tournament, and you have various stages. I don't quite know the ins and outs of it, but it all kind of culminates with a big mega final, giga final.
Yeah, but basically, I mean, they go into something. I think they have something like, I can't remember the exact numbers, but thousands and thousands of children play an internal tournament within their school, and then the winners of those internal schools tournaments go forward to a regional stage, and finally it builds up to a grand final. I can't remember the terms, but they have. I mean, I can't remember the last figures. 100,000 kids playing, or it could be even more than that. We'll have to get Sarah here because she does a brilliant job of running the UK Chess Challenge, but also the UK Chess Academy as well.
And by Sarah, we're talking about Sarah Longson, who is absolutely stalwart of, I think she even saved her and her partner Alex Longson.
Yeah.
They saved the UK Chess Challenge.
Yeah, that's right. They took it over.
They took over and they just resurrected it into something absolutely fantastic. So, well, unfortunately their team didn't do so well against Freedom. And then let's have a look at the other chess results. So I'm going to go to Pool C, and Germany and France, Vincent Keimer's team, they also won very convincingly. And there you can see we have the pairings for round 2. And the matchup we are going to be following is the WR Chess team as they face one of their biggest challenges in this section, the Ashdod Elite Chess Club. So the Ashdod Elite Chess Club, they have players such as Nihal Sarin, Alexander Moisenko, Benjamin Glodura, but it's definitely going to be a huge challenge. And there we're seeing in Pool B that Freedom are playing Mother Continent. It's a team from Africa. Yesterday we had in the studio Deborah Quickpen, 13 years old, playing for the team. And also Pool C, Uzbekistan will be playing the duo Benyahan, Costa Khalida, and also Generation XYZA, which comprises of Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. They're playing the chess Rising Stars, and Kaz Chess, spearheaded by Richard Rapport, will be facing off against Hetman Katowice. Katowice, very strong team.
I'm just bouncing down to look at some of the other games.
And the next round is going to start in approximately 3 minutes.
Ah, okay.
So
maybe we've got time just to look at one game.
3 minutes?
Easy, we can do it. Give me a countdown.
Okay.
A game between Matias Blue and Emir Beknazarov. So here we go. We're going to do it in 2 minutes. So Matias playing white. It's Queen's Gambit accepted. Already I feel that white is doing pretty well. I think black hasn't got this quite right. But let's just see. We're going to... It's okay, so here's the problem. D6, little trick, basically, if bishop takes, then E5 wins a piece. So the bishop came back.
Ooh, you're allowing a protected pass pawn on D6, E5.
This is a bit grim, but it's interesting to see how Matias did it. So bishop E3 also critical, hitting this, so knight B6.
Danny, you don't need to rush. I just got word that the next round starts not at 2:35 but 2:45.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, we've got all time in the world.
We have all the time in the world to
Okay.
enjoy and savor this position. I'm sorry for stressing you out.
No stress at all. Okay, it's actually an incredibly short game. We've only got a few more moves. So, I mean, look, let's just sit back and just enjoy White's beautiful pieces. Look at those bishops raking across the board in both directions. What an absolute joy for White here. And the bishop has come out, so the knight is threatened. So knight D7. Okay, so bishop C6. That bishop still enjoying itself with a lovely pin. Rook B7. I mean, of course, that could just be taken, but you see, this is actually very instructive, that Matias doesn't just cash in. You could cash in and take an exchange, and yes, it's probably very good for White, but you don't want to do that.
No. You're in a you have your opponent in a bind.
He's in a box.
Just turn the screw.
Look at that.
Oh.
I mean, these bishops, they are the star performers of this game. They're the hardest working pieces on the board.
Sometimes chess can be very aesthetic. I agree with you. F6, the only way to break out, but okay. Take it out.
And win. And of course, if this is taken, then bishop takes. And incredibly, the queen is trapped. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. So after this move, in fact, black played rook G8.
Oh, no.
And here...
And do you turn the screw? Go F7?
White played F7 check.
Very nice.
There we go. And here, actually, black resigned. So let's just continue. So king takes, and bishop takes queen. And what a triumph for the bishops. That's just fantastic. They're the star performers in this game.
Exactly. And it all kind of stemmed from this D6 blow, I would say.
Let's go back.
That is the point.
D6 here.
Yeah.
So threatening the bishop. So bishop E7 was a very unfortunate move. I mean, the bishop could have come out to C5. Not so bad. It's a blitz game. Anything could happen.
Absolutely, anything can happen. But the whole thing is that bishop E7, a very normal move. It just fails because of this whole point that.
So let's just.
Queen takes D6.
Wins a piece.
E5, and it's as easy as that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got to be always aware. It says.
But you see, because White had that space, then these bishops can follow up behind, and.
Yeah.
Absolutely splendid little miniature there.
Yeah.
And bishop D8. Right. Have we got anything else you got for me? Any other game you've spotted?
Any other game? I haven't seen any other games.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
I'm just going to pick a game at random then.
Yes, if you can. I was kind of just keeping in mind the results. Maybe we can.
Oh, that looks interesting. What's this? Alexander Donchenko. Shall we have a quick look at him?
Yes. He's playing in the
for Germany and France.
Germany and France. That's Pool C.
So he's playing again. I mean, relatively weak opponent, rated 1941. Elim Keneshbekov.
From Youth KG.
So let's see. So a normal King's Indian and Fianchetto. Queen E8. That's unusual.
Yeah, it's actually really trendy these days because your main idea is that you want to be going a very quick E5, but you don't want to be allowing. So say if you did E5 right now, so instead of queen to D8,
Queen E8.
You went E5, which is a move later on. You don't want to be allowing queen takes queen, these ideas.
Okay, so Queen E8.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Just trying to get an E5, and now it comes.
But isn't the queen a bit misplaced? I don't know. I'm getting bad vibes about this move.
Yeah, it's not the most active square for the queen. I agree with you. Normally you're going to get in E5 by going knight D7 or knight C6. And
solid. I like this from Alexander. You know.
But this is his style. You know, he's a very classical player. He often plays the fianchetto variations of fianchetto systems. And what you see here is that he really thrives on having that extra space. So
It's
where
beautiful.
he can, he will maintain the tension in the center.
I love the space.
I love space as well.
It's
And
beautiful.
and what I like doing is just keeping the tension alive in the center.
Yes.
And you always keep your opponent guessing.
So you see Queen E7.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It wasn't
you know,
a great square after
It wasn't
all.
a good square, was it? What did I say? Queen C2. Yep, supporting it. There's no need for white to release the tension yet. Knight B4. Okay, hits the queen, but hey, the queen edges to the side and gains a tempo. Oh.
Yeah, oh dear.
That was unfortunate. So
Yeah.
it's gone wrong already, basically.
Yeah, you've got to
Okay.
have full board awareness. And there you see one pawn goes and then the kickback starts. I mean, if you just ignore the fact that white just won a pawn, it is also a pretty model game how to handle this with the white pieces. The kickback, the way that he slowly keeps improving the position, and, you know, how he keeps driving back the black rook. Yeah.
What a beautiful square for that knight. Yeah, actually, I mean, really nice maneuvering. I mean, in a way, the pawn on h6 is irrelevant.
It is irrelevant, but it's always there, you know, the fact that
we'll
you
win
can't just...
We'll win the pawn endgame.
Exactly.
It's just an extra little thing, but actually...
But the whole centralization, the whole kickback, it's something
Really
to
nice.
observe. It's very nice. And when you see it done, you can appreciate it like a fine wine. And there you see...
like a fine wine.
But it
That's
is-
lovely, Ivanka.
It's that kind of position, right? You gently appreciate it, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any pizzazz.
You're not knocking it back like a pint of English beer.
No. In fact, what chess opening would be like a pint of English beer?
Oh, that's the Grand Prix attack.
You think
Definitely.
so?
I think so. I would say so.
But I kind of think that beer is a bit casual.
Exactly.
I would put it as the London system.
You think that's your
That's
pint?
your pint,
your
of beer,
pint of
because it's
bitter.
not fancy like the Grand Prix. At least you're
No,
going for something.
That's not fancy. Yeah, exactly. Pint of bitter. I think so. I think
well,
so.
all of the English members of the audience, they're saying the Grand Prix.
Yeah, that's your Grand Prix is a pint of bitter.
Well, okay, Danny, we have some pairings for round two.
Oh, good.
So, as I mentioned, we're going to be following WR Chess Team. They are the current reigning FIDE World Blitz Team champions. And they have been strengthened by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who arrived in London just in time to play this. And let's take a look. If we can, I'll tell you who Ashdod Elite Chess Club have. They have Michal Sarin,
Yep.
board one. Alexander Moisenko, Ukrainian Grandmaster. Benjamin Gladura, very solid, very strong Hungarian Grandmaster. Andrei Volokitin, Ukrainian Grandmaster. Yulia Osmak, I have played her. She's very good. She knows her stuff inside and out.
Okay.
And then the recreational player, Aldia Sailyabai. I'm sorry for my pronunciation.
I haven't got the boards up yet.
Uh-huh.
They're not actually registering
I'm just
online.
reading this
So
from
just bear with us
Chess
a moment.
from the results page.
Okay.
So, okay, and WR Chess Team, well, they're fielding the exact same team that won 5.5 half in the last round. I mean, why change out a good thing?
True.
So
Yeah.
it's going to be Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru, Wesley So, Jan-Christoph Duda, Hou Yifan,
Yeah. Okay. Well, presumably we'll.
and Vadim Rosenstein. I forgot about him.
Okay.
The most important member of the team.
Well, indeed. So presumably we're going to be looking at Hikaru's game.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe we should switch to that one
Yeah,
instead of Nepo
absolutely.
this time.
Hikaru will have the black pieces. First game it was eventful. It wasn't that smooth though.
Yeah, but you know, when you see Hikaru's games, I think it's quite typical that I think particularly in Blitz, it doesn't follow a smooth curve, does it? But somehow he's just got that speed and sharpness to spot tactics. I mean, he's brilliant when he's actually worse. I mean, he just understands how to make life very uncomfortable for his opponents. Yeah, can we switch? It'd be nice to switch from Nepo.
Yep, we'd like to
fine
focus
hair.
on Hikaru.
But I've just got to say, I love the quiff. Big fan of Nepo's quiff. But it'd be great if we could actually see Hikaru's board. There we go. Let's concentrate on this one.
Okay.
And hopefully we've got the pairings. Nope, haven't got the graphics up yet.
No, I don't have the boards either.
No.
So
Hey, we can. But
we can definitely have a ringside view to this game. What do you think Hikaru will do? Something.
I mean, he plays
he
absolutely everything. I mean, completely unpredictable.
Totally. But if his opponent opens with e4, what do you think? Traditionally, he kind of opens up with e5. I played Hikaru one time in my life, and he was having an affair with the Alekhine.
An affair with the Alekhine?
Yeah.
Ooh, I love the way you put that.
I mean, he was playing it religiously. And well, it was a little bit naughty.
It does sound a bit naughty.
Because he didn't get great positions with it. But he was really true to it. He was really loyal to it. And then, what I noticed about Hikaru is that you give him the initiative, you give him a little bit of activity, and he just untangles the pieces in such a beautiful way. I mean, he's such a fantastic player. And now...
Probably quite actually, I mean, seriously, Alekhine's defense, probably quite a good opening for Blitz, because... you're inviting your opponent to basically overstretch.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, okay, that's the outside bet.
No, there's no Alekhine coming.
No,
I mean...
Not today.
Not today. I mean, these days, if you want that unbalanced position, a lot of people are just going e4, d6, g6, this type of flexible system.
I was going to say, I'm going to bet on the modern.
d4, d5, e6... What are we going to see? A6.
A6. Okay, so it's a kind of Queen's Gambit declined.
Okay.
I think Rubinstein was the first to play like this, but okay, it was a very, very common idea going way back to the start of the 20th century. So it's a kind of exchange variation of the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, and what Black is going to do is they're normally going to develop the bishop out to e6, and they're going to not commit the c7 pawn to c6.
So, hang on, that is Moiseyenko, I think. Is that right, his opponent?
Yes, Moiseyenko, yeah.
Yeah. So, former European individual champion. And, a very, very sound, strategic, classical player, actually. He's very good indeed.
And there we're seeing e3 being played, c6, and the bishop coming out to f5. And Moiseyenko is just saying he just wants to lock the position down, be slightly better. And Hikaru will be feeling happy because the light square bishop, that's usually such a bad piece on c8, is off.
I mean, it's certainly not the most challenging way for white to play. However, it is super solid, and I think Moiseyenko will be quite comfortable with that, quite happy with that.
And there we are seeing a3. Rook to b1 being played. It's a prelude to white going b4. And here we go. It's something called the minority attack, where you're seeing one pawn attack 3, 2.
Now, this is an interesting moment because there are various ways of dealing with the minority attack. I mean, one way is to exchange pawns on b4 and then play b5 and then hope. Or he's played b5 straight away. Okay, and then hope that you can play knight b6 into c4. The drawback with that... we have actually the graphics. The drawback with that is that white can sometimes break with e4 and try to get to the c6 pawn.
Yeah.
I think the way that Hikaru's done it is certainly the most ambitious way for Black to play.
I think it's a fantastic way of playing it because his next plan is going to be knight b6, the knight coming to c4. Okay. He can take on b4, that's what I would do, just to open up the lines. And I do remember studying some old games of Kramnik. And what he did is he just, there you go, knight b6, get that knight onto c4.
Now, I think he probably wants to play knight e5.
He has
there we
to
go.
Knight e5.
To hit c6.
Okay.
Oh, now Hikaru, don't play queen c7, because there's a nice trick, a nice pin on the c file. That's a little bit tricky.
Well,
you
he
see
reached for the queen, right?
but that's really interesting. So he's had to kind of compromise a bit and put the queen on e8.
Yeah, I was expecting queen d6 is uncomfortable because after bishop to f4 and
Gets
it gets
kind of
weird.
Yeah, so I think that was
So queen e8 like the safest
idea.
move, yeah.
So, I mean, I mentioned earlier that there's potentially an idea to play e4 in some positions to break through to c6, but I don't know if it's possible in this position.
I feel like you might have to.
I mean, there could be a lot of exchanges here, actually.
Well, when you're playing Hikaru, one of the best blitz players in the world. Okay, ooh, that was surprising. And you saw that Hikaru visibly reacted there. He didn't expect that. I think he was preparing himself for moves like e4.
Okay, that's very interesting. So
he just...
I wonder if...
a4 is the idea.
Want to play a4, but that would be met by b4.
And then you can drop the knights back and have your eyes on c6.
Anand on c6, right. Okay, so that's what he wants to do. Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah, that's thrown Hikaru a little bit, and clock time's very even. 1:15 for Hikaru, 1:18 for Moiseyenko.
Well,
Knight c4. Okay, so probably necessary. And that hits a3.
Okay, we see in trade of knights, which is what you expect. You cannot let a knight land on a3. So
okay, now this is an interesting moment. Is this the time before black gets control here on the a file, where does he want to push with e4 and start thinking? No. Okay, he's gone a4.
Okay, I was also wondering about queen a4, hanging on to that pawn for all it's worth. But there we're seeing h6, asking the question to the bishop.
Do you know, I'm really surprised at h6, actually. I mean, one could exchange. Yep, he has. And then
go
and the rook can actually come down to b7.
And it does.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer white. Oh, we've got a bouncing bishop again. That's very clever. You see, these guys... they know how to compromise. You know, I think it's probably slightly worse, but now that the bishop comes to a5, then, you know, black finds a little bit of counterplay.
Yeah, but now I feel like Hikaru is better because his pawn on c4 is simply so strong. So there he just improves the queen c8.
But, I mean, the rooks are great. It's going to be hard for black to beat those rooks back, actually.
Well, I think he's planning it. Bishop c7, rook to b8.
Okay, to exchange, yeah. Now, this knight needs to find a decent square. This is an issue. So, knight c3.
And now the bishop comes out. And, okay, well, Moiseyenko has signaled that he is happy with repeating moves, but is Hikaru? No, he goes for...
Yeah, bishop c7. So, at the moment, they're repeating. Nope. Hikaru wants to play on. He's played rook d8.
He's preparing c5. And maybe getting ready for bishop a5. The players are kind of dancing backwards and forwards with their minor pieces. And now rook to d7, initiating that set of trades.
Well, that's
says no.
That's very important. So Hikaru has managed to find a way to drive the rook back and coordinated beautifully. I mean, it's incredible, the transformation over the last few moves. And Moiseyenko now down to 16 seconds. Wow.
Yeah, maybe we can...
Fantastic transformation.
Maybe we can have a full view of the board so that we can closer see the times on the clock. And there we're seeing the bishop come back, the knight. All Moiseyenko is doing, he's just shuffling backwards and forwards with his knight. Now the rook re-enters the game with rook to b7, and Hikaru just keeps creeping forward.
I mean, it's quite extraordinary how Hikaru, who's managed to get some control in this position. I mean, it's complete transformation.
Yeah. And he has targets as well. The pawn on a4 is potentially weak. And now the queen is coming in to a3. Moisenko 16 seconds. He
Honestly,
beats it back.
If Moisenko survives this, he would be
And
doing
now
very
it
well.
comes forward one more time. Queen d3 also in the air. And Moisenko, now this is a decision for Hikaru. He slides the queen over.
And Moisenko has just seconds left.
And now, there you see, Hikaru grabs the open line. He's maximizing the pieces for all they're worth. And, oh, driving back the knight. Check, king steps up, attacks. And now, the c-pawn, it starts running. Rook b2 in the air. Hikaru is going to do this one.
Absolutely. I mean, what a transformation. This is absolutely brilliant from Hikaru.
Yeah. Just the way that
Rook b2.
You know, he just gets... And now he can drop the bishop back and, okay,
no,
instead...
he just takes the d-pawn. And then he has two connected passed pawns.
And some hesitation there for Moisenko in a lost position. But the d-pawn is falling, so is the a-pawn. He takes care of the king. No potential for checkmates on Hikaru's watch.
Yeah, he just had to be a little bit careful. But, I mean, basically, that c-pawn is now promoting. And
now the bishop swoops
d2,
in.
Game over.
And there we see handshake.
Absolutely brilliant from Hikaru. And you know, at a certain point in that game, it was just relentless. But he was worse. You know, he was under pressure. And just in a few moves, he managed to turn it around. Superb.
Absolutely. Superb masterclass there from Hikaru. Maybe we can zoom out and have a look at the game between Andrei Volokitin and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Okay, we're going to go to Hou Yifan against Yulia Ozmak. And where's the black queen? It's in the corner. It looks like it's been a promotion race. Okay, now we switch over to Andrei Volokitin with the white pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Volokitin with white.
And he's got seconds left on the clock.
He's the exchange up. Can he actually force a win here? I'm not sure you can. I would say this is probably a draw. But the king needs to march its way in somehow. Or maybe you can. If you can bring the king to... No, I think this looks like a draw, actually.
Well...
Unless there's a
WR chess team, they are leading by 3 points to 1. So if Volokitin wins, but we already saw that Hou Yifan was much better against Yulia Ozmak.
It's actually a very, very interesting endgame because I think there could be the chance to bring the king over and drive the king away and perhaps sack.
We have a result. A draw was agreed between the players.
Fair enough.
Volokitin felt like he could not break through. Is there still a game remaining in Hou Yifan? Yulia Ozmak?
Yifan won that one.
She won that
apparently.
one, yeah. It did look very, very promising. So, in the end, once again, WR chess team showing us why they are reigning champions and tournament favourites.
Do you know what? I'd actually like to go through Hikaru's game just quite slowly.
Absolutely.
And just try and identify, you know, where those critical moments were in the game. So, first of all, let me find the board. That would be a good thing. And let's go from the beginning. So, as we said, this is pretty standard variation now, a6. Exchange on d5, so typical kind of Queen's Gambit exchange variation. And I think once these light square bishops are exchanged, then it shouldn't be too difficult for black. And actually, we saw one of the problems is that, you know, this square is available for this knight to hop into. Queen c2. Yeah, Hikaru played knight b6. I'm guessing, I think it might be more accurate to exchange and then play the knight in here. Mm-hmm. Because after the game continuation, knight e5, a little bit uncomfortable for black. This is threatened. how do you defend it? You don't want to play queen c7 because of knight b5. That's an issue. So Hikaru had to play queen e8. So it's not the best square for the queen.
No, it's not the best looking square, but this move was a little bit...
This is very interesting because after this, you mentioned a4.
Yeah. And then, the point is after
this,
after the
c6 is hanging.
Yes, c6 is hanging. But okay, I can see why you don't want to go into this, because I was thinking actually...
not that one. Queen c6, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think these pawns are just quite weak. So that's why Hikaru, after b takes a5, played knight c4, an exchange. And at this moment, it looked like actually Moiseenko with white is actually doing pretty well because these rooks are so active. But Hikaru found this move, bishop d8.
Such a brilliant move, right?
Okay, we've had this twice today in Yifan's Sicilian game. And now we've got it in this Queen's Gambit game. And it's a beautiful, I call it the bad bishop bounce. It's a lovely idea. So the bishop recaptures the pawn, hits the knight, and suddenly there's a little bit of pressure on the a-pawn. So knight e2. I mean, optically, it still looks like white is better. These rooks are wonderful. But where's the turning point here? Actually, the computer says it's equal already. But it still feels to me like white should have something here. But you mentioned this structure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a protected pass pawn on c4. And if you're never going to challenge it with a potential e4, if you're never going to try to make some improvements, then ultimately black in the long run is always going to be that bit better.
And indeed,
that's
exactly what happened.
Exactly. Like there was a lot of dancing around, and I felt that this dancing around, we can just briefly hop over these moves, but they were very instructive because Hikaru didn't rush here. He just kept on playing these moves, kept his opponent guessing.
Little by little, he improved his position.
Right, and when the time got critical, that's when he actually started like rook d7.
Okay, very important to actually deal with the rook on b7. And Moiseenko, well, I think rightly, he declined the exchange just to keep control over the b file. But then, look at this, magically, Hikaru has coordinated, and now there's potential pressure on that a-pawn. And, okay, if white is having to compromise and put the rook behind the a-pawn, then, yeah, it's definitely gone wrong by this point. But still, I mean, the way he did it was just fantastic. Because at this moment, you still think, well, white should be okay, but now once the queen comes in, it starts to get tricky.
But you see, he keeps dancing, and then he improves a piece, and now he comes in with the queen, and now he slides over the queen to d3. So he's like, hey, if you want to make a trade, you're going to give me a monster pawn on d3.
I mean, this is one of those moments where, if this were a classical game, if you had time, then you would want to analyze the consequences of the exchange of queens. Is this actually possible? Because it could be that white can bring the king and the knight over to surround this one. So if pawn here, then the rook can come back. And then the king can dance around to e2 and knight f3. Is white actually okay in that position? But in a blitz game, you simply don't have time to analyze the consequences. You could lose instantly. And Moiseenko played here. And after the exchange and rook b7, it's absolutely clear that Hikaru stands better as he controls the open file. And there's a lovely connected pass pawn. So he's trying hard with e4 to destabilize, but I think sidelining the knight is very nice, and now, beautiful pass pawn.
And it was really interesting, because here,
Yep.
rook to e2, Hikaru starts taking care of his king after rook to e2, rook to e8, with this idea of going rook g8.
Yeah.
I mean, white.
He was being, he was being ultra careful,
right?
Yeah.
He didn't take any risk whatsoever.
Yeah. And There we go, that beautiful passed pawn decides the game. Bishop d2. And basically black wins the rook with the passed pawn pushing forward. Fantastic game from Hikaru. He's so calm under pressure and just little by little edged his way back in. Brilliant. Now, have you got any other games to look at?
Maybe we can, because I'm looking at the results and I can see that everything is going the way that you expect.
Okay.
Yeah, the higher rated teams are winning. So one thing that I'm kind of curious about, how did Jan Nepomniachtchi beat Michal Sarin? Michal Sarin is a formidable blitz player, especially on online chess. I mean, he's great everywhere.
Okay, so yeah, we've got the board up. So here we go. It's another Sicilian. Nepo playing white. A Khan, and we have this typical Marozzi bind. Can black break free? Queen d3 is a little bit unusual, but anyway, we'll roll with it as it was quite a long game. Queen e5. Okay, that's interesting. Hits the bishop. Nepo simply gave up the bishop. There's an issue with e4. So that's why queen e5 was played. 3 pieces attacking the pawn on e4, so he had to give up his beautiful bishop. But you know, when that happens, I start to think, well, black must be okay because this bishop doesn't have an opponent now.
Yeah.
So let's have a look what happened. a3, a5, yeah. Okay, the bishop looks very nice on h5.
Okay, but you know, black is doing okay for the time being. I mean, yeah, but he's coming in. I like this knight to b4, 5.
Okay, he's grabbed that important bishop, and now, well, it looks like black's king is shakier than white's.
Yeah, but wait.
Did something happen?
It looked like something terrible happened. Like, so let's rewind. So where did Nihal? Why did he ignore the pawn on c6?
So was bishop d6 possible? Bishop d6. Is bishop d6 possible?
No, not here because the queen takes b6.
Queen b6 looks good. Okay, let's go back.
But so go back one more move. Like this rook to d2 seems to be very, very ambitious. Okay, so you can't go bishop d6 because of e5. That's a move that our grandmaster in the audience, John Spielman's suggesting, and absolutely looks absolutely killer for white. So you can't do bishop to d6.
Okay, it's just highly unclear. I mean, for a blitz game, this is impossible to find the best moves here. I'm curious just to see what happened in the game. As you know, it's the first time we've actually seen this, so let's just play through. And for our audience at home, I'm sure they're interested as well. So here we go, e5.
And there's
opening up the bishop.
Murder on the light squares.
Oh, not the dance floor.
No, the light squares.
Yes, this looks a bit sad, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it just goes to show when you have opposite color bishops, you really gotta look after the opposing squares. And here you can see, yeah, the black king is not long for this world. And
that one's gone.
King safety is super important. And I remember when I was first writing my Karakan book, ages and ages ago, I remember I had these 6 principles. And one
6
of them,
principles?
Yeah.
Okay, how can you remember 6 at the same time?
No, exactly. I can't even remember them now. But one of them I do remember was king safety.
Okay.
And I was just going to do a sentence which was like, always keep your king safe and leave it at that.
Yeah.
And then I started thinking about it. I was like, no, Yovi, you've always got to justify like your piece development, and you've always got to justify your way of play to the king. So if you imagine them talking to each other, if you're going to go back to that kind of level, it's really fascinating and really instructive actually if you go, okay, I will protect you in this way. and you always have like this defensive train of thought running through your mind.
Is that typical for the Caro-Kann? A very defensive train of thought?
I think
I'm winding
you
you
might
up
be
now.
onto something there, because I do like to protect my king all the time. I hate
Well, me
playing with
too.
exposed king. Ooh,
No,
terrifying.
me too. But that's, you see, okay, I'm going to argue the case for the Sicilian, because normally you get 5 pawns in front of you when you on the king side when you play a Sicilian. Go on. Sorry.
Okay, well, let's have a look around to see what other games were of interest.
Pick a random player.
Okay, maybe we can go to another pool. Maybe we can go to...
What about, hang on, what about Richard Rapport? He's always entertaining.
Yeah.
So how did he win this one?
He was playing for Kaz Chess.
And he was playing Jan Klimkowski from Poland.
Yes, it was a big matchup between Katowice. And Katowice is one of the strongest teams, will be fighting hard to get a qualifying spot into tomorrow's knockouts.
Klimkowski playing white, and it's a King's Indian. And this variation with bishop e2 and bishop e3, really sharp, because normally white tries to attack very quick, and he did so, attack really quickly on the king side, which I very much like, I have to say, against the King's Indian. And Rapport trenchantly blocking with h5. I knew you'd love that, John. g4. So interesting that Richard has just given up his bishop. But it's still difficult to break through, because black can recapture with the knight. e5, yeah, it's about time Richard put a pawn in the middle. An exchange. Knight b5, so this e-pawn is vulnerable. That's the big idea of knight b5. Trying to knock out the knight on c3.
Oops, knight takes c3 anyhow. Just remove the defenders of the weak points and... oh!
Shock! Shock! We didn't see it coming.
No,
Klimkowski didn't see it coming.
Queen takes knight, queen takes c3. Oh no, the rook on a1. This is why you need to think about king safety.
Absolutely. And
like seriously.
I'm afraid white neglected that.
Exactly. This is why you should always castle.
It's a basic. And in fact, he did take the knight. Queen c3 check, and attacking the rook in the corner. And that's how Richard got a winning position. And the game ended there with this rook about to enter the position somewhere. Yeah, white had had enough. Or possibly he lost on... No, he didn't quite lose on time, actually. But he was, yeah, way down on time with a losing position. Yeah.
Okay, there's also another spectacular game. Nordibek Abdusatrov played against Alan Pinchot. And that's in Pool C.
I got it.
You got it?
Got it.
You got it, okay.
So here we go. So Abdusatrov playing white. Alan Pinchot, he's Argentinian actually, isn't he?
He is.
But he's
Argentine.
now playing for Spain.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a Spanish. Abdusatrov playing in Spanish. This is the first time we've actually seen this game, but we're being told that it was quite interesting. So here we go. I have to say, I mean, I always enjoy playing the white side of the Spanish, but I quite like this system for black with the fianchetto, just to bolster the pawn on e5, because it does invite white to push on with d5, and then we can go for the classic kingside attack. So yeah, it seems makes sense.
Yep. So white has the center. Just gonna go
normal
about
stuff.
Developing, protecting the strongholds on e4 and d4. Rook e8 makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Knight to f1.
It potentially comes to g3 to support the e-pawn. There we go.
Black is playing very ambitiously.
Yeah, I mean,
grabbing the space on the queen side, coming out with a knight to a5.
Rook b1. I mean, so far, yeah, I think we'd both be pretty comfortable with black's position.
Right.
I think.
I was expecting some, and c5 indeed played just to clarify the tension. And one of the things we've noticed about Nordibek is that he never takes the easy route. He likes to keep the tension on for as long as possible, cause maximum stress to the opponent. And there we're seeing queen to c7, and now it comes d5.
Okay, so finally the position closes, and yeah, we have a very typical Spanish position where, I mean, black is very well set up on the king side. So it's going to take some effort to actually build a kingside attack for white. H5, well, good move or bad move? What's your feeling? Risky?
Well,
King
you know
safety?
what they say, king safety. Also, you should never push pawns on the side that you're weakest. And it's very clear that there are a few pieces that are making their way towards the black king. So I'm not sure about h5. My vibe is for a blitz game, maybe not the best.
Oh, okay.
Not practical enough.
Yeah.
I feel like you could analyze this position for a good hour or so.
And we're not going to.
Yeah.
Okay, f4. And h4, yeah, I mean, it's nice to push this knight away. Knight c4.
I mean, black is doing everything right. Bishop is going to go to f2. Take on f4. I would centralize.
g5.
No. See, this is really breaking the rules, right? I was expecting knight to e5.
Knight to e5, you prefer.
And the evaluation bar says yes. So
It likes your vibe here. Okay, so hang on. What's happening on bishop takes pawn?
and
Now, come on.
what's my vibe on that?
Yeah, what does
hadn't
black
got
do?
as far as that. So okay, we can. What do I do?
I put you on the spot.
No, yeah, you did.
Sorry, yeah.
That's
But
okay.
it just occurred to me, I would be worried about a pawn being taken. I mean, obviously, that's why he played g5.
But what's the material?
White's pawn up.
Why is it pawn up? Okay, but black has good pieces. It splits. So I think I would just continue as normal.
Yeah? What's normal? Rook e8 or something?
Rook e8.
Yeah. Anyway, let's have a look at g5.
Yeah, also, I just had an update on the rounds. It will begin in 5 minutes at 3:20.
Jolly good. Let's just see what happened. I think it's all gone horribly wrong because white is about to break through to the king side. And once that g7 bishop is gone, then the king looks absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Oof. No, this is not good.
Yeah, and
So it's a strong pass d pawn.
exactly.
Okay.
Oh, what a nice.
There was a threat of rook e2 mate I've just spotted.
Yes.
So that's why knight
That's
takes
why
pawn.
knight takes h. But it's a very nice one because you can actually pick up the rook on d7. So, and the pawn on f6 is hanging. And there's a runaway d pawn. So, nice performance there from Nordebek.
Well, it was very, very tricky.
It was tense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's clearly a crunch position with g5, which it did go badly wrong very quickly. But who knows what was really going on there.
And we are going to go straight to the playing hall where we have Charlize on site.
We are live in the playing hall at the Blitz, and as you can see, we've got a lot of eager spectators waiting to see the big matchup of FIDE versus WR chess. And the Blitz has been pretty exciting, I can tell you that, people, because towards the end of the game, there is such a loud noise in the hall of just clocks being banged, banged, banged. Let's take a look at some of these eager spectators and see who they're rooting for. Hi, hello. We are on the official FIDE broadcast. I want to know who you came to support.
I'm here because I'm quite a big fan of Hikaru and also short. From my school, Cameron Gross, he came to my school, so I'm quite interested in watching him play as well. So.
And do you play chess yourself?
Yeah, I play chess quite a lot. It's been a passion since I've been like 6. Somewhat, yeah.
Wow. Well, you've got front row seats to Hikaru. Hope it goes well. And there you have it. As you can see, it's quite crowded. We're going to back out of here. Players will arrive. You know, chess players do tend to be late, and the Blitz is a little bit riskier, but we do see them coming now. So let's enjoy the round. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. Yeah, it's so great to see the energy, the atmosphere there in the playing venue, and also to see the supporters, you know, that young child saying that he was here to see Hikaru.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the weekend and we've got a lot more spectators downstairs, which is great. I mean, the hall is full anyway. I mean, there are over 400 people in the hall, and now we've got more spectators there. So it's great. It's a really great atmosphere downstairs, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can feel it, you know, it's in London, it's buzzing. And, you know, we've been following WR chess, but for this particular round, we are going to be following the fortunes of Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan came fourth in the rapid. Nurbek we saw in powerful form. He knows how to play these tricky games for Blitz. So we're going to be following their adventures as they play against, and I will bring it up when I click the right buttons. But everything is all about clicking these days. And they're going to be following Youth KG. So Nurbek Abdu Satrov has been arrested, and instead we are going to be following Yavokir Sindarov,
who had a very good rapid play tournament, didn't he? He had a huge score.
He had a huge score. I think he won top board prize for board one. No, board two, sorry.
Okay.
And he's going to be playing Ruslan Mumanaliev.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. And it's actually we're going to see in real life how Sindarov, heavyweight there with a rapid Blitz rating of 26, faces off against an 1878.
Okay, so this is a bit of a mismatch.
It is a mismatch.
So, but it's going to be interesting to see how you do it. And yes, Momunaliev is from Youth KG, which is from Kyrgyzstan, a country that I've been to.
Oh.
Yeah, I played in, well, it was called Frunze, the capital of Kyrgyzia in the Soviet days, but now it's Bishkek.
Okay. Yeah, I've never been there.
Oh, well, no,
so
it's actually a beautiful part of the world because you can see the Tian Shan mountain range, which eventually goes into the Himalayas from the city. It's about a sort of 2-hour drive away. I mean, it's absolutely stunning.
Yes.
So, I mean, I enjoyed visiting Kyrgyzstan,
and
I have to say.
Here we are seeing Sindarov with the black pieces, opening e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and now g3. Well, his young opponent is deciding just to keep things closed. The plan could be bishop g2, castles, support the pawn on e4, and there we see g6. And I must admit, I did dabble in this. In fact, the whole English women's team.
Yeah, with g3 and bishop g2.
We did do this as a team.
And what was your feeling about after you've dabbled with it?
I think it was okay. It was very underrated.
Was it a fine wine or was it a pint of beer?
No, I would put orange juice.
Oh, it was a bit orange juice, was it? Now, could play c4. It has gone c4. So actually, it's a kind of English, actually. You know, if we imagine that white started with c4, and you have this typical clamp in the middle. Yeah, I mean, it's actually, we've transposed it into a pretty normal position.
Yeah, we have. And there we see h6 being played. And one thing I like that white is doing is that they're keeping the position blocked. And at the same time, it's relatively simple. You know, you go on c4, you've got ideas of going rook b1, b4, expanding even more. And you're just, okay, black has control over d4, but, you know, white can go into d5 as played. But also you can play around a piece on that square. And, well, Sindarov, he's the rating favorite. He needs to start mixing things up. And indeed, out he comes.
The problem is with the knight on f3 is that, I mean, very often in these English positions is on e2 and you can use the f-pawn to block. I think that's absolutely correct to exchange on f5.
Absolutely, because otherwise black is going to run through with moves like f4. So,
but now black has some control over d4 and the knight's come back. Interesting. So he's given up the d4 point, but he wants to establish the knight on e4. So that's actually a very nice maneuver. You know, this
I'm not
kid.
sure about this knight to d2 though.
No, you don't like it because it's coming to e4.
Yeah, I kind of feel you need to get the dark square bishop into the game. But okay, so instead, knight to e3. See, the knight was nice on d5. I would have waited until black kicked me back.
Okay. I mean, I'm impressed by his maneuvering. This is Ruslan Momnaliev we're looking at. His rating is 1878. Now, I think he might be a bit underrated.
He's twirling the pieces like he's 2400. Yeah.
Right. Well, piece twirlers, I always think of Boris Gelfand. He's the most famous, the strongest piece twirler in the world.
I don't know. They're all doing it now, Danny.
Are they?
Yeah,
well,
literally.
Boris was, he was the original. He was the best.
He was the best. Okay, so there we're seeing the bishop come out to b2. So white is playing relatively solid.
I like this. You know, I think he's playing very calmly. I mean, I don't know how old he is, but you know, this is for his rate. He's obviously massively underrated.
Yeah, I agree with that. And he's jumping in with the knight to e4. My big issue with this position is that it's not entirely clear what white is doing next. And Sindarov actually capturing on e3 and just coming in, asking questions of the queen.
Okay,
and this is the thing, bishop to h3 is in the air as well.
That's a good move, because if the queen comes up, then there could be knight f3 check. So, okay, asking a big question.
And now knight f3. And yeah, you're going to have to concede the light square. So bishop to f3. And now, okay, I guess you hold solid. Now, how do you do that? As yeah, knight f2, stopping the queen coming into h3, but it is too much backwards moves.
I mean, this bishop is beautiful on f3. I think h5 suggests itself in order to play bishop h6.
And h5 played.
I think Sindarov is in complete control here. King
h7.
King h7.
Bishop h6.
And then simply doubling on the f file, actually. So, yeah,
H4.
I think that little sequence starting with bishop g4 was critical.
And we also see a result there. Yakuboev winning against Beknarozarov. So there, both players remaining on the board just to give moral support to their teammates.
Well, he's fighting. He's trying to maneuver this knight round to somewhere decent, but one feels that black's kingside attack is going to be too much. Yeah. Bishop h6, bang, pin and win.
Yes.
Of course.
Doesn't
there we
have
go.
To be told twice. The rooks are going to line up on the f line. And the black queen is swooping into h3.
To make matters worse, Momnaliev is down to 30 seconds.
Rook f2. I'm expecting queen h3. Okay, double up. h4.
h4, that's nice.
The
just
bulldozer comes
softening it up before the queen comes in. Yeah. It's a joy to watch. It's just clockwork, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful attack for black.
Yeah, domination is the word that comes to mind here. Okay, so white just has to retreat. And now you're going to take, and now queen h3 is in the air. Bishop takes knight as well.
It's absolutely crushing.
So
the queen is, whoops, I miss.
It takes,
bang,
in
queen
comes
h3.
the queen.
It's game over.
Rook h2 is going to be met by bishop takes knight. Okay, so he throws in the knight, but queen h1 is checkmate. Let's have a look at the other games in progress. Maybe we can go down to board 3. Vohidov against Keneshbekov.
Let me...
it's... don't worry, maybe we can just find it on the cameras, because again...
I've got that. Yeah. So that is board. Okay, we're looking at...
okay, we...
Well, let's. I think. Oh no, I've actually got the right position.
So this is board 4.
This is Kenishbekov against Vokhidov.
Yeah, we have to go to board 4, Danny.
Okay, but it's the same as.
Okay, then
there.
since the live board hasn't really caught up with the players, so maybe we just focus in on that. And okay, here we have a situation where white is some comfortable pawns up.
2 pawns up,
Yep.
rook and bishop against rook, and yeah, this beautiful kingside pawn majority.
Okay, so we're expecting white to easily power through, but things are a little bit complicated in the game between Muradlyov against Tohir Janova. If we go to that, and there we...
Ooh.
It's... oops. And I spoke too soon because there we can see that black is on the verge of checkmating.
Let's stick with this one for the time being. Oh no.
No, they've already finished.
Yep, they've finished. Okay.
I mean, this happens, right? In the closing seconds, you know, moves get made, chaos on the board.
Oh, there's an interesting one.
Okay.
Nigel Short playing black against Hikaru Nakamura.
Okay, let's head there.
Let's go there. Surely we've got that one on camera. So Hikaru, there we go. Game over, actually. Hikaru's just won with white. He's got this beautiful bishop here, which can support the pawn, and the king can support the pawn as well. So yeah, three pawns and a bishop against a rook. The problem is that, of course, the bishop blocks and then the pawn rolls through.
Yeah,
that's the immediate issue. So, Michael Adams. Let's have a look at Mickey. Now, who's he playing?
He is playing in the second pool, and that's against Thomas Villiers.
Okay, so Hammersmith Chess Club. Malcolm's mates. That's Mickey's team against Thomas Villiers, who's playing for the Hammers. Hammersmith Chess Club just round the corner from the playing hall, actually. And I've now managed to lose the board again. Just a second.
It's pool B, board 1.
Yeah, it's disappeared.
Mickey Adams with the white pieces against Thomas Villiers. So it's Malcolm's mates against Hammersmith's. There we see Mickey. He's maneuvering his pieces.
He's playing Marco Galana from Hammersmith Chess Club.
Okay.
It all switched around very quickly. So Mickey has white and even pawns. Marco Galana, actually, he's a very dangerous attacking player, but I think, Mickey's rook is too strong. It's attacking the pawn on e6. And I guess, rook takes pawn. But Marco fighting hard. He's a very tricky player. He's won the best game prize in Hammersmith for 2 years in a row. Game of the season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, game of the season. He's won 2 years in a row.
So quite a tactical play, would you say?
Loves attacking, but you can see he's fighting hard, trying to get some counterplay with the pawn in the middle.
Okay.
But very, very sharp player.
And there we see Mickey just improving his rook.
Nice move. Rook d5, and he's targeting the pawn on c5.
Okay, and that's one too many pawns on the queen side, and I like the way Mickey plays. Most of us would have played to win. Oh, and Mickey just throws in a check.
Oh, that's
and
nice.
This is it.
Pin and win.
Okay, but
Marco is fighting hard. He wants to take.
And that's the important thing. And setting up a pin.
Good move.
Great move. And now black is completely tied down. Mickey can make any move he likes, and now he can grab. And it's the A pawn that is going to win the game.
Oh, that's very cool. Just a little step forward, and he resigns. So Mickey wins that one. Yep, nice. Looks like nice technique in that endgame. He had things well under control.
So 3 rounds played, and I'm just going to do my quick review of the results. So in Pool A, there we have WR Chess Team. They are firing on all cylinders. as they win 4.5, 1.5 against the FIDE MB team. So FIDE MB team is very strong. Andrew Hong is top board, Nigel Short, Victor Bologan, Mohamed Al-Mutarka, Zhu Chen, former women's champion, and Zayarsky is playing Regenstein. So there was a big result in that one that Hou Yifan did lose to Zhu Chen. Should we
have a quick look at that one?
Let's have a look at that.
Yeah. Okay, so hopefully we'll get the graphics board up any moment, maybe. And we'll have a look at that game. So Zhu Chen playing for the FIDE MB team, and Hou Yifan playing for the WR team. So Yifan black and a Queen's Indian. It's a long game. I'm going to go through these first moves very quickly. It's pretty standard. Nice development for both players. Normally after the exchange of bishops, then black shouldn't have any difficulties. But let's see.
Yeah, and there we're seeing. Yeah, this is the thing with these type of systems.
Actually,
Black is the one like trying to come up with active plans, but white can just wait and enjoy the space that is provided by the e4 and c4 pawns.
But black is very well coordinated here.
That's true, but you kind of run out of active plans because every person wants to kind of break open, wants to push forward. And this is the thing, you know, as white, you're just maneuvering, and then you start to push back.
Okay, so there's an open file. Everyone's retreated to cover the open file. An exchange. Oh, another exchange. I mean, at this moment, I would say, well, probably odds on a draw. So how did it get wild? Okay, the knight is pushed back. So white has some space, but black is very, very solid with these pawns here. So I would still say it's roughly level. So how did this bust open? I would still say it's roughly level, but okay, now it starts to get more interesting.
And then the white king starts coming in, and now knight.
Okay, so
endgame, and it's to do with the past f pawn and the fact that black's queenside pawn majority is just not mobile.
Yeah, somehow it's gone wrong for black, and now it's a clear pawn up. Still got to put this one away. It's not so easy, but yeah, now the king goes back. I mean, it looks like actually really very well played endgame from Zhu Chen.
Yeah, I think so. Just picking up all of the pawns, and in the end, just maneuvering beautifully. And in the end, yeah, king takes knight is simply going to be met by king to g6.
And the pawn goes through.
Promotes.
Okay, but it somehow went wrong, I don't know, roundabout. I mean, this still looks okay for black.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, black is very solid, but in my opinion, very passive.
Yeah.
Like the knights just don't manage to get themselves on good circuit. So yeah, I agree. Ultimately, it should be a draw.
I mean, should black be breaking out with c6?
Yeah, but that doesn't feel...
But I don't think it really matters so much, this kind of position, because, you know...
Well, I know I was thinking more knight c4 as well.
Okay, it was knight c4 possible. So an exchange. Okay, this one is attacked.
And then you have to go knight b7 or knight f7.
Oh, I don't want to go knight b7. It looks too horrible. I can't bring myself.
And then you have issues like the pawn on b6 is weak, so bishop to d4.
Yeah.
And
that's an issue.
It's
not so.
Somehow you have to be very, very patient. If I'm going to pinpoint the weakness or the weak move, I think perhaps breaking out. Later on, Hou Yifan, when she broke out with
Leon.
That's okay. Harry, I guess.
Yeah, I think Harry. Okay, myself.
Harry.
Who's most likely to sacrifice a piece for an attack?
I mean, Arjun.
Pranav. Tava.
Atharva, I think.
I think Arjun.
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 Who ends up in time trouble the most?
I don't know. Yeah. No, I really don't know. It was hard for me to follow the game, so I will just say nothing.
I also didn't follow a lot, but I can say from myself that I am the most, I guess. So
I think it's Stabby.
I agree.
Yeah, Stabby.
Stabby.
I think between Leon and Stabby.
I mean, I don't follow the game, so not really sure.
Who is the most unpredictable on the board?
Unpredictable on the board. Like, I would say myself.
I think a lot of you will agree.
But most of your wins were predictable. Okay, I think this tournament I was losing a lot of games and winning. So maybe me.
Atharva.
Pranav.
Pranav. Sorry, what was the question?
Who's the most unpredictable on the board?
Yeah, me.
probably between Atharva and Arjun.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say Arjun maybe.
If you guys had to choose one team member to play an Armageddon game to win the match for you, who would you pick?
I mean, Arjun.
Pranav maybe.
I think I would pick myself just so that I had the best chance. I mean, I can fight for my spot. So yeah, I think I will pick myself.
Arjun?
I mean, if you're following categories, clearly Atharva.
Arjun.
Myself.
Arjun.
And now we're going to get into the non-team questions. My first question for you is, tell me you're a chess player without telling me you're a chess player.
I play chess online, like even during my classes. So.
No, but you're not supposed to tell me you're a chess player.
Okay. Tell me just without telling me you're a chess player. Okay. I dream of knights and rooks.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
I fight on a table board with an opponent.
This could be Monopoly or something as well. I'll give you that.
Can I show?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Brilliant.
I'm quite distracted and thinking about something else quite often.
I overthink, I guess.
Yeah, the same. Yeah.
No, we gotta pick a new one.
I had nothing to say, so. Huh? What?
What's your Wi-Fi password?
Mine? What? What?
Chess players always ask what is Wi-Fi.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, I thought he had like some knights are cool or something.
Okay, I mean, maybe staying awake all night.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Take. Well, I could go knight g6, but I should probably just castle. So.
I don't know. I wake up late.
Second question, which food do you eat that you think makes you play better chess?
There is no food for that.
Any food. Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what I eat.
Just some protein, I guess.
Yeah, something light, something that keeps you awake. Or more like it doesn't make you fall asleep.
Same answer. Same.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, I just something that keeps me going for the duration of the game. That's all. I shouldn't fall asleep. That's all.
Final question, tell me your unpopular chess opinion.
London system is the best opening in the world. London system is the best opening in the world.
Okay, that one is taken, everyone, by the way. No repeats.
French is very underrated.
Berlin is solid.
Okay, this is a popular opinion.
Mm, okay, I don't know the previous answers.
Tell me you're a chess player without.
No. Okay.
Think of the popular ones and I guess just inverse.
Grunfeld is solid.
Catalan is the best opening in the world.
Oh, dude, come on.
You have a
Stop promoting your cause.
yeah.
I mean, it's
Okay.
true.
Good exposure.
The Bone Club is one of the worst things I've seen.
Unpopular, yeah?
It's both.
Yeah. Wait, what I said? I said something to him. I forgot.
I won't tell you because I want to say that.
Man, wait. Yeah, I mean, chess players are very focused.
That's an unpopular opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that focused, so for me. But I don't know what else to say.
You should probably say chess players are not very focused.
You got a better one?
Yes. Chess players are intelligent.
That's a popular opinion though.
Not among chess players.
Not among chess. Are you gonna take that one as yours?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you can go there, but I think I don't know.
It's something similar to Arjun actually. So French is actually a good opening.
Rapid is better than classic.
After winning the tournament, you're saying. After winning World Rapid, you're saying.
Cool. Thank you so much, guys. Congrats on second. Are once again live in the playing hall here at the FIDE World Blitz Team Championships, and we want to show you basically what the vibe is like here. So we're going to be spectators and we are going to watch the players as they come, which, by the way, we've had some latecomers in the last round. Was none other than Hou Yifan herself, which was a bit of a surprise. Obviously with Blitz you can't lose too much time. Here she is super early this time fixing her mistake. But anyways, let us stand and observe who is coming, who will be late. WR Chess still on the first board. Okay, here Duda also decided to not be late today.
Silence, please.
Let's take you over here this side. By the way, Hikaru is always the first player at the board, was something we've noticed. Okay, so night dance are a little bit, So the players don't have a lot of time between the games. Many of them stay in the venue. They have their own players' lounge, but it's on the other side. So with the little time they have in between, it's best to kind of stay. Even our spectators decided to stay here. Hall is going quiet. We're about to begin. Here's Nepo, who's played every game for WR Chess. Okay, the whole of WR Chess team is here. We're just waiting for night dance. Let me show you this side what the whole kind of looks like. Over here we've got the young Turkish team, Oro. Okay, players running in, kind of in their way. Fun for Riest. Okay, so no super latecomers today, fortunately. Let's wait for the round to begin.
And the hands have been shaken, the clocks have been pressed, and that's it. Let's dance and dive into the games.
Let's dance.
Absolutely. And that's exactly what the players are going to do on the chessboard.
Okay.
And we're going to be following the pursuits of this particular game between Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces playing for WR Chess against Jules Moussard, French Grandmaster, Knight Dance. Currently, both teams have got 100%. And both teams are favourites for qualifying
Oh, I see.
to the next stage.
That's why you said let's dance. We got the Knight Dance team. I see. Okay, let me find the board. So it looks like, oh, very interesting opening.
Looks
actually.
like a C3 Sicilian of some sort.
Yep.
And there we're seeing the players just bash out the moves. So bishop to E3, putting pressure against C5, and questions for Jules. What's he going to do? Take in the center, push the pawn. No, he instead decides to play actively. He doesn't care about the pawn on C5.
Very interesting. So I guess he's angling to put the knight on F4, but a very adventurous way of playing. Or perhaps he's going to play E5 first. Let's see. So he's a pawn down.
He is a pawn down, but black is very active. And you want this type of position in Blitz, actually, because it's very difficult to handle the positions when your opponent comes at you with active pieces, and in comes the knight.
I mean, I would think that's going to be exchanged off, but let's see. I guess he could play rook e1. Oh, there you go. He's played rook e1. So the bishop would like to just drop back to f1. So is he going to play knight takes bishop?
Yeah, this is a question. Is he simply going to develop a piece? No, he's reaching for the e-pawn. E4, driving the knight away. And
well, I mean, it's going to sink itself on d4, isn't it?
Exactly.
I'm slightly surprised by that.
Well, he's got ideas of coming in with the queen.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see how dangerous it is. Maybe a sack on h3.
Oh, wow. Actually,
that's
knight
why,
h2.
Wow, that's why Nepo just got a bad vibe and thought, yeah, I don't want to leave my king too exposed. Not so many pieces around the king, so he's actually played kind of safety first and put the knight back to h2.
Yeah.
Well, very interesting.
It is very interesting, but still the queen comes out, and, well, black is certainly making their intentions clear. Something is going to get swapped off on h3 if white is not careful, and that's why we see bishop coming out to g4. And we do see knight to d3 consequences. h5, very quick move there from
Beautiful knight on d3.
Yeah. And the knight is also working its way around to e5.
I mean, this is serious compensation now. Queen b3, ooh, hitting the d pawn, and that's a big strike back.
Yeah.
So interesting that Nepo, just got a vibe and put the knight back on h2.
So you cannot let the pawn on d4 for d5 fail. You've just got to keep it alive. So I'm expecting rook c or rook. The rook on f8, you need it for an attack. So I'm thinking rook c d8, give up b7, knight to e5, the knight on c6, and let's see how far things go.
Let's hope that something turns up on the king's side. Yeah, but nothing. I can't see any.
Okay, we're going to see this. So Moussard is going all in. He's reaching for the queen. Queen f6.
I'm not quite sure how black is going to attack on the king's side.
Yeah.
And what's the score now? It is 7 pawns against 5. 2 pawns up for white.
That is true. But the white king not out of danger, and black's piece is very active. So queen f6, I'm just trying to... I really would be dreaming about getting a piece into rook to b1. Rook b8. Attacking the queen. Yeah, and where is the queen going to go?
Maybe c7?
Oh, he takes on a6.
Golly, he's just taking everything.
Okay, well, hang on a second. You do have some uncovered attacks, right? You got knight e5, knight d4. I'm just thinking you can throw in a check on e2.
So if here, check.
You can also chase the queen around.
But I think that queen can always dive back via c7 along this diagonal if necessary. So I think it's safe enough, actually. The board isn't quite caught up with, with the moves.
Yeah, maybe we should just zoom in and focus on just the screen.
Oh, Musa down to his final few seconds.
15 seconds.
I mean, if he manages to survive this. Let's see the whole board. Let's just look on the camera.
Yeah, let's just have the camera view. Because f3 has been played. Oh, some hesitation. Queen to e5 and then queen e6. Takes the pawn on e4. And can black plan to take on b2? Rook takes a2 is in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very, very unclear, actually, on the board. But, I mean, the fact that Musa has 5 seconds remaining, Nepo has over a minute. I mean, he is so fast. I think he's just, it should be enough to win. Knight b3, that's nice and solid.
Yeah.
The only thing is that knight on h2. Can it get back into the game?
Well, maybe it doesn't need to get into the game.
Yeah.
Especially when you're so many pawns up.
3 pawns up.
And there you can see the clock.
Good
6
angle.
seconds. And do remember the players are only getting a 2-second increment as they are bashing out the moves. Yeah, now the queens have come off and the position has clarified. And okay, Musard wins 1 pawn, but he's still several pawns down.
Well, you feel should be winning for Nepo now.
Yeah. There we're
Very
seeing
careful move a3. We had a flurry there, but Nepo's still 2 pawns up.
And be careful, knight f1, knight e3. The rook on c2 doesn't have too many squares.
That's the way to go.
Yes.
Yeah. So
And he had to give up the exchange.
So now it's just a technical win for Nepo.
And in he comes with the king.
Musa fighting hard, but I think it's inevitable. What's going to happen now? a4, good move.
Yep.
Push those queenside pawns. Yeah, why not?
Rook f1. There is simply no activity here for black.
The knight has hopped in. It takes one of the rooks, but it doesn't matter.
And there we have the handshake. Jan managing to hold his nerve in quite a complicated position, but still games in progress. Maybe we go down and have a look at what is happening on board 3.
Musa threw everything at him, but Nepo was super solid. I mean, very careful play, actually. Oh, there's Duda.
Okay, and he's got the black pieces against Maritzi.
It's all over. It's all over.
And there we can see from the placing of the kings that it was a win for Jan Krzysztof Duda. So it's looking very good for WR chess. In fact,
they
won all their games.
That looks like Satrov.
Yep. There we're seeing on our screens Nuribek Satrov.
He's a pawn down in a rook and pawn endgame. However, White's king is very active and the pawns are good. Yeah, that's a bad move. And now rook a7 check is coming.
There's been some, where has he put the rook?
Okay, here we go. Now.
And now the h pawn comes rolling.
It looks good.
Okay, but Nordebek can win a pawn, and well, this one is
okay. Very tricky now. Okay, so cleverly putting his king in front of the pawn so that there's no check. And Is this a draw? Very interesting.
No, he's... Okay, some hesitation there. Sliding the rook over. Now the king comes up.
This might be a draw.
Well, I'm... Okay, no, but he
No,
didn't go to win the...
He's shuffling the king down the board with the pawn. Now, let me see.
Yes. And now he uses the king as shelter. Now it's the moment where it is still.
Excellent. And he's going to queen. And that
Yes.
should be that. Well played. Brilliant. I mean, it looked like he was just in gear somehow. Abda Satrov. Very tough for his opponent who made some inaccuracies there. I mean, I think it was probably even. But yeah, great win.
Yeah, absolutely great win. And, well, what a performance there from WR Chess, winning all of their games.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And Night Downs are a strong team, you know, strong grandmasters, but WR Chess team, they're full of superstars. So let's kind of have a look quickly at a beautiful game. You look like you have a great game. Maybe we can find out.
I don't know if I have a good game, but I'm just I'm doing a quick tour while we're looking at the results and stuff. Yeah, I mean, let's look at the game between Hou Yifan against Eline Robers from the Netherlands. So Eline is really up and coming. She's burst through the ranks in the last year or so. She's playing black and Yifan white, so appropriate enough. Eline is playing a Dutch. And the Leningrad variation, H4, very aggressive. I mean, in some ways you could say it's pretty standard these days. And E4, yeah. So having provoked this little weakness, H6, the G6 pawn is weakened, and so white is looking to get through to the G6 pawn.
Yeah. And you can also put a knight on F4.
Exactly.
And there you go, queen to E8, and this kind of idea is very difficult to handle with going just H4, H5, and there you can see Elina. She makes all the right trades, but at the end of the day, she's just left with a very weak king along the light squares.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, the computer actually
probably thinks that black is a little bit better or something like that.
But the funny thing is that, you know, as you mentioned, this diagonal is so inviting for white that, you know, in practical terms, you'd think that, yeah, this is tough for black. But, well, we can see that here, these are the issues. In fact, the bishops and the queen are pretty good. I mean, one question is, was it possible to play queen takes pawn?
No, you can't, because there's a queen on E2.
There's a queen on E2. Thank you very much.
No, I had your back there, because I actually was thinking the same thing. Queen F7 attacks 2 pawns, and then I realized, no, there's a queen on E2. It's not us playing chess, that's the problem. And we're seeing this one for the first time.
It's still early in the day, and that's my first queen I've blundered.
Yeah.
So, listen, in a couple of hours' time, it's just going to be an utter mess.
But often, you know, when you are really absorbed into the game, you see absolutely everything, and you would never blunder your queen. But but now, can you take the pawn on C4?
There you go.
There you go. It was gonna appear, and here actually it looks like black is doing very well, and Hou Yifan really has to play very accurately to get some counterplay. And she just traded off queens. Maybe this, and then C5.
This should be okay for black. I mean, it looks to me like there are 2 weaknesses, and it should be absolutely fine.
Yeah, but this C5, we see the evaluation bar just rise, and that's just because suddenly white gets a monster of a passed pawn. And yeah, the knight is so well placed on E4, so it just indicates these split-second decisions that you make on intuition, just bursting out, just inaccurate.
Okay, this is a picture of centralization. It's rather wonderful. And a check that was the final move. As I can spot that there is actually a knight fork. There you are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, looked like at a certain point, Yifan just had the momentum. I mean, that's what often happens in these blitz games. It's all about, do you have the initiative? Do you have a clear plan? And if you do, if you can make your moves quickly, then you often just blow your opponent away. And that seems to be what happened in this position. Because I think it should be fine for black. But once the d-pawn started rolling, then this is tremendous for white.
Yeah, and again, I'm checking out all of the pairings and looking at the results, and I can tell you that everything is going to plan. As they say, freedom, they won against Sassy Seniors 6-0. So they are really doing the business. Malcolm's mates also won 6-0 against the Sharks.
I'd be interested to see Vishy's game.
Okay.
So he was playing Matthew Turner, who actually represents Scotland, but he's English, basically.
I don't think he's ever lived in Scotland either.
I don't think he has. Has he not?
No.
Oh, golly.
I don't know where the Scottish came from.
Where
Maybe some
a grandparent.
Grandparent, maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, he's playing for the Sassy Seniors, and Vishy is playing white. So let's have a quick look at this. Again, it is the first time that we've seen this. So if I blunder my team, or even blunder my queen, then please forgive me.
But you know, sometimes you make blunders in chess that do blunder the team. I did that once.
Blunder the team,
I
the whole team.
Like literally the whole team. And I was...
You mean the whole stack of
like,
pieces?
It was... Okay, you can check out my game. It's very beautiful. So it was my game against Anna Satonsky. I was doing very well.
Okay.
And then suddenly she comes at me with a tactic. And then from this tactic, it's like knight fork after knight fork after knight fork. And in the end, she has an extra knight and I have just pawns. And we had a whole row of army. I just didn't understand what happened.
Well, I mean, Matthew is known as a very aggressive player. And one thing is he's given up that bishop for knight, which is a controversial decision, I would say, because it leaves this bishop unopposed. And now he's thrown the g-pawn up the board. Is this justified? We're about to find out. That one bags another bishop as well.
And there you go, take the bishop, and I bet you it's going to be action in the center. Okay, there you go, bishop e3. Follow the rules.
Okay, so that prevented
g4.
G4. H5, hang on.
Yeah. He's mixing it up. Bishop takes
interesting.
Yep.
Vishy...
Because he can go queen d2 at the end of things. So if you take queen d2, okay.
This is what happens.
It's the same. It's kind of a little bit the same idea that after g4, pawn takes, f takes g4, and the knight on f6 is just really bad.
Okay, so this, wow, h4 actually provoking the advance of the g-pawn. Very, very interesting.
Beautiful, right?
So
it makes so much sense when you think about it.
If g4,
you go bishop g5.
Very nice. Yeah. So that closes the files against the king. And the bishop is beautifully anchored. So takes, the queen comes to a beautiful position. And bishop g5 anyway, a check. Okay, so that's what Vishy has in mind.
Do you know,
just to crack open the F file.
Given the advice that grandmasters do not like to get themselves in pins. And it sounds like the most basic advice possible, right? And so you go, yes, but then you watch what the top grandmasters are doing, and they do everything they can to avoid getting pinned.
But surely no one likes to
But a lot
pinned.
of us inadvertently, like, go back, inadvertently, the king came out to e7.
Yeah.
And this is where, if you think about the whole thing, you wouldn't have put your king on e7.
Oh, something happened.
Something happened, and we went to a different game.
I don't know how I did that.
Through the miracle of...
I honestly... Did I press something? Probably.
I'm with you, Danny. You're welcome to my world.
Okay, so here we go. I've managed to recover.
Yeah.
So
if we...
an exchange, and he took here. And that was the final move of the game.
Beautiful, because the black king can just not survive with no cover.
So after this...
Rook takes rook, and beautiful, very clean victory.
Do you know what? Vishy, this is his style all over. He's very economical.
Yep.
You know, he makes it look so simple. So if we go back, were there any tactics in that game?
No.
Actually, no tactics at all.
Just strategy.
Strategy.
So...
Yes.
We have a quite an interesting game for Matias Blue from the Freedom team.
Okay.
So let's have a look at that one.
Okay, let me find it first. Okay, so this is Rajko Vjatovic against Haik Martirosyan. Oh wow, this is a stunner, folks. Prepare yourselves, because it's brief and it's beautiful. Here we go. D4 from Martirosyan from Armenia. And he's playing against Rajko Vjatovic from England, of course. The Dutch. E3. And C4. I always feel this structure just feels very ugly. It's okay if the pawn's on F7. But with the pawn on F6, you know, it leaves this diagonal very sensitive.
Also,
Go on.
how are you going to... Yeah, I agree with you. That diagonal is very vulnerable, but I'm also thinking if you try to go C6, then the pawn on D5 can just simply be hunted down.
It's
you know,
it's
nice
weak.
C3 is coming.
Yeah.
Take on D5 and G3, bishop G2.
Bishop E6 played.
Okay. Take it.
Okay. You wouldn't think, well, you might think, now it looks like the game might actually end quite quickly.
Yeah. And it's all because of, as you mentioned, pawns can't go backwards. Now the bishop can come and give a check.
And
then you feel like knight G6 is going to be a beautiful blow.
you see, I was thinking, well, okay, Queen H5, this has got to be a winning move. But no. Well, it probably is winning, but even better, the absolutely forcing and decisive knight G6 check. And when that's taken, the slow motion checkmate, queen coming up to F3, to H3. And that is how the game ended. You see, what did I tell you? I just got even though I hadn't seen the game, but I got a vibe when that pawn is on F6 and not F7. It's not good.
No, I agree with you. It's not the best.
Lovely finish, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's...
And by the way...
Puzzle of the day.
Not the best
check.
translates into really don't do it at home.
What else we got? Have we got another nice game to show our viewers?
Maybe we can have a look at what happened in Pool D, because it was interesting. In the first two sections, it was the top teams just simply stamped their authority 6-0.
Okay.
But in the Pool D, it was a bit of more of a fight. Like Richard Report lost.
Ooh.
Richard Report, I'm just reading the results here. Yeah, Richard Report lost. Maybe we can have a look at what happened in that game.
Okay, so he's playing the Noval. He's playing Emir Shoshenbekov, and who's playing for the Novel group, Kyrgyzstan. Another Kyrgyz player. There you go. Like I said, I found it a very, very exciting trip to Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah. Kyrgyzstan these days, yeah. Kyrgyzstan in those
Yeah.
days. Anyway, Shoshenbekov playing white, Rapport playing black. It's a closed Sicilian, which I always think is quite dull.
It is a bit dull.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
No?
So why did you trick me? You literally tricked
Close
me
Sicilian.
into saying that one of my favorite
Are you
openings
serious?
as a kid. No, as a teenager.
Close Sicilian.
It's great.
No.
Look what happened.
It's very dull.
I mean,
I've played it as well. I should know how dull it is.
Queen, we should fast forward because I want to see how did Richard lose this? What happened? And just to update you all, the next round will be beginning in roughly 5 minutes. And then we'll be following the adventure. Oh, but see, look. Suddenly...
So this is the issue. Basically, after this, let me just go back. So there was an exchange, and knight b5 attacks. Well, so the a queen exchange is offered, and the knight is attacking both these pawns. So it went like this, and knight takes d6. And fair play to Emir Shoshenbekov, he managed to put this one away. Yep.
Yeah.
He's a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, and you know, these super grandmasters, they're super tricky. And especially Richard reports that he sees tactics out of nowhere.
But I mean, it's such a nice position for white, isn't it? This beautiful pawn chain, and the knight on d6.
Okay. It's a beautiful connect four, as we like to call it. And then he just doesn't really give Richard a chance at all to save this one. As he wins another pawn and another one falls.
Dum, dum, dum. Ba-da-da-dum, dum, ba-dum. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum.
And now c7 and c8. And yeah, very impressive victory there from white. So after 4 rounds, let's have a look at the standings. And
I don't know what they are. You tell me.
It's a big fight. So here are the standings after round 4 in the pool A. You can see that WR chess team, they might have been a little bit shaky in the rapid, but in the blitz, they are being efficient. 6 points, 5.5 points. And at the top, closely followed by Chessbra TV. And bear in mind that the top 4 qualifiers, the top 4 finishers, will be the one who qualify to the knockout stages. So it's going to be a big race for those spots.
Okay, so there are 4 pool groups basically.
Yes, there are 4 pool groups, and it's the top 4 finishers. Hexamine chess team, we know that they are very strong. They finished in 2nd place yesterday in the rapids. Malcolm Mates up there, Freedom, Wood Green also in with a shot. So still anything can happen.
And I noticed just in pool B, you know, there were I think 4 of the English teams vying for the top. So that's very exciting.
Yep. And there we see Pool C, Germany and France, Mongolia, rookies, very talented team of young prodigies. Uzbekistan, Wood Green Youth, as well from the UK, and eTherapeutics. They're all in with a shot. And in Pool D, it is headlined by Team MGD1. Are we surprised? They are now the new World Rapid Team champions.
And English Nightmares there, another English team.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what we didn't cover in the Rapid Championship? We didn't cover many of the apart from Malcolm's Mates, but we didn't really see any of the other English teams. So I'm hoping that we're going to be able to see a few games by some of the English teams. Maybe even the Hammersmith Chess Club.
Well, you asked, and I'm going to deliver, because the next
Sounds good.
match that we're going to be following is Freedom against Oxbridge.
Oxbridge?
Oxbridge,
I'm not interested in Oxbridge. I'm interested in Hammersmith Chess Club, the local chess block, not Oxbridge.
And unfortunately, Freedom are not playing Hammersmith, so they're only playing Oxbridge. Oxbridge is a combination of players from Oxford University and Cambridge University. So these are seriously clever folks. Possibly is a response on the audience. And there we see that's Tom O'Gorman. I think he's already an international master. He's white against Vishy Anand. Vishy, we saw, he was in excellent shape in the rapid. He's also been in excellent form here, judging from his victory over Grandmaster Matthew Turner in the previous round. And Oxbridge, they have many talented players. I'm looking down the list. They have Ranesh Ratnasan, very promising junior at one point, and Eunice Hing from Singapore. She's facing off against Anna Musichuk. And we have the moment where hands are shaken and we are off. And we're seeing Vishy. Well, he means business. It's a Sicilian.
Bishop b5 check.
Rossolimo. Close the position down.
That's not the Rossolimo. The Rossolimo's against
Moscow.
knight c6.
Moscow, very
Moscow, whatever. I just call it bishop b5.
Even easier.
So, b5, Vishy gaining space. Ooh, hesitation. Bishop b7.
Takes.
And are we going to see an exchange of b pawn for e pawn?
I would think no. Although we see some hesitation there from Tom. This is the thing when you're playing former world champion. Do you clarify the position? Bishop takes b5, or do you try to go rook e1, keep it tense?
So there we go. Are we going to see an exchange here? Bishop takes, and then the e pawn drops.
Yep. Well.
I mean, of course, you can play a move like rook e1 to just protect the pawn, but I'll tell you what, just make a decision quickly. It doesn't matter which one you do, just do it quickly.
That's important when you don't have too much time. Just 3 minutes plus 2-second time bonus per move. Okay, he decides to take the pawn on b5. And of course, Vishy captures on e4. So now, what to do next? Rook e1, d4, and d4 breaking out in the center.
Got to break in the middle, and then you can get these guys. Hang on, bishop takes knight.
Oh.
Bishop takes knight. What's the problem?
There is no problem.
Okay, let's have a look at his face. He
he doesn't see it. No, it's a difficult kind of move to see because somehow you expect, and then you see the reaction from Vishy. He's realized he could have taken the knight, and now he's going to take it. Watch. No.
No. Okay, really interesting. So knight takes. I mean, maybe in that case he was worried about knight c6 after the knight came to d4.
Yeah. Okay.
He can still go back and take it. So knight c2 presumably. Oh no, knight d2. Wow. Okay, that's sharp. So after pawn takes knight, knight takes e4, and then there's going to be a pin on the e-file.
Okay. The bishop drops back. And
golly, that's so funny. I mean, I assume that it was possible just to take on b1, but anyway.
Yeah, it could have just been a blind spot. But okay, there.
But this looks really nice for white now.
Yes. Yeah, it does look really, really nice.
Vishy's got problems developing the king side. Oh, wow. I mean, this looks fantastic for white now. So there's going to be, I mean, rook takes bishop is threatened. Now the knight is attacked. What's best? Probably knight e5 looks reasonable for white. I think probably many good moves here. But knight e5 looks normal. Just to hit d7. Queen takes also looks excellent.
Absolutely.
So bishop e7, probably only move. But is there a kill there? I can't quite see it.
So Vishy really struggling with the development. How much time on the clock?
Let me see. Tom has 1:12 and Vishy has 1:45.
Yeah. Well, we're waiting for the moves
So
to update.
Vishy is moving. Vishy to move. No, he has to think very. I mean, if he gets this wrong, he could simply lose. But I think he's got to play bishop e7. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He has
Bishop
to
takes, and now bishop takes f6. There's queen takes d5. So I think he's just going to end up 2 pawns up. Ah, yeah. There we go. And now take on e4, and yep, Tom O'Gorman is going to be 2 pawns up and should have a winning position here.
Absolutely. And knight captures the queen. Yeah, this is just a case of just stabilizing the advantage, right, and holding the nerve. And now the move's just coming very quickly.
Now, this bishop can switch around to d5. So bishop c6, plonk it on d5 and target f7.
Yeah. Yes, and well, the rook is being attacked, and there we're seeing some trades. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and there we're seeing the moves catching up with the players.
So yeah, still 2 pawns up, and yeah, b pawn can go down the board. Bishop f6 can take one of the pawns, but still should be winning for white.
Yes, and we're just going to wait for assistance as the pawn advances up the boards. But amazing game there from Tom O'Gorman.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to go back to that.
The critical moment, like, could he have captured that?
Captured knight on b1, because, I mean, maybe we were overlooking something basic, but yeah, looks like Vishy is losing this one. But actually, okay, this knight, I mean, Vishy is doing his best to defend. If the knights are exchanged, then I think black will hold. So he's got a little technical difficulty.
Yes.
So yeah, Vishy is fighting. It's not over yet.
And there we're seeing not too much time on the clock. This is where, and there we have opposite colour bishops.
But this should be a draw now.
Yeah, this should definitely be a draw.
Wow, for Vishy to hold this is incredible. So, okay, I think Tom, I mean, that was, I think, a hasty decision to exchange knights, because basically white's king won't be able to break through to support the pawn on b7.
Yep. Yep, but in the end, what a great experience to play the former world champion.
World everything champion.
World everything champion, yes. And
yeah, you can see that basically this bishop controls
exactly the entry points.
And the king, the black's king, can prevent white's king from reaching the king side. So, I mean, a very good save from Vishy. I'm assuming this is going to end in a draw. But yeah, I think we need to go back and look at some of the critical moments.
Yeah, definitely.
Particularly in the opening.
And just to update you on the results of this particular, I was going to have a look at how things developed there. So round 5, in terms of match situation, well, okay, this has no impact whatsoever, as Freedom have won all of their games. So they're leading by 5 points to 0.
Okay, but just interesting to see this one. There you go, the king just not making any progress.
Yeah, not making any progress whatsoever. I mean, opposite colour bishop endgames are super difficult to win, especially when one side has a fortress. And just like that, there we can see the players, and the king steps backwards. There's going to be some shuffling backwards and forwards, but Vishy holding his nerve. Okay, white is trying, advancing the g-pawn.
Fair play. He's keeping going, but there's nothing doing here.
Absolutely.
Interesting. He's trying to get his king through g4 into h5, but
But unfortunately,
should be a draw still.
There you see h5 blocks off the king's access point.
Okay, but this is clever.
He throws in a capture, and now he's going to push his h-pawn. And there you see a shake of the head from Tom as he knows that the wind has slipped away, and now the king can come up, and Vishy just has to keep on holding the blockade.
Ooh, the king is coming. Oh no, it's a draw. It's a draw because the king will go to f4, and even if the king wins the bishop down there. There we go. It's level.
And there you have king against bishop. But what a fight, what a game there from Tom, and a smile. His teammates giving him a pat on the back. Great game. And here we move over to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and is doing a quick count of the pieces. Is Hikaru down material?
He is. Wow. So his opponent, Khagan Ahmad from Azerbaijan, is a knight up. That is a beautiful knight on f5. Clock times Nakamura 30 seconds. Ahmad is down to 6 seconds. So this is going to be tough to win. However, it would be amazing if he can put this one away.
And Hikaru Jim very active with the queen, just threatening perpetual checks all the way around. And
oh, he's running so short of time.
Yeah.
Knight g7.
Knight g7.
Ah, and he can target the h pawn. Now he can get his queen in.
But here, black can build up some time. There he's repeating moves.
That's very clever. So now he
a
goes
check,
in.
and now he wins the h5 pawn. And now everything is, some blocking there, and then the king will hide itself on g6. Now you can just advance your pawns. And there it comes, h5. Wow.
93 maybe?
93.
No, it's g4 straight away. Ah, okay, if queen takes pawn, queen d6, trades queens. Hikaru shaking his head. He's not. Yeah, he's taking it in his stride, you could say.
Okay, well, he's looking for...
Looking for a mating net. Very nice.
And now the white king is completely cornered in, and...
Got to be careful of stalemate. That's the only thing. Okay, so if queen takes, then the queen comes down, exchange queens, and yes, must be winning.
Yeah, you're an extra pawn up. So Hikaru cannot take that knight, and in comes the king.
Well, I mean, this is really impressive from Ahmad.
Yeah.
We saw him playing in the rapid play, didn't we? There was a really nice game he had. Can't remember who it was against. It's all a big blur now.
Yeah. h3, the final breakthrough. Pawn takes, beautiful.
And then the queen and knight come in, and something nasty is going to happen.
Yep, he's capturing all of the pawns first. He can throw in a check with a knight.
Got to be careful of stalemate.
The nerves are real when you're facing one of the world's super grandmaster. Okay, but the white king has plenty of squares. And Hikaru just keeping the game alive.
Oh, excellent. Well, basically one move away from checkmate. If the king comes up, then knight f3 is mate. That is brilliant from Ahmad. He managed to keep control, and Hikaru, so tricky. You know, even at the end, you know, look, so many cases where we thought, well, he's a piece down, you know, it's completely lost, but he managed to find a way to carry on. But so Ahmad held his nerve, absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely, and WR chess team playing the Turkish Airlines Sports Club. They are spearheaded by Faustino Oro, who got a draw against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We just saw Hikaru Nakamura losing to Ahmad Khagan. But the other team, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Jan-Christophe Duda, they won. But it was a big fight by the young Turkish Airlines Sports team. So maybe we had some really interesting points that I would really like to deep dive. First up is this big moment.
Okay, so
where d4 was played in the game that we saw against Vishy Anand and Tom O'Gorman.
We had Tom O'Gorman playing white, who's representing Ireland, and Vishy playing black here. And I may as well go from the top, actually, as I think we have a little bit of time. So this bishop b5 check Sicilian, and this can reach some very sharp positions, and this happened in this game after this exchange. And here we suddenly realized after d4, hang on, What about bishop takes knight? I mean, this is kind of extraordinary. And Vishy did not take the knight. Instead, he played c takes d4. So what I want to know is, why didn't Vishy take this knight? What's the issue? Is this the issue?
Yeah.
I think it might be. So takes him. So basically c6 is threatened. And if this is taken, then I'm guessing he wants to play bishop g5.
And then follow it up by knight to e5.
Knight e5, there's also bishop takes knight. So yeah, if bishop e4, as you say, knight e5, and actually looks fine. So what about bishop, okay, I'm doubting Thomas. What about bishop f5? Does this make a difference?
Well, you can still go queen out to a4.
Queen a4 and rook d1 looks...
Knight e5, it's all piling on the d7 point.
Wow. I mean, it happens so quickly, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's so funny. You know, that moment passed where we kind of went, hang on.
Yeah,
this
it also
knight is
really,
on breeze. It's a really weird position.
It's really unexpected as well, because usually in the opening, the knight is never undefended on b1.
Yeah.
So we were like, okay, could it be a blind spot? And no, it actually was very well calculated by Tom O'Gorman.
Now, have you got any other games to go through?
Yeah, we've got to check out like what exactly happened in the Hikaru against Ahmed game.
Yeah, yeah.
Because we joined it when he was a piece down. We got to break down exactly when that moment occurred that Hikaru lost.
So you want to go through all the 112
No.
moves?
I just want that moment where he lost the piece.
Okay. Well, we didn't see what happened in the early part of the game, so we're going to have to go right back and review this one. Again, it's another bishop b5 check, a very trendy opening at the moment. And I always feel that just putting the bishop in the way, offering the exchange of bishops, I think this is the best, soundest way for black to play. d3, I mean, this is a real compromise. I mean, normally you either push with e5 or you play queen e2 or rook e1. But d3 is very tame from Hikaru. So let's see, rook e1. All pretty normal, knight e5.
And so this is all standard, nothing.
So we've got a kind of French position.
Right, and it looks reasonable.
Where you could say that Hikaru has a little bit of pressure on the king's side. Yeah, knight coming in. I mean, at this moment, I'd think, yeah, Hikaru seems okay with white. However, there is counterplay with this queen coming down. And unless Hikaru has something very quick on the king's side, then this looks quite serious. The queen lurking, h4.
Well, that was a nice trick. You can't capture that knight because the queen is hanging at the end of that.
There we go. That
but
didn't
the kits
happen.
are really good.
So knight takes queen f4. And, okay, this is still quite tricky with the queen hanging around black's king.
Then you got h5, h6. Okay, but this is a nice move, queen to d8. Still h5. And then
yeah, but this looks tricky now because you know, with these pieces floating around the king's side.
You're right. I can see a future where there's h6 on the board and knight h5, and suddenly black has lost complete control.
Yeah. Wow, what's going on here? Queen b3. I mean, Hikaru's basically trying to get rid of the knight and take the rook. And if a5, then a3. But queen f6.
Going for the counter. Queen takes f2. It's going to be checkmate.
Okay, so holds everything together.
Yeah.
I mean, this is weird and wonderful. Wow, what on earth is going on there? The tactics here are crazy.
And then he goes knight c1. Okay. I thought he would go knight c1.
Apparently queen c1.
Queen c1.
but
Okay, yeah, pick up the whole queen side.
Okay, anyway, this is how things turned.
And then he picks up, yes. But what a great game there.
Okay, I mean, that was a
Ahmed
real
Kagan,
mess in
yeah.
the middle. I mean, who knows what was really going on there. But yeah, I mean, Ahmad kept his head. His rating was only 2290, but I think he plays a lot of blitz.
No. This is...
kept his head really well.
This team, the Turkish Airlines Sports, you know, with Faustino Oro at the top and a lot of the young talent, also Liu Maoyi, she's playing there. She got a draw. I mean, the team eventually lost, but what a fight it was. Yeah, and there we can see some surprising results individually. But overall, once again, the heavyweights, they are just sparing no punches as they just keep on racking up the points. And this championship is also covered on FIDE social media. So let's take a look at the content that you can find on Facebook, Instagram, and X. So if you want to also have exclusive views, you've got to subscribe for more. So let's have a look.
G5. Wow. I mean, just trying to find some way to complicate the position.
And then we see Ali Reza's
blundered his queen.
Oh,
unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Queen takes rook.
Oh,
and Nordbeck
smiling ruefully.
Finding a trick right at the very end.
Unbelievable.
Oh,
it's winning for black. It's winning.
Absolutely. And it's the right color, rook pawn.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter actually, because basically the bishop is going to sit on f5, the king is going to come over, and Ali Reza resigns.
And there's the heartbreak for Ali Reza. But for Nordbeck there, we see him being cheered on by his team because Nordbeck saved it from a loss. Wow, what a performance.
So I should claim, right? No, look, I claim. To claim 15, get 15. Now we are go. So which claim is not valid? Which move you give? Give me your next move. No, this one. Yes.
You want me that you check? Huh?
Yes.
You want me to check?
No, are you agree on one? Are you agree?
Which? No, I want to check. I want to check his check.
And we are back after that short little blip. But yeah, we're back and it is going to be round 6. Round 5 was full of a lot of adventures as we saw Hikaru Nakamura losing his first game to very talented Ahmad. And we also saw Vishy Anand on the ropes as he played with the black pieces against Tom O'Gorman. Now, the round 6 is going to start in 4 minutes. We've got to be very, very brief.
Okay, I would like to look at the game between Faustino Oro, who you just mentioned, who's playing for the Turkish Airlines team, against Nepomniachtchi. I mean, Faustino is quite an extraordinary talent, so he's 11 years old, and Nepo, currently the world Blitz champion, and Faustino actually, spoiler, he made a draw against him, and this was a really tough fight. I just think it's incredibly impressive. We really are going to see him at the top in a few years.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's an incredibly impressive player, and I'm sure he's just 11 years old, remember, and he's already having some impressive results.
If we could get the graphics board up, it would be really nice, so we can actually see this game, because it was a really interesting fight, actually. There we go.
Okay.
So Faustino playing white, and it's a Najdorf. Actually, quite similar to Nepo's first round game that we looked at.
Okay.
Very cagey.
And it's all about just maneuvering.
So, okay. So Nepo's got in d5. I mean, if black doesn't break with d5 at that moment, then knight c4 is like full clamp. So d5, an exchange. Okay. Very interesting. So after that's taken, then there'll be queen g4 check, and then knight c4, and then a skewer, and you win the knight on d7. Really sharp. That's great.
That's a beautiful shot.
Let me just show that. So check, king somewhere, let's say here, knight c4, and a skewer.
Yep. And a beautiful tactic there. Let's go straight over to Charlie's, who is ready and waiting in the playing hall, ready for round 6 to begin.
Once again, live in the playing hall, where the 6th round is about to start. So far, there haven't been any major upsets. All the leading teams in their pools are going strong. As we can see here, WRHS, our spectators are once again eagerly watching for their favorite players. The pool stage has been quite long. The players don't have a lot of time in the breaks, but some of them have buys. So we are actually going to try and catch up with more of them as the day goes on. 1 minute to start. Let's also see how our spectators are doing. Sorry. Hi, sir. I'm with the FIDE broadcast, and I see you're eagerly watching here at WRHS. Who are you rooting for?
Obviously Hikaru.
Is he obviously? Is he your favorite streamer?
Yes, he is indeed my favourite streamer, yes. Yeah, big fan.
And you live in London?
I do,
You came for the chess today?
Yeah, just came down today, yeah. Yeah, it's been great. Really enjoying it. Yeah.
Again, front row seats. Yeah, enjoy. Cool. It's not so easy to talk to people in a very quiet hall, but pretty soon you're going to hear just the banging of the clocks as, of course, the time scrambles are going on. for now. That's it. Let the games begin. Back to the studio.
I wish you good luck. Please start.
Yes, indeed, Charlize. Let the games begin. And round, we are going to be following the match between Kaz Chess and Ray Agogado. And there we're going to be seeing Alexander Grishuk. He's got the white pieces against Robert Coleman. Grishuk is such a fantastic blitz player. And there we see he's just doing everything that every classical player should do. Take the pawns, control the center, develop the knights,
A4.
then the bishops,
Oh,
H3. No.
Didn't play.
It didn't go A4.
Didn't go A4
to prevent B5.
Yeah. So, well, and our friend with the black pieces declining to go B5. So Queen C7 looks slightly strange, but interesting that Grishuk just not bothering. Normally, you know, when C6 comes, Black wants to follow up with B5, so White clamps down on that very quickly with A4. But he's not bothering, so I think he basically, if B5, he'll probably just play through the middle with E5.
Yep, and there we're seeing bishop to D3 on the board, B5. Black is playing very ambitiously, and then E5 coming. So it's going to be a very interesting position, because what I expect from Grishuk is that he starts to undermine this pawn on B5 with moves like, hang on a second.
Bishop takes B5.
Uh-oh.
Bishop B5.
I was going to go...
96, is it
he
possible?
goes A4.
Okay.
So this is what I was expecting, A4, and then what you do is you go knight E2, once it's kicked back.
And then C3.
And then C3, and you just go weak pawns. But
I was wondering...
yeah,
I mean,
bishop takes B5
I don't know if that was
very
possible.
juicy.
It would
have been a lot of fun.
Knows? Yeah, maybe too much fun, but anyway. A4 looks sensible.
Yeah.
It's a blitz game. You know, you don't spend a minute analysing some speculative piece sacrifice. He's just playing pragmatically and sensibly with A4.
Yeah. You don't need to burn all of the bridges. Go for broke. And now, well, Black is hesitating, but B4 is the move. Knight E2. A5, and then you're going to see C3. Yeah, this is the big idea in this type of structure. Now, what Black has to do is you have to hold firm on B4. You can't just be going B takes C3.
But how do you do that?
Well, this is the question.
I think he's just got to exchange.
If you go C5, I mean, it looks really risky because Bishop B5 is coming.
But also, I mean, after C5, I'd be worried just about Rook C1. And C5 looks so vulnerable. I think you just have to take this.
You just have to take it and then grit your teeth. And, well, he takes it as recommended. And now I'm expecting a piece to capture on C3. So he's reaching for the queen. That's the most logical. Also threat of one day targeting E5.
Oh, this day.
Well, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure whether you wanted to cash in all the chips just yet by grabbing on E5.
Not yet. Yeah.
Better to leave that perpetually hanging over Black's head. And there we see Bishop to A6.
Okay, so he's trying to fight back to target White's E-pawn.
Then
very reasonable, I think, because after the bishop exchange, the knight will come out to A6 and to B4.
Okay, so you have a choice. You can step back, you can capture on A6 and just continue with your development. I'm really tempted to do, I kind of want to go Bishop C5. Just prevent the Black King from castling, like ever.
Ever.
Okay, no, but this is nice. Knight to G3. And you're just getting ready to move the pieces to the king side. You know, be aware there are ideas of knight to F5 in the air.
I don't know. I think our friend playing Black has actually managed to negotiate things really well. I thought it was going to be much worse than this, basically. But he's found his feet.
Yeah, he's got a strong square on B4 for the knight.
Yeah, because actually at the moment, the knight on G3. Okay, in our fantasy world, we'd love to be sacrificing on F5 or something, but actually it's not really going anywhere. I mean, it just has a function of protecting the pawn on E4, actually.
Yeah.
So I think this is okay.
And in comes the knight. White starts challenging in the center, some trades. And more trades as all the rooks leave the board. And yeah, this is unfortunate. Now the e-pawn drops.
Okay, so maybe he was a bit too eager to exchange. Our graphics board hasn't quite caught up with what's going on the live board. If this works, if there's no comeback from this, then Grisrook is a pawn up, and f7 is threatened by the queen and the knight.
And the c6 pawn is also falling.
Looks bad.
You know, you were talking about blundering the team. It's one of those moves when the house starts falling down.
Okay, queen c7 defends both pawns, but still.
Well, you have many moves. He just drops back. This is the thing, you know. The pawn on a5 is just so weak. And it's one of those things where, as if by magic, all of Black's weak pawns are on the same color complex as this bishop on e3. So I'm thinking of that a5 pawn. And
yeah, but just, I mean, there's going to be a passed a pawn, isn't there?
Yeah, okay. And everything is just working out beautifully for white. Okay, you just have to fight off this idea of a queen to d1 check. Of course, he starts pushing. The knight starts defending against the advance, but is he really? Yeah. Well, Black is playing.
Yeah, queen c6. I mean,
he's fighting.
He is, but this is the end.
Yep, and we see resignation there as Black cannot fight the launch of the a pawn. So nice game there from Grisrook, very controlled.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, as you say, I think control is the word there. Very beautifully played. I wonder if we can, I was going to suggest going to Richard's board. So Richard Rapport playing Black against Jose Medal from Spain. And what's going on? Well, let me count the pawns. And it looks to me like Black is a pawn up. So Rapport a pawn up and very beautiful pawns. So looks like a technically winning position for Black. Rook d6, I guess.
Yep. Well, he just covers any potential white jacks along the 6th rank.
Yep. Okay, now, how do we break through? b5 played. How's he going to do this?
Is it possible to snake the king in? So I'm thinking...
Just bring the king to d6.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So you go king e7. That's why I always like to describe these movements as a snake. Like king e7, king d6, rook h8, take control. Okay, he goes rook h8.
Well, that's nice. Take control
of the line, and okay, and this is the thing, that passed pawn will be hunted down, and there you're seeing, okay, what? Not that easy. White is being very tricky.
Yeah, it's doing his best, but okay,
you can take, and now...
I think that rook went down to d3 check rather than d5, actually. I'm hoping... Oh, there you go. We've caught up. Yeah, it's actually technically very good. I mean, these pawns are beautiful.
And you can't step up with the king, unfortunately.
Rapport is wrapping up these pawns on the queen side.
Yep, and we see a hand shake as Richard Rapport wins. There we see some suggestions from Yesipenko, and we move along, and this is Damen Sadvakasov playing with the black pieces against Enriquez Garcia.
And looks like a win for Black. I think actually White lost on time, but he is 2 pawns down, so yeah, I think just technical win for Black basically.
Okay, so if we...
I think I would trade knights. Knight d3, and then this one is going to go through.
Okay, so very smooth performance there. And we
Abdus
visit the game,
Satrov.
Abdus Satrov.
Always good to watch in Blitz. Hang on, let me find his board.
No, I think we have to focus on the camera. We should just focus on the players and take a look at the clocks.
The Satrov is a pawn down in the rook and pawn in game. Tricky to win this one, as Black's king can't come over at the moment to aid the passed d pawn. But now the king, White's king, it can come to e3, but then rook h1 takes the h pawn. I still think it should be a draw, but it could be tricky.
Well, he's going to go for that and just disregard. Yeah, now we have a full view of the players.
I think it's still a draw, but because Black's king is so bad.
But the Black king can just march his way. It's a kind of calm round, and the players playing super fast. And Duda Satrov just getting ready for those long range checks. The king comes up, starts checking in front. And now
He's so fast with his movements, absolutely precise.
And it's interesting how Black keeps his rook pretty close. He's trying to use it as a shield. Okay, the Black king being driven backwards.
I should say
and
that
some hesitation. Again,
Duda Satrov's opponent is Riyad Samadov from Azerbaijan, yet another young Azeri player.
Also an international master. So there's some rook movements, but this is just done to gain some time on the clock. And here comes the breakout, but
well, two pawns against one is theoretical
a draw. But it's not the easiest one, since White has only an f pawn and the pawn on h5 is passed. Where to put the king?
So 39 seconds for Duda Satrov and 10 seconds for Samadov.
And one of the great things that you can do as Black is you can not only shuffle your rook for time immemorial, but what you can do is just simply use the rook as cover. There you see he's getting ready to slide the rook up one square.
And bring the king out.
Yes.
But even so, I mean, it should be cold. It should be a draw. Cold, dead cold draw.
Yeah, well, he has to mobilize the rook. Okay, now the king comes up, and now he's going to get behind the other way. And it's so instructive how Duda Satrov prepares the rook to check from the side, to check from behind, to check in front. And whereas Reid Samadov, he's built himself some time. And now throwing a check. And now where to go?
Decision, big decision.
Rook
F2. Yeah. Now, can you go king G4?
Well, then you give a check on G2, and you
king
can
comes forwards.
Then rook G3. Okay, he's going to come up. He's that kind of player, very gutsy. So you have some choices. H3 is also possible.
Yeah, but watch the counterattack now.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to check on H8. So the king has to come back. The king has to, if he wants to play, he's got to play the king to F8. But that must be a draw if the king goes back to F8. It's just a draw now.
He's going to claim.
Yeah, he claims a draw. Threefold repetition. If the position is repeated 3 times and Duda Satrov is claiming it, then that will be a draw.
Yep.
Yep. Or is the arbiter going to consult the camera first? But no, I think it is just a draw.
Yep.
His opponent didn't seem too fussed by that stage.
So let's have a look at how important that game was towards the match results. So they are playing in pool C, they're playing in pool C, and let's have a look.
Seen a really interesting game actually between Shreyas Royal and Noribek Yakubayev. Perhaps we'll look at that in a second.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that if Riyad Samadov wins, then that will level the match. It's the rookies against Uzbekistan.
Okay, and I think they have agreed to draw. I
they
think
have
the
agreed to
arbiters
draw.
were just checking.
Yep, okay. So that means Uzbekistan, they narrowly edge out against the rookies, winning 3.5, 2.5, and there you can see it was also a narrow victory for WR chess team as they won against the Mongols, or the Mongol Z, sorry. And we saw wins for Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru, but Hou Yifan losing. So
I don't know if we've got time to look at this game between Shreyas Royal and Nodibek Yakubayev. Shreyas Royal, of course.
Let's have a look at the results, and there we can see Freedom. They won 6-0 against Desert Penguins, rather, and yeah, very impressive. And Kaz Chess, well, we did observe that match, and it looked like an effortless performance there as they defeated Ray by 6-0. So again, getting closer as the teams there, they struggling past some teams, and other teams is complete whitewashes rather. And you wanted to show us
I want to show you this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So Shreyas Royal playing black here, and so he's one of England's great talents. Became the youngest ever Grandmaster in England last year. So he was black against Nodibek Yakubayev, and okay, knight's coming out, A3. So it's like a reverse weirdness, actually. Okay, this has just gone in its own direction completely. So, I mean, this is such an ambitious try by white, going for this very quick attack. Here we are. Queen H5. My goodness me. I mean, it's absolutely brazen. And the knight comes back to D6, defending this point and attacking the bishop.
You can take the pawn. Or can you?
Check. And the bishop's gone in the corner. And this is unbelievable. And at this moment, knight E4 check. This was taken. And the game ended in a draw by perpetual check. But I mean, what a mad position.
That was completely crazy.
So, I mean, if the king comes across, then the knight could be taken with check. But let's just go back to this position, because apparently black is winning this position. Sorry, not this one.
So knight to E4. That just ended in a draw. But what should
Queen A7 apparently is the move. So let's try and work this out. So takes Queen F2. This is the computer suggestion. Knight E2. Bishop D6. So the queen actually bounces back to defend that pawn, which is rather important.
Yep. Well, okay, super interesting game, and the madness continues with the queen to A7, but
and
in the end,
black should be winning.
Yeah, well, it was a beautiful variation, and what a crazy game. Well, it's been a thriller of a round so far. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, of course, it's going to be all about the drama, the action, the thrills, the spills of round 7. Stay with us.
What is the motto of your team?
The power of friendship.
I don't know.
Come on. No. Vamos, equipo.
Hola la chess falero.
Never lose a game without offering a draw. Hungarian basic rule. We advise to everyone. Yeah, definitely, and we advise it to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards, and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Jovanka Huska.
We are back, and as we're about to cross the midway point, we are going to follow this incredible match that is being played between Hexamind and Vishy Anand. Freedom, who plays for Freedom. Both of these teams, they're heavyweights. They're expected to qualify, to finish in the top 4 to qualify for the next stage. And here we see on our screens Vishy Anand just jumping in with a knight to the center. It's going to be a very strategical battle here. There we're going to see Levon Aronian target the center, and very, very classical.
So, the knight, Vishy's knight has hit the outpost on e4, supported by d5 pawn. And, okay, Levon just casting. Bishop f6, very nice. Again, you know, everything directed towards the center. That pawn on d4.
Yes.
Very calm so far.
Well, it still can get very sharp. It depends on what Levon Aronian wants to do. And there you're seeing that he is putting immediate pressure in the center. He wants Vishy to take a decision to capture the pawn. And there is even more pressure against the c5 pawn. So will Vishy finally budge and take that pawn on d4, which would liberate the bishop on b2? And sure enough, the trades are being made. And White's whole strategy is to play against Black's lone pawn there in the middle of the board. So the more minor pieces that get traded off, well, the better it is going to be for Levon Aronian. And I really like the way Levon has been playing.
So I was going to say, I feel Vishy is actually very comfortable here. That's my impression, because after, for example, knight takes, yeah, he's played it. Then an exchange of bishops on b2, that's right. And I think Vishy will play the queen out, probably to f6, to attack the knight on b2. Okay, he's played queen a5, also very nice. Looking at the pawn on a2 and guarding the pawn on d5, and the rook comes to d8. I feel that with the knight on e4, I don't think this isolated queen pawn, my feeling is it shouldn't be a weakness. It does support that beautiful knight on e4.
But this is what Levon is planning. After those trades and minor pieces, he's simply going to be blockading the advance of this lone pawn. And once he does that, then it's going to be all about control of the open lines. And the rook on c1 is beautifully placed. So Anand, he's definitely equal, but he has to play very actively here. He cannot put a foot wrong, because otherwise the weakness on d5 will start to tell. And then we're going to be seeing trades.
It's funny, I'm not quite so pessimistic. I feel that Black should be absolutely fine here.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Vishy has exchanged, actually. I thought simply rook c8. And b5. Okay, so this is what he has.
Reason.
Yeah, a concrete reason.
Yeah.
So basically the knight is misplaced. And I think Black is absolutely fine.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I do think that finding those moves, such as b5, finding that activity, is something that Black had to do. You can't just play like natural moves like h6 or whatever it is. You had to play with purpose, and then see b5, challenge the knight. Where's it going to go? If it steps forward, well, the queen on a5 is eyeballing the pawn on a2.
And looks absolutely fine for Black, yeah. Could put the knight back on c3. I think we're going to get a trade of pawns. I'm predicting a draw on this one.
Okay, so this one's looking very calm. So let's move down to the second board between Anish Giri and Sam Sevian, and there we see them on our cameras. Sam Sevian from Freedom is playing against Anish Giri, and although both teams are expected to finish in the top 4 in their pool, this match...
Ignore the graphics board, because there should be a white rook on d1. You can see that from the actual camera footage. There are 2 rooks on the board. There's only one. So let's look at the actual footage. Here we go.
Okay, well, there we're seeing that some retreats have been made, and
looks about level, I guess.
It does look level, but on the other hand, White is more active, got some space, and they see.
Now rook e8. If the rook, Giri's rook, just joins, play just through the middle.
And now I'm expecting the white king at some point to join in the fray. Well, the big question is how to make use of this bishop on g3. I wonder whether you can go c4. Nope, no c4.
So rook e4 was a good move because targeting the pawn on a4. Yep. And I think, you know, with every exchange, I think black is getting closer to really leveling the position.
Yeah.
Good move, g6 and bishop g7 coming potentially.
And now the white king slides in.
Well, maybe he just wants king g7, king f6. That could be an idea.
White's king is pretty fast, though.
True.
Getting into d3. Okay, now the white king must run. But there is no inroads in for the minor pieces. The knight on d4 looks great, but it has no access points.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that white has some space with those pawns on the queen side. So I think if anyone is pressing, it's probably white here.
So I'm expecting the white king to step up one square more and then support the advance of the c pawn. But
can you play knight e6 to hit c7? Is that?
He doesn't do that.
Oh, interesting. Oh, he wants to play a6 and knight c6.
Okay.
Okay, I'm still. What about an exchange and then knight e6?
He's
Bouncing
heading that
back
direction.
Okay.
And now knight to b8. How are you going to defend that pawn? Well, you have to go on the counterattack.
Knight c4, maybe?
Yeah, but then it drops the pawn on c7.
Absolutely.
Okay, so he has to make sure that c7 is defended.
Giri in trouble. And, well, very little time on the clock. So knight a6. Yeah, why not?
Knight b7.
And c7 is hanging. Okay. No. Should be a technical win with this extra c pawn.
Yeah. Knight and pawn endgames, and there you can see the players speeding up. But knight and pawn endgames are basically like king and pawn endgames.
Very good move from Sevian, tying Giri down to the weakness on the king side, and then he should be able to just shepherd the c pawn down the board using his king.
And offering a trade of knights, but can the black king try to hold off the c pawn? Well,
good move.
Sevian says no.
He wants to put the king on b7 and then just advance the c pawn.
Take the pawn and
king b7. Okay, that'll do. King b6. Now push the c pawn. Good play from Sevian. And now this is black's chance to give up the knight for the pawn and then rush the king over to exchange pawns.
Well, he's going to do that right now.
Knight c6. That's the killer move. That's the killer move. Knight c6 will end the game.
No, he can play knight to f5. That's a tricky move.
Ah.
Knight to f5 and then... Okay, he hasn't seen it. But that was one way to prolong the game. And this is a lovely move. Just... he finds it now. You couldn't promote the pawn.
But he can next move.
And there you see handshake. What technique there from Sam Sevian.
Really good. Really good. So, I mean, he was right down to the wire with the time
and
as well.
there we can see there are more time scrambles as we see Alexei Sarana for freedom playing against Lenia Dominguez. And what is happening there? We see the knight jump in, trades, and it's the pawn on f7. Oh, he loses on time. Alexei Sarana wins.
Wow. Okay, I mean, we barely had a chance to see what was going on there, but I think Sarana was a pawn up in that rook and pawn end game. But anyway, time decides. If you lose on time, you lose on time.
Yeah, tick-tock goes the clock, as they say. And there we are seeing, well, handshake, and is that a win?
Okay, let me try and find that
Hikaru?
board. Can't find Hikaru's board.
Yes, it's a win as we see the kings being placed on the dark squares. Okay.
King takes rook, knight d6 check, fork.
And another result there as Nihal Sarin wins
against Eric
Hansen from Chess Bra TV. Wow. It was fast and furious.
Flitted between the boards very, very quickly. I haven't had a chance to kind of check out some of the games to find out if there's anything interesting going on. Well, there's lots that's interesting, but I don't know. We could maybe have a look at Hikaru's game to see how he got on. So he won. Sorry.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's have a look. I just wanted to say that in the game, in the match that we saw between Hexamind and Freedom, it was a win for Freedom, and quite a convincing one at that. So winning 4.5, 1.5.
Okay, so this is the first time we've seen this game. So let's see what Hikaru has in store for us. And he's playing against Robert Gabriel Sava from Romania.
And it's very nice to see Hikaru being tested in an unorthodox opening such as b4. But Hikaru, you know, we can just whiz through the opening moves. There you see he reacts in a very principled way, going for a kind of King's Indian formation.
King's Indian attack. Classic King's Indian attack with colours reversed. Oh, that's really interesting from our Armenian friend. Castling queenside. And again, another situation where Hikaru's maybe under a little bit of pressure here. But he's just brilliant at digging himself out of trouble.
Yeah, this is one of the things that really marks out Hikaru. I call him one of the best defenders in the world because he's able to navigate these treacherous waters. Like in here, you know, he just captures with a bishop, like self-pinning. But it's safe.
There is an issue, which is this. If rook takes rook, then bishop takes bishop, and should be good for black. So it went like this. And now Hikaru is a pawn up. I guess he could have defended passively with rook here, but okay, Hikaru is a clear pawn up, so. And okay, he managed to put this one away without too much drama, I guess.
Yeah. Well, he helped his team win 6-0 against xchess.ai.
Okay.
So, yeah, good news for the WR chess team.
I'm just curious to see how the game between Anand and Aronian finished, because we did leave the game after b5, and it did fizzle out quickly. But I'm just curious to see exactly what happened. So yeah, we got to about this point. Okay, that's interesting. So if the queen moves back, then rook takes pawn, and white probably slightly better, but instead b4. So if rook takes queen, then pawn takes queen. So he took on g7, kind of suicide move, but rook takes. And now the pawns are even, and they agree to draw here. I guess black is going to play d4, and it's going to be a mass exchange of pieces, a mass exchange of pawns, and yeah, they didn't bother going any further, basically.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot of tension in the position. No, black can target the weak b3 pawn, but then again, they have to keep defending a5. So yeah, that was a really interesting match, really interesting. We expected that to be close. I didn't expect it to be 4.5 for Freedom. And we saw some fantastic moments. Sam Sevian completely outplaying Anish Giri there in the endgame. So let's have a look around and see where we can find the drama.
I'm looking at the game between Wu Li and Nodibek Abdusatorov, who, I mean, he's an extraordinary player, as we've seen. Don't know exactly what happened in this one, but let's find out. And it was another Queen's Gambit exchange variation. And this very common idea of knight h5. So an exchange of bishops is actually quite desirable for black. Gives the queen more room to maneuver, more freedom. f5, very committal from Abdusatorov. does prevent white breaking with e4, but leaves the king a little bit exposed. So let's see. How did this one pan out?
And it's interesting watching this type of position unfold, because Nodubek, he's a confident player, but he has to take risks with the black pieces against a player like Li Wu, you know, who he outrates by, what was, let's say, 300 points at least.
But in this position, you've got to think to yourself, wow, he really is taking a risk here, because pass pawn on a6 is supported by the rook, but also that beautiful knight on c5. So yeah, Nodubek is pushing things to the limit here, but he's used to that. Nice double rooks on the e-file, but you can't leave that pawn somehow, or you can, but he is, but it's risky.
Yeah. And there you can just see Nodubek is given the chance to take the initiative, and in he comes with his pieces. Like the A pawn is just an irrelevance, and the final mistake there, rook g3 allowing f4. So this is obviously played with just seconds left on the clock, and suddenly the whole house falls down for white.
So yeah, the knight is attacked. These pawns are incredibly strong. Well, all four of these pawns are very strong. So he got away with it, basically. But, you know, if we go earlier, so we have a look at the position after, yeah, a6. At this moment, it looks like his tactics have gone wrong, but I imagine he's playing quickly. He's put pressure on his opponent, and yeah, basically white collapsed in the end.
Right, and even like a position like this is not very clear, like how you're going to follow through. You need that time to kind of sit down and break it all down. And when you've got seconds left on the clock, you know, time trouble makes a fool of us all. So
absolutely.
I mean, I've been there so many times. So let's, are there any other games? I'm looking for the big encounters, and I can just see once again, in Pool A, WR chess team, they won 6-0, as I mentioned. And in Pool B, it was a big clash at the top between Hexamind and Freedom. Let's have a look at how Malcolm's mates were doing. They were playing against Mother Continent. And, okay, maybe can we check in on the game between Irina Bulmaga and Deborah Quickpen?
Okay, let me try and find that one. Just 1 second.
I just noticed it was a draw. If it's too difficult, don't. There's a lot of games, I understand, and I'm putting you on the spot.
I'm just scrolling through now to find it.
But it was a great result. That's what I wanted to highlight. It's a great result there for Deborah Quickpen, drawing with Irina Bulmaga.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, absolutely.
13 years old.
Just 13 years old, from Nigeria. And she told us that she studies chess up to 9 hours per day. Quite comfortably.
At the weekend.
At the weekend.
Only 2 or 3 hours.
But she has to go to school, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So we're getting ready for round 8, and we've crossed the halfway point. And do remember that the teams, they are playing in 4 sections, 4 pools, and it is the top 4 finishers per section that will qualify to the big one tomorrow, to the knockout stages. And the knockout stages, anything goes. And then tomorrow, it will be determined. We will have either a new or a defending champion in Blitz. So the current Blitz champions are WR Chess.
Yeah.
I mean, they were very, very convincing last year.
And let's check on their progress. How are they doing at the moment?
Well, they won 6-0. They've been pretty ruthless.
Yep.
So it's going to be a big fight. And when it comes to round 8, we're going to also be following the adventures of Kaz Chess, which is spearheaded by Richard Rapport and Alexander Grishuk, 2 fantastic Blitz players. And they're going to be facing off against Barry's.
Okay. Do we have the pairings yet? Let me see.
No pairings, as I can see. But...
Okay, tell you what, let me just pick a game at random from round 7. We saw the very end of this game between Nihal Sarin and Eric Hansen. which Nihal Sarin has won. So can we go right to the beginning, or do you want to?
I have pairings.
You have pairings?
We have pairings, so
let's
bring them up.
Okay.
Because this is round 8. It's getting closer and closer to the finish, as our teams will be playing 13 rounds in total. And there you can see for Pool A is going to be LA Initiative against Ashdod Elite Chess Club and the Berlin Lasker Legends xchess.ai and W Chess team. They have got the bye. And there we're seeing in Pool B, that is Freedom against Malcolm's Mates. That's going to be a big one. Freedom running the gauntlet of first Hexamind and now Malcolm's Mates. And then if we go on to Pool C, Uzbekistan against E Therapeutics, a team from the UK. Bodana Sivanandan is playing in that one, and Germany and France against Annie. And there we see on Pool D that Kaz Chess, this is the match that we're going to be following, facing off against Barrios.kz.
Do we have any of these standings? Might be quite nice.
It would be nice if we had some standings so that we can find out who is vying for those coveted 3rd and 4th spots, because I think it's very clear, like which teams are going to be winning these qualifiers, but who's going to be getting that 3 and 4, the golden ticket to the knockouts? Well, that one I predict is going to be a real fight.
Shall we have a quick look at Nihal Sarin against Eric Hansen?
Yes, let's. So let's kind of whiz through the opening.
I'm whizzing.
Okay. Hit that space bar.
Okay, so, well, we've seen this kind of thing before, haven't we? Where white has some space with a pawn on d4. Now, how significant is it? Oh, I like this exchange. Gives white the semi-open file and this very pleasant clump of pawns. So, I think I would feel very comfortable with white here. The only thing is, can you break down black's position?
I just love the way that Nihal is maneuvering his bishop around the board, you know, just switching up the diagonals. And now it's going to be at least indicating to his opponent that he's going to open up a new line of attack on the king's side. And eventually it happens.
Very difficult to break down this kind of structure, as you know very well from your Caro-Kann. But seems to have got somewhere. Like this, no? Oh, exchange sack. Ah, that's how he did it.
Beautiful.
So, okay, equal material still. Ah, and the king comes in.
Okay, well, nice actually. Now the white king comes in. It's really going to be very difficult for black. And yeah, as Danny's indicating, the rook also came to the G line and white's forces infiltrated. Danny, you asked for standings. Well, we have delivered.
Good.
Because let's take a look
Fantastic.
at the standings. And okay, there we see WR Chess Team at the top, Ashdod Elite Chess Club as expected. But for 3 and 4, it's between FIDE MB Team, Night Dance, Turkish Airlines Sports Club.
But there's
As we
quite a
see
gap there, isn't there?
Oro there,
So
just 11 years old.
But quite a gap between 4 and 5. Night Dance on 11, Turkish Airlines, Chess Bra, and Ali Initiative on 8.
Well, we still have to just played 7 rounds. And do remember that every team victory nets 2 points. So still anything can happen, but that is where I predict the race is going to be.
Okay, so that's
furious.
Pool A. Do we have standings of the other groups as well?
Yeah, let's have a look at Pool B. The standings after Pool B. And here we can see, okay, Hexamind, Malcolm's Mates, they are doing the business there. 12 points alongside Freedom. And Theme International Trading, the team from Singapore, they are behind. But it's a real scrap, right? You have Wood Green in the equation, Slough Sharks, I say Slough Sharks, it's actually Sharks, and Sassy Seniors. I mean, anything can happen.
Very close.
And then Germany and France, as expected, this is led by Vincent Keimer. So a very strong team. Germany plus France. Uzbekistan's finest. They're, as expected, at the top. Mongolia. that perhaps was an unexpected sight to see. Rookies are super strong, young talents around the world, and also let's not forget Generation X, Y, ZA, where Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is at the top there. Kaz Chess, Team MGD1. Nothing surprising for positions 1 and 2, but Katowice there in 4th place with a shot.
Yeah.
So anything can happen.
But you're right. I think it's those spots for 3 and 4 where that's the real scrap is happening. You know, the top teams do seem to be claiming those first 2 places.
Yeah. I mean, this is the unique thing about this event. You have the top teams with their super grandmasters, there's elite level players, and then you have younger teams like the Turkish Sports Airlines, you know, which is filled with young talent.
But we've still got 6 rounds to go, so that's still 12 points available. So anything could happen.
Absolutely, anything can happen. Anything will happen, I predict as well. And this is 13 rounds of chess.
Yes.
Right?
Apparently so.
Apparently so. Do you think the teams will be running out of stamina at the end of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
so what do you predict?
Basically, you know, by the end of the day, everyone's making more blunders. I mean, there's no doubt about it. You know, it does become more random, I think. I think it's just inevitable.
Well, the race is on. I can't wait to watch. It's a lot of fun, this type of chess. I mean, to see the players under such intense pressure, at the clock ticking down. And you know what I like best about chess and this type of time format is that the audience have to be quiet. And so you feel the emotion of the players. You see the clock running down. You're willing them to move. And you have to hold in that emotion.
Do you know what do you feel about? I've often wondered whether you could have tournaments where basically spectators can just scream and shout and call out stuff.
Yes,
I mean,
isn't it coffee house chess?
This is a dumb
I don't
thing
know.
already.
In Norway, this is called coffee house chess. It's very distracting. I mean, at first I thought I was going to be all in favour of this.
But there are actual tournaments that are described as basically a free-for-all.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. Like, it's very distracting to have your opponent suggest.
But it's actually the done thing. You can.
Yeah.
No, I'm not just about your opponent. I'm talking about, you know, spectators as well.
Spectators, it's like
and cheering and shouting. And
yes.
Okay.
But in fact, everyone is so used to playing chess in silence that very few people do speak. And then someone remembers and they're like, come on, everyone, come on, let's have some fun. Okay. And then it becomes very distracting.
So where does this get played? Is this kind of a normal, regular kind of event?
I know in Bergen, where I now live, every August we have this coffee house national championships.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
I'm got a vision here. You know, for TV, you know, you've got a whole, like in the darts, you know, where you have crowds of people, you know, they're getting dressed up. There's a lot of drinking going on. People screaming and shouting.
That's the future of chess. I think the players can play in like their soundproofed cubicles or whatever, earphones.
Yeah, but I'm not even forget the soundproof.
Oh, you think that they should play?
Yeah. No, come on, move the queen. You know, you go. What did he say? Thing is, you know, when you're at the board, people just scream out random stuff, and it's just.
It's distracting, isn't it?
Just completely distracting. So, you know, who cares?
Yeah.
You know, you could have a group of spectators who are trying to put someone off. No, watch your queen. You go, what? What's the queen's fine?
Yeah, I did once have I played some Blitz. It was like a friendly Blitz, you know, there's some European Club Cup. And some GMs were watching. And they were suggesting the most ridiculous moves to me. Just because they wanted to mess with me. I was like, come on. don't do that.
Hang on, they were suggesting moves.
They were suggesting, it was okay, no, it was a blitz. It was just a friendly blitz. No, nothing. Right. But they were like, go on, take the pawn with your queen. I'm like, that just gives away the queen. And I
so they were messing with you, yeah.
They were messing with me, yeah, absolutely. Oh, but talking about messing around and being serious, well, we do have a very serious matchup coming. Kaz Chess, Baris, Alexander Grishik, who is an absolute beast at online chess and blitz chess. You know, whenever you see him play rapid chess or normal chess. He's always down to his last seconds.
I don't have the boards yet.
Yes.
I don't know when the round is starting.
Well, the round is going to start right now. And as always, we have Charlize with her exclusive viewpoint from the playing hall.
Round 8 is about to begin. Here we are live in the playing hall in London. It's been a smooth day so far, no particular hiccups. Of course, some of the teams get buys in certain pools. WR Chess are taking a break now. But let's find out if it has been smooth sailing behind the scenes. Righty, how are you doing and how is the Blitz going?
Blitz is going very blitzy. It's a very fast game. We have to make decisions immediately. Delay is not acceptable, so we have to rely on the technology. It's good, and also our chief arbiter, deputy chief arbiter, they're very experienced, and so actually we do not have problems.
So there's been no major drama in any of the games?
No, unfortunately not. Unfortunately for spectators, but for us, for arbiters, it's good to all be clear. So.
And it's a lot to manage. So many boards here, a lot of arbiters in the room, of course. Crowdy, of course. And compared to the Blitz, to the Rapid, what are you enjoying more?
As an arbiter, slower. So classic, then Rapid, then Blitz, because it's more difficult to arbiter Blitz. But as a player, and I know that it's enjoyable to see Blitz games. It's very fun.
Lots of banging on the clocks and exciting chess today.
It's normal, don't worry. Thank you for your good questions.
Thank you, Reddy. And there you have it, smooth sailing. We've had some appeals here and there, time running out and all of that, but nothing major. So let's get ready for round 8. Back to the studio.
It's nice to see that everything has worked out very smoothly there in the playing hall. For the arbiters, I did like the expression, Blitz is very blitzy. Yeah, you know, anything can happen, anything will happen, but thankfully everything has gone on as expected. And we do have a big pairing for Kaz Chess as they face the might of Baris. And Baris is a team from Kazakhstan with a lot of young talent, and I can see some names that immediately jump out to me on their team. So, for instance, Alisha Suleimanov, who did defeat Magnus Carlsen very spectacular back in 2023, I want to say, in Qatar Masters.
Oh, yes. That was... Yeah, Magnus was upset for some reason. I can't remember. There was some...
Yeah, there was the watch. I mean, he was wearing a watch, but he didn't think...
He was phased, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it was a fantastic game.
Yeah, it was a really good game, yeah. I just want to... Have we got time to have a look at the individual scores?
I think the games are soon going to be starting any second now. So we can say that there are some big hitters. And Alexander Grishuk with the white pieces against Kazibek Nogebek. And... young team from Kazakhstan, very talented. Kazakhstan is one of those federations that really invested in their chess. I mean, you can see this as well. The female players, they're getting a lot of grandmasters. Just now, Bibisara Asalbieva became a grandmaster. And there we also see in the background Richard Reports. He is facing grandmaster Denis Makhnev. Yeah. Kaz Chess is extremely strong. Many fantastic grandmasters on the team, just to mention a few. Andrei Yesipenko. And we have Kamila Donova. But great team. And there, as we're waiting for the games to begin, the handshake. And we are off. E4, E5. And here comes Alexander Grishuk and it's a Lopez. The bishop has retreated and then castles. And so far, so good. And this one, I think, is the deferred Roy Lopez exchange variation. And the whole point of playing like this is that Black is committed to playing variations with a knight out there on F6. But both players know their theory. And There we're seeing knight retreating, and now Alexander has an issue as to what to do with the knight. Does he capture the bishop, or does he step back?
Yeah, I rather like this. Sorry, I'm just going to go back a couple of moves. This variation with bishop takes c6, yeah, this delayed exchange. Quite like it actually for white because, you know, you rely on this really solid pawn structure, and white always just has a little something because the structure is just a little bit better for white. You know, you want to try and, after this exchange, you want to try and get in f4, and that's a really nice structure when this one bounces out. Yeah, knight c4, and then f4, an exchange on a good day. Bishop takes, probably knight e3. It's nice to try and get the knight to f5.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. I mean, b3 is possible.
And he just goes out on a limb with the knight. The whole idea is that he ties down a major piece to the defense of the b7 pawn. Now, I really like this whole plan. And there we're seeing castle queenside.
Very aggressive, but also incredibly risky. Of course, black wants to try and start something on the king side, but actually there is a plan here for white. If you can push with b4 and a4 and b5 to get an attack going on the queen side, that's very dangerous. Thing is with the g-pawn advance, hasn't got anything to bite on, has it?
No, it takes a long time, right? Because in order to actually crack open a line, you have to advance the pawns all the way over to h4 and g4. So white, it also takes white some time as well to kind of orchestrate an effective b4, a4, b5. And I can understand black's rationale, you know, that there are 4 pawns protecting the black king, so it's going to take a long time.
Yeah, but I mean, there's this very traditional plan of bishop d2,
yeah,
and a4, b4,
b5.
and then b5. It does take time. In the meantime, black is steaming down the other side of the board. However, I feel that, you know, white is safe enough there. And, well, so far, Grishuk going for it. I mean, maybe there are other ways to play as well, but I don't know. It's the first thing that sticks into my head. Anyway, comes into my head.
Yeah, I agree. That is the only way to trouble black's king on that side of the board. You got to crack open the line and, wow, challenging the center immediately and opening up the F line. And
that exposes the E pawn, and now the E4 square is potentially available.
Do you think that once the bishop steps up to protect that pawn, that we're going to see a trade of queens, and then white just revert to very classical plan of just saying, hey, I'm going to put pressure on E5 and your pawn majority on the queen side, not working?
Yeah, I mean, okay, now white, because the center is opened, of course, Grishuk is switching plans completely. He won't be going for the queenside attack. But yeah, as you say, very positional now, and should be better for white. But black is hacking on.
Yeah,
G4.
He's completely ignored the defense of the pawn. Like, I thought it was a given that the bishop would slide up.
There is a skewer at the end of it, if that pawn is taken. So Grishuk instead has played very positionally. He's just put his queen on e4. I think that's very sound for a blitz game, definitely.
Definitely. And also, you're minimizing the risk as well. And this is a big match for Kaz Chess. They want to be finishing in first place. And for Barry's, it's all about qualification as the rook lines up. And this is one thing that you see time and time again for the younger generation, that they don't care so much about positional weakness. It's all about just keeping your pieces as active as possible. And Grishuk is fighting dynamism with direct attack against the pawn on e5. So
it's better for white. I
yes.
mean, this is fun. You know, white's king is actually quite safe at the moment. Nogabek has played bishop d6 to defend the pawn here. There we go. Okay, so for example, simple. Can we play rook e2, or is this the issue that the knight wants to bounce around to f4?
Also, I'm thinking...
Oh, wow, he's taken.
He's taken.
Now it's okay.
Yeah, I was also thinking that black will try and get compensation by putting pressure against f2 So, decisions. The pawn has been lost.
Yeah, I mean, now the bishops are going to be exchanged, of course. There's no problem here. Oof, yeah, they're both under a minute.
And Grishuk is so good with little time. He's used to playing with no time on the clock. So he's a very cool customer here. So we're seeing the queens come off the board.
So there's going to be a little bit of pressure on f2. However, you know, white has such a regular structure that somehow this feels very nice. I mean, Grishuk can build up very steadily, I would have thought.
And because the players are moving so quickly, let's just focus on the players and let's just see them in greater detail. Let's get rid of the board.
Rook e3 now. Big question. Does he want to play... Ah, okay, he's moving the knight round to e4. Or potentially he wants to play f3. I think knight d2 and then f3, because the rook on f1 is protected.
You can also go h3 as well.
Right.
No, well, you've got to be careful with that, because g3. But
I think that's why he's played the knight to d2, to protect the rook.
And he's maneuvered his pieces around. He's getting ready to mobilize his kingside advantage, and there we're seeing the rook slide up.
Okay, nice play from Nogibek. He's trying to keep it as complicated as possible, and that's why he's put the pawn to h3. So that means that Grishuk has to be very careful about his king.
Yeah, and Grishuk, it's unconventional what he's doing, but he's simply saying, I'm going to slide up the rook and target the weakness that is g4. But Nogibek, he's throwing in the checks.
Knight 4. Grishuk's overlooked it. He's down in exchange now.
And Grishuk's got no time.
And this is winning for black now. Must be winning. Unless he's going to get his rook trapped, which is possible. No, f2, the rook on f1 can't move. But I think it should be winning.
Yeah.
Bring the king. Bring the king.
White has barely got a move.
Yeah.
If you move the knight, you drop a c2 pawn. If you move the rook, the f pawn falls. So he can just simply wait, and Grishuk, no time.
Well, he's going to bring his king to c3, basically.
He grabs the pawn. And Grishuk, he has to bank on
counterplay. Now look at white's king. Grishuk's king is in massive trouble in the corner there. Should be winning for black. But at the moment that knight is protecting so many key squares, he just needs to find a way to bring the rook number 2 in the game.
And now the g-pawn is rolling down the board. Grishuk trying to mix things up as much as possible. And Nogibek has to be careful. Okay, big threat on the board of rook takes pawn, followed by a back rank
King G1.
mate. King G1. He's...
Okay, this is fantastic defense from Grishuk.
Throws it. And now he can take...
Ooh. Wow.
Well, what is happening here? He's taken, and he's going to...
And then G7. Oh, it's mate. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, fantastic play by Nogibek. So he's managed to exchange off. And white's king, Grishuk's king, cannot join the action. This is superb play.
And there we're seeing Grishuk. He's still fighting, but there we see it is a win for Nogibek.
The G-pawn was going to drop. Listen, that was incredibly impressive play by Kazibek Nogibek. Wow.
Yeah, the way
fantastic from Kazakhstan.
The way that he managed to just maneuver the knight and cause all this trouble, and knights are crafty pieces, and there we have the fork. Maybe we can go to another game that's in progress. There's still something going on between Kamaladinova. Okay, we're going to move to this particular game. 5 seconds, not much time. And white has to be very careful where you put the king. Maybe you can... Okay, now I'm expecting h5. No. And nicely done by black.
Okay, that's going to be a draw.
6 seconds. And we move over to another game. This is on the sixth board of the first match, the Kaz against Baris.
So this is Suleiman Nurakin against Islam Aitan, and they're both actually from Kazakhstan.
And we see handshake as the players agree a draw. Wow, I didn't quite appreciate that they were so young. And this is actually an approach that a lot of the teams have gone for with the recreational board, so to speak. You know, every team must have a female player and also a player who has never passed 2000 in classical, rapid and blitz.
So you basically get a young, underrated kid.
Yeah, so a lot of teams have gone for that 9-year-old, scary
9-year-old,
underrated.
Yeah. Too many of those around.
And some of them have gone for the online chess beasts,
yep.
who are fantastic at online chess, but don't play so much because they have jobs. And others have gone for enthusiastic amateurs. So it's lovely to see this kind of complete difference in the players. And there we saw two young talents. It was a draw in the end. But I'm going to catch up with the results. It was a lot of drama. And Kaz Chess, well, we did see Alexander Grishuk fall to Nogabek, but the team did win, beating Baris 4-2. So I'll keep you posted on the other results in Pool A. We did see that WR Chess team had the bye, but Ashdod Elite Chess Club, they are also at the top of the table, winning 5.5 against Ale Initiative.
If we've got a moment, I'd quite like to have a look at a game between Andrei Yesipenko and Edgar Mamedov. So this just caught my eye because there's some slimy trick in the middle of it. So here we go. So Yesipenko playing white, and it's a kind of Catalan with, strange with bishop f4. That's the thing in these blitz games. Players are playing, slightly unorthodox opening variations. So bishop f4 is pretty strange. And goes all the way back again. And now we've got something that's very normal, actually. And yeah, the problem with this kind of position is that black's queen doesn't have a good square to go to. So the knight has bounced in. Okay, interesting. So if queen takes pawn, then I can imagine there's something going on like knight c5, exploiting that. So that's why it's dropped back. e5 secures the bishop. An exchange. And an exchange. Okay. So at the moment, white is a pawn down, but the queen and knight threaten f7 and the knight on b7. And at this moment, queen e7 apparently was not a good move because it now went rook d1. Very simple. This is perfect chess from white.
It really is.
Look at those.
Because queen e7 looks like the most natural move on the board, right? You cover f7 and you automatically think, hey, I'm going to meet rook to d1 with rook d8, except you can't just quite do that.
If rook d8, then unfortunately there's knight c6. And if rook takes rook, knight takes queen is check.
Such is life.
It went knight c5, which at the moment the knight prevents the rook from coming down the board, and then b4, kick the knight, which is not on a nice square. Knights on the rim are grim. Dim, grim.
Yeah, fall off the hedge when they're on the edge.
Rook d7. Springer am Rand, bringt Kummer und Schand. And white succeeded in breaking through. Oh, that's a beautiful move. You see, in the middle of, breaking through on the king side, then Yesipenko has time to play b5. Look at that, completely immobilizing the knight on b8, which in turn means the rook is completely immobilized.
It's beautiful, right? And especially that whole structure of the pawn, just controlling the knight circuit. And yeah, what a lovely finish, you know, complete control of the position. So there, what a lovely finish to the game. Black was completely helpless, and yeah, once the h7 pawn falls, then Black's position collapses. There was a big matchup between Freedom and Malcolm's mates, and one of the games that caught my eye was Liam Lia Kwang against Ivan Šarić.
Right, let me see
And
if
that
I
one
can
looked
find that.
incredibly, it didn't look like a conventional
which
position.
pool is that?
This is this pool B.
Pool B, okay.
And again, Freedom with a very important win, 3.5, 2.5 against Malcolm's mates, which is a very strong team, one of the favourites to go through.
Okay, so
this is the final position. That's all I've seen, but it looks like it was a lot of fun.
So Lei against Šarić.
Yeah, so let's just speed through the opening just to...
Okay, King's Indian.
Fianchetto variation. Now it's Grunfeld.
Grunfeld. Okay, actually a very well-known position. Black wants to break with e5. There we go.
And Liam Lei, playing for Freedom, is playing with the white pieces. Šarić is playing with Malcolm's mates. And yeah, somehow it just looks like Liam Lei got what he wanted, although now you can see the bishop is trapped.
Except bishop... Okay, this is interesting. He played bishop d6, but actually it was possible to play bishop f6. So if queen takes, then queen takes rook. And if rook takes, then queen takes knight. So some funny
business there.
Funny crossfire here. And rook, bishop d6. Queen e6, e5. Well, if we're going to have an advert for the power of the two bishops, then I think you've picked a good game.
Yep. Okay, but I mean, how did Black manage to survive this one? Because it looks pretty catastrophic, right? Okay, so queen steps back. The bishop is no longer not coming into d5, and okay.
Okay, mad position, but I don't know. Black's.
Wow.
That was the end of the game. Because
brutal.
Lei has complete domination over the 7th rank. Yeah, I like that, but seems to me, just going back, looking at Black's play, around here, I don't know. White is so beautifully centralized, and you know, Black's sort of playing around the edges.
The pieces don't have any coordination.
And f6 as well starts to expose the king. It's not just this diagonal, but it's also the 7th rank, and that proved to be so. I don't know. I just look at White's position, I think this must be good. And the rook on d1. I think Šarić got outplayed badly there.
Yeah, he did. So 8 rounds down. Maybe we can also bring up the standings because it's starting to get critical.
Okay.
And I remember, you do need to have your eye on the race for the 3rd and 4th spots.
Indeed.
Because we've seen teams such as Hexamine, MGD1, and WRChess. They are in complete control, and they're probably going to win the qualifying pools. But there are 4 places available. The 4 top finishers in every section will go through to the knockout stages, and then it's just
So do we get
fun.
the standings?
Well,
I
I've
would
asked
like
for
to see
them.
the standings as well. You've asked?
I've asked, and maybe we'll have them. Maybe we'll bring them up for another round. It's all about the drama here. It's the Blitz
Shall I find
Championship.
another game for us to look at?
In the meantime, let's have a look at another game.
Oh, that looks very exciting, actually. So, Michael Adams against Viswanathan Anand. So, Vishy playing white. I'm going to zip through very quickly because we haven't got that much time. But let's see what happened. Okay, yet another case of this delayed exchange. So we had that in Grushuk's game. Rook e1 is a little bit unusual. But he wants to play d4. Okay, this is quite trendy. So you can see that this is a typical Spanish pawn structure where black has these doubled c-pawns. Slightly different from the Berlin, where the pawn is on e5, which gives black more light square control. So, yeah, good move. Targeting c7. And knight here. So Vishy, typically going for, you know, slight advantage. Vishy loves knights as well.
Yeah.
You often find in his games that he actually, against sort of conventional wisdom, actually gives up bishops for a knight. But Mickey is very solid. Oh, knight f5, so things are beginning to kick off. So if that's taken, there is a pin on the e-file. Knight e5, okay, discovered attack. Wow, what on earth is going on here? That was taken. So Vishy has...
He has
an extra queen.
He does, but black has a rook and a bishop as compensation.
Okay, queen protects the knight, hits this, but also bishop e5 should be coming at some point.
Yeah, it looks very dangerous, right? Okay, so this is a nice kind of idea. The knight on h6 was loose. And how did Mickey save this?
I guess there is some pressure on the f-file.
Don't keep us in suspense for too long.
Are we about to cut to something?
No. I'm just an impatient person.
Okay. Takes. Oh, now just a moment. So it was possible to play pawn takes, I suppose. I mean, the king. Is there some issue with rook f?
Yeah, the first thing you're looking at is rook f1.
Mm.
And then you have to go...
Let me show you what happened first.
Okay, let's see what happens. Okay.
So basically it went rook takes, bishop takes,
now
queen here, and the game ended in a draw.
Beautiful.
Repetition. So well saved, Mickey. But okay, let's have a look at this moment. Is it possible to play like this? Well, it's certainly certainly possible. What does black have? So what about rook here? Is there some? Okay, apparently white is rook check. I think that's the issue.
Okay.
And yeah, there's a problem there. Okay, so Vishy obviously overlooked this drawing idea, and this would have retained some winning chances, basically.
I also, you know, if you look at the clock times there, you can see that although this happened in the time scramble as well, and you're just reacting instinctively at that stage. You know, the hand is making the movements far faster than the brain. Yep. So it's very easy to overlook such a beautiful save like that. And also, rook to d7 might have been what Anand actually overlooked. He just didn't think about it. He just quickly saw rook f1. But anyway, it is a beautiful save. Maybe you can put it up on the board one more time.
Yeah, like so in this position, and there isn't a way for white, even though white has a queen against bishop and knight, there's actually a threat to win the queen. So the queen has to move.
And you'd think that somehow the white king would get out of this, but it actually cannot do a thing. Beautiful.
There we go.
Beautiful save there. Wasn't enough to save the team from defeat, but Malcolm's mates still very much in the running to get one of those top finishing spots. And again, a reminder, because it's so important at this stage, we're in the final stretch. The top 4 finishers will move on to tomorrow's knockouts. And there are 4 sections. There are some big teams. And there are some, of course, some very enthusiastic teams who want to be in the mix, giving it their all. And Blitz is in my opinion, Blitz is often the complete randomizer, especially when you get to that time trouble, where you only get that 2-second time bonus per move. I will see whether...
Where we're going to move to next?
Well, I was just going to see whether the round 9 pairings are up. Oh, we're going to bring you the standings.
Oh, great.
Because remember, it is a massive race, and it's a close one. Here we have Pool A, and again, it's very clear who the top two teams are going to be. You know, WR chess team doing extremely well, but it's going to be a real fight to see who gets that fourth spot. Night Dance, Turkish Airlines Sports Club, Chess Bra TV. If they want to put together a stream of match victories, well, then there are still some points up for grabs. And Pool B, well, it's still anyone's game there in that race for that fourth place. Wood Green, Theme International Trading, team from Singapore, Vishy Anand, Sharks. If they win, they could be in it. So yeah, it's all about how you finish. It's not necessarily how you start. And Pool C, again, the rookies there at the top. Rookies is such a young team. You know, you have Shreyas Royal.
Ah, okay.
Shreyas Royal? What did I say, Royale? But anyway, he plays like a Royale.
Yeah, Royal. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, and okay. Well, this position is so nice. We should have it on permanently during the broadcast, right?
Why not?
Yeah, and I'm just going to see whether there's been any pairings for round 9. Yes, there are. And we're going to be following.
Who are we following?
We're going to be tracking WR Chess.
It's been a while.
They didn't play round 8 because they got a bye, because there's an odd number of teams. But we will be following them as they play against, and I will.
But they're in the lead.
They're number 3 because of this bye.
Oh,
they're going to be playing the Berlin Lasker Legends. So we'll see Jan Nepomniachtchi playing off against Eilenberg Jonas, and Maxim Vachilegrov is now on the team. Hikaru perhaps taking a pause for now. Wesley So, Jan-Christoph Duda. Jan-Christoph Duda doing exceptionally well, right? He was a big heavy hitter for the team.
Let me give you actually individual scores, because this is very interesting. So the top individual scores, we have Lei, who has 7 out of 7.
Wow.
Luke McShane has 7 out of 8. Now, Luke had quite a rough time in the Rapid, so I'm delighted to see that he's bounced up. Murat Omarov has 7 out of 8. I mean, he's one of the young Kazakh players. He's only rated 1964. He has 7 out of 8. It's incredible.
He's playing for Malcolm's mates, isn't he?
Ah, yes. That's right. So he's presumably he's on a lower board.
Yes,
yeah.
But when we saw, if my memory serves me correctly, he's the one who beat Athava. You know, remember Athava playing for MGD1, who had won all of his games, 11 out of 11, and he faced Murat Omarov.
Yeah. So we have Levon Aronian, 6.5 out of 7. Nikita Vityugov on 6.5 out of 8. Divya Deshmukh, 6.5 out of 8. Manish Sabatho, the young Indian kid, 6.5 out of 7. Giri, 6 out of 7. Volodar Murzin, 6 out of 6. So yeah, some phenomenal scores there, and I think there are board prizes in this
as well.
Yeah.
And how are the folks at WR Chess team? How are they doing? So we did see earlier on that Hikaru dropped a game. He lost to Ahmed.
Yeah, I don't have the scores in front of me, unfortunately.
I might be able to bring them up for us. Okay, so Nepomniachtchi doing very well, 5 out of 6. Hikaru, wow, he just lost that one game. All of the other games he won 6 out of 7. I mean, everyone here is doing fantastically well. 4.5 out of 5 for Wesley So, 2.5 out of 3 for Maxim Vachilegrov, and he's just been like propelled in. And then you have Jan-Christoph Duda, 6.5 out of 7. Yeah, I mean, Hou Yifan, 3.5 out of 6.
I've just seen actually that was only players in one particular pool I was looking at. So looking at Pool A, Zhu Chen has 7 out of 8.
Perfect, yeah.
Stepan Zayarski, 7 out of 8. Jan-Christoph Duda, 6.5. Bologan, 6.5 out of 8. Nakamura, 6 out of 7. Okay, there is lots of big scores around. So let me just check on the other pools and see. Bodan Lobkin, 7 out of 8. He's on the recreational board. Mamedyarov, 6.5 out of 7. Yeah, he's a blitz beast. Yakubayev, 6.5. And finally, wow. There's only one player on 100%, and that's Andrei Yesipenko. Has 8 out of 8 so far.
Impressive, and he's playing for Kaz Chess. So, wow, on Pool D, Kaz Chess, they are at the top of the table, and Team MGD1 are there in second place. But it's a big fight for those 3rd and 4th spots for tomorrow's knockouts. And the games are about to begin. They start in 4 minutes.
Okay.
And remember, we are going to be following the adventures of WR Chess.
And remind me what pool they're in?
They're in the first pool, Pool A.
Pool A, okay. And I'll try and get those.
And we can choose a player to follow. Who should we? We have Nepomniachtchi.
Okay, Nepo is playing an FM, Jonas Ellenberg. MVL is playing Martin. Okay, so I think this is basically a complete mismatch.
But these are the most fun.
They're going to win 6-0.
You think? Yeah, I think so too. But I find that they're very instructive, because often you'll see the elite player just, outmaneuvering, tricking them when the opponent's got no time. But we have seen some upsets. I mean, we did see Vishy Anand struggling against Tom O'Gorman. We also saw Hikaru fall to Ahmad Kaukan. I mean, that was a fantastic game.
But you say they're upsets, but basically these are just young, sharp kids.
That's true.
And they are so scary.
That is true.
So actually, of course, you're right, they're upsets, but somehow, yep, it happens because they're young and sharp, and that's all they do. They get in from school and they just play.
If they go to school these days.
Good point.
Yeah, it has to be said. A lot of the youngsters actually dedicate themselves 100% to chess, and we are so close to beginning round 9. Well, it's 13 rounds of chess, a lot of excitement, and such a big fight for those qualifying places into tomorrow's knockouts.
Do you know what? I think the only board in this WR chess match could be the recreational board, Vadim Rosenstein against Rebecca Schuster.
And there we can see the pairings for round 9 in Pool A. We're going to be following the match WR chess team against Berlin Lasker Legends. We'll see how they fare against the big heavyweights that are the WR chess. And then FIDE MB team, who are fighting hard to qualify to the knockout stage. And there we are also seeing in Pool B, it is Rishon Lezion against Freedom. Freedom have been very impressive. Hexamine chess team, well, yesterday they won the silver medal in the Rapid. Can they qualify? And there we're seeing on Pool C, Generation XYZA facing off against the might that is Uzbekistan. But the rookies, they're a team of exceptional talent. They play the Berlin Chess Federation. And in Pool D, it is Uppsala SSS against Kaz Chess, who are just dominating Pool D. And then Team MGD1 are in action. And the players are ready. Are we going to follow Nepo? I think so.
Oh, right then. So here we go. We've got Jan Nepomniachtchi playing white against Jonas Eilenberg, Jonas Eilenberg. So who's from, well, presumably he's from Berlin, but anyway, he's definitely German.
Yep, and Berg meaning mountain.
Very good.
And that, but look at this. We have already some fireworks as and King's Gambit has been essayed by Nepomniachtchi.
Nepo is a King's Gambit specialist, and this modern variation that Eilenberg has played has a good reputation, but Nepo is playing his speciality, which is with knight c3. And anyway, this actually almost rehabilitates the line for white. Nepo has a fantastic record with the King's Gambit in rapid and blitz games.
Well, it's great to see an opening such as the King's Gambit being played by an elite player. And I know he's done a course on it as well. But there we're seeing the bishop come out to the long diagonal.
Yeah,
and
risky doing a course on it, because once it comes under scrutiny, then it doesn't look so clever. But this is the idea. So basically, instead of going kingside, where you've only got 2 pawns in front of your king, Nepo is probably going to castle queenside, where he's got 4 pawns in front of his king.
Yeah.
So, you know, you love a bit of king safety. No, he's gone kingside.
He's gone kingside,
oh,
yes.
That's so funny.
I was going to say commentator's curse, but okay, watch
Totally.
out. Because first up, the rook is eyeballing the queen. And so the first question is, can black not grab a pawn on b3?
Ooh.
Is that too hot to handle?
Not sure. By the way, we haven't got any moves on the graphics board, so we're going to have to stick with this. By the way, I've just realised this is a battle of the quiffs.
He grabs the pawn.
We've got a ginger quiff and we've got a Nepo quiff.
Uh-oh. And you see that reaction there. What?
Okay, he's blundered, basically.
Is that a blunder? Is that the face of someone who's blundered, or is that someone who's tricked their opponent?
Okay, so he's trying to...
He grabs a pawn on c2.
Okay, this is just a blunder.
Okay. And
you didn't take the bait about the battle of the quiffs. Not interesting for you.
No, it was interesting, but I was also like interested as to whether bishop takes b3 would happen. I'm sorry, I got distracted by the chess.
I got distracted.
Not often that happens to me, but it did. Okay, now the queen.
Okay, this is just a massive advantage. Okay, this bishop is beautiful. I know it's on c2 at the moment. It's going to move to d3. Jonas is an FM. He's rated 2379. Nepo is rated, well,
a lot.
A lot, yes. It's got 2809 here. Presumably that's a blitz rating.
And in fact, he's also a world champion. And we are seeing, suddenly the graphics came up for us, and suddenly we can have a look at the evaluation. You see, yes, that Nepo is in big trouble. So he just starts moving his knight over, got some eyes on the g7, but Eilenberg can just... I was expecting the bishop to drop back and defend.
Yeah, defend the f-pawn. It's still going to have...
Well, now the f-pawn drops. But I guess White is banking on picking up the d2 pawn.
Yeah.
Why not grab all the material on offer?
Could take there. So at the moment, black is still 1 pawn up. Taking here, is the knight a little bit offside? I don't know.
He grabs
it. No, I think you can do it.
Okay, and you had to give some space to the king, because otherwise the back rank was just too vulnerable.
Okay, this is going to be very interesting to see if Nepo can save this, hold it, who knows, possibly win it. He's just moving as fast as possible now. But Eilenberg also doing okay, and he's flipped the knight back to f6 to defend the king side. So he's now, again, 2 pawns up.
Yep, he's 2 pawns up, and the one worrying thing about the black position is that he has to take care of the king.
Well, if he can get in h5 and secure the knight on g4, then that is a massive step forward.
And that's exactly what needs to be done, because, look, Nepo is coming forward with his rooks.
I want to play h5. I just want to do it.
I think it's a great move.
Come on, h5.
Secure the king. Make sure you don't get checkmated on the back rank.
Maybe he's going to give a check first, but, well, whatever. h5 has got to be the move. He's played knight g4 check first.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, okay.
Making a transition to a double rook ending. But
I think it has to be taken, because if he doesn't, then h5 comes.
Yeah.
It's got to take it.
Okay, but now the rook comes down. And this is the thing. Black still has to worry about the back rank.
I feel, okay, still looks very good for black, but I feel that does give more drawing chances to white.
Yeah.
Just because
He's got pressure against the c-pawn, right? So if the rook swings over to the attack, okay, so there we're seeing now, okay, the rook can still swing over and attack the c-point. He does it, yes. And this is the thing, you know, how are you going to defend that pawn? You have to move over.
Okay, in exchange, the h-pawn is hanging. Okay, so that's why he's protected it with g3. I mean, after all those exchange now, here is the problem. So how on earth does black deal with that c6 pawn? And I yeah, okay, he's...
But the problem is that there's going to be a trade of rooks
and
3 versus 2, and Nepo, he is well within the realms of saving this one.
I mean, that's incredible. Draw.
Absolutely, and there you see draw agreed by the players.
I think Nepo's really relieved by that. Well, I think he's more amused, to be honest, because I don't think it's going to make much difference to the match. Maxime has won already. WR chess are going to absolutely whack them.
Yep.
But yeah, if we go back, I think this is the crucial... Can we go back to the position with rook d1? Oh, we'll look at that later. Okay, so Wesley So against André Kuntz. And let me see.
Wesley also. I mean, if we count the pawns, you see Wesley down a pawn.
Yeah, but somehow it's not so serious, is it?
It's not that serious, but if everyone is down a pawn.
Wesley's going to recover the pawn, and you know, white is slightly better. The bishop is better than this one, but okay, it should be a draw, of course.
But you know, so far it's 2-1 in favor of WR chess.
Oh, I think it's 3-1.
It's 3-1.
Duda has won.
Okay.
I'm just checking. And Rosenstein lost.
Okay, so 3-1
on the recreational board.
So a draw is sufficient to clinch those 2 points match victory. And we're seeing Wesley just hold firm. Wesley's a very practical player. He does what's necessary for the team. He really is a perfect team player.
Okay, he's making room for the king.
And now we're seeing the bishop come through. Wesley's going to chase that away. Oh.
Wow.
Wow, that was...
Oh, is this... No.
No. Okay, suddenly...
Bizarre. I mean, he certainly didn't need to give away the bishop, but he has. Yeah, he's just running short of time and he panicked, basically.
Yeah, 5 seconds. Yeah. And there we see resignation, and Wesley breathes a sigh of relief. Because ultimately it was a draw, but okay, in the end, time travel decided it all. And there we move on to a game. Vishy against Max Rothstein. Vishy, he's tricky with his knights.
Now, which group is this in?
This is Pool B.
Pool B? Then I'm going to move to Pool B. Hang on.
And in the meantime, we're seeing, well, the queen and knight, they are such an iconic duo. And the f-pawn is going to fall. Knight takes check.
Okay, I don't think we've got the right position up.
And there we see resignation as the queen and knight checkmate the white king. So Vishy has been a real powerhouse for the Freedom team.
Let me tell you what his score is. Hang on, players. Here we go.
And
can't find his score.
We came in just in time to see a draw between Marcel Efromsky against Theodora Ignac. And there we see the players set up, but it looks like Freedom just playing exceptional chess. And
now, who have we got here? Okay, that's a draw.
That looks like Jonas Bjerre. That's Pool A.
Against Andrew Hong.
And there we go. King against king. You have all the different types of positions. We've had like the queen and knight, the checkmating combination. I mean, can we run through that game again? I mean, it looked actually like a very good game by Vishy against Max Rothstein.
We could, in theory. Let me just retrieve it. I just have to switch round. And, okay, let's take a look. Yeah, the board has finally caught up. So, Maxim Rothstein from Israel, playing against Vishy Anand, Nimzo Indian, Rubinstein variation, and let's have a look. It's so interesting, you know, in his old age, Vishy just trusts in classical chess. You know, he doesn't rock the boat somehow.
But just look at the way the knights are coming in, though.
Playing f4 is incredibly risky because it does expose the e4 square. Can Vishy take advantage of that? Ah, that's such a clever move. So he's played rook d8, lining up the queen and rook so that he will be able to throw the knight into e4 and then capture the d-pawn after the exchange. Very, very nice. And bishop a5 wants to take.
Getting ready to take. And if we can just kind of get to the big chase, because that looked very impressive.
I mean, this is already
fantastic.
should be very nice for Vishy once a knight reaches e4. So yeah, got to. Something went right. Rothstein. Oh, I mean, listen, Rothstein understands this is good for black, but he must have just overlooked something earlier.
No, I mean, just a classy play there from the former world champion. And, you know, he's been playing really fantastic chess. He had a great score in the rapid, and there you can see a queen and two knights make an excellent combo. And
that's interesting. He didn't, basically somewhere along the line here, he gave up this b-pawn and just started fishing around with the queen, hoping he can connect with the knights. The great thing about black's position is the king is completely safe. For blitz, that's what you want. And basically you've got a free hit against these loose pieces. So h5, starts to chip away at the structure. And queen e1.
Yeah.
Hits that one.
And this is where we joined in.
Oof, that's tough.
With the, and then this is the moment where we caught in the action, and the king was relentlessly pursued up the board. Beautiful game, very nice pattern there from Vishy.
Okay, so what happens on?
Well, you can go
king here, f6.
f6.
Is there something better than that? Feels like there should be a checkmate here, you know. Maybe knight h6.
You can also do that
with the
queen
idea
of checkmating on g4 or f5. Wow. A former world champion, Vishy Anand, in impressive shape. Well, 9 rounds have passed. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, it is going to be all about round 10 and the race to the finish. So please stay tuned.
was losing, and then that's the trick. That is tough. H3 is almost equal to H3 is losing.
No, but how I managed to get the losing position?
Oh my god. Why you striking before I play?
I think just don't play king.
Why you try to simplify? You can play rotation 15. You can claim everything.
Claim, yeah, I was feeling it.
I will claim if I am mistaken. I will claim again. It's for sure 50 moves.
Rick takes knight.
It's a resignation time. No, he's playing on through inertia, basically.
Yeah.
That'll do. It's going to be mate on the back rank. So queen takes bishop, rook takes, and then check-us, mate-us.
Well, nice finish there from Pranav. And there we see the handshake. So MGD1 with a victory against Kaz Chess. Pranav. He's been very effective. 3.5 out of 4, now moving to 4.5 out of 5.
What a scene, though. Wow.
There you can see the emotions. It's difficult to lose a chess game. It's even worse when you lose in a team event. Because you know that your loss could perhaps have caused the team to lose.
I'm still really surprised about that, actually. G5, wow. I mean, just trying to find some way to complicate the position.
And there we see
Ali Reza's blundered his queen.
Oh,
unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Queen takes rook.
Oh,
and Nordbeck
smiling ruefully.
Finding a trick right at the very end.
Unbelievable. It's winning for black. It's winning.
Absolutely. And it's the right color, rook pawn.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter actually, because basically the bishop is going to sit on f5, the king is going to come over, and Ali Reza resigns.
And there's the heartbreak for Ali Reza, but for Nordbeck there we see him being cheered on by his team because Nordbeck saved it from a loss. Wow, what a performance.
London, a city of intellect, intrigue, and infinite possibilities. In the heart of the city that gave us the greatest detective, a new mystery unfolds. Not of crime, but of calculation. This June, London plays host to the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Championships. A battle of brains, where speed is the weapon and teamwork is the key. Grandmasters, wild cards and legends will join forces into mixed teams for the world titles that will be decided in seconds. Rapid, Blitz, London. The game is afoot. Can't make it to London? Experience every move live and watch the story unfold on FIDE's YouTube channel with expert commentary by Daniel King and Jovanka Huska.
It's been a long but very exciting day of chess as we head into the final few rounds of the Blitz Championships. Behind me, you can see WR chess team, our spectators lined up once again. Let's ask them, find out who they are rooting for. Hello, what is your name?
Thomas.
And Thomas, tell me who you're supporting here today.
Hammersmith Chess Club.
Okay, wow. So we have these big boards over here and you are staying true to your home, right? Hammersmith Chess Club. Do you play for the club?
Yes.
I actually heard that it's the biggest club in London.
Yeah.
And tell me, who is your favorite top player here today?
Hikaru.
Okay, this is a very popular answer. You watch his streams?
Yes, we do, don't we, Thomas? Yeah.
Well, enjoy the show, and Hammersmith Chess Club are doing very well.
Yeah.
Well, Hikaru seems to be the most popular player in the building throughout all the interviews that we've done. Let's see how he plays today. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize. Yes, it's super nice to have locals here from Hammersmith.
Yes, come on, Hammersmith.
But of course, it's round 10, and you know what that means? We are entering the final stretch, so it's a race against time for the teams that want to nab those qualifying spots. Remember, the top 4 finishers in every section will be qualifying through to the knockouts, and we're going to be following this match between Uzbekistan and Annie. Now, Annie comprises of some British players who all have Armenian heritage. So there we see on our screens David Zakarian.
Now, I'm
from
very
Oxford.
excited about this because it started out as a Kalashnikov. So Zakarian is playing the Kalashnikov with black. And it's a pretty orthodox line that White has played, nothing too outrageous. So just from the top, very quickly, open Sicilian. This is the Kalashnikov variation after d6, and the knight gets pushed around. Now, I favor bishop b7 in this position. Zakarian's played bishop b6, which is one of the other main lines. The knight bounces back into the middle. Bishop d3, very solid line for White, played by Sindarov, and g6. So this is quite ambitious. Black is basically saying, okay, there's no pressure against the d6 pawn. I can play the bishop more actively to g7 and both sides castle. I mean, I rather like this way of playing for Black, actually. But we have this typical Kalashnikov pawn structure with the pawns on d6 and e5 and White's pawn on e4. And, well, let's see how Sindarov handles this one. He's got a solid position, but I feel that Black should be all right here.
It should be okay, but there we're seeing some trades, and Sindarov is just simply doing the normal thing where he just plays to control this d5 square, and that's why he's offering a trade of the light bishops. And what I'm expecting is that both sides just get on with development. Castling is going to be all about that d6 pawn.
And one big decision that Black made was to push with b4, because it has given White their c4 square. Very positional at the moment.
Which is actually against Sindarov's style. Sindarov is one of the most tactical players around. And here it's very nice to see that he's adapted his style and instead just going for a positional approach, especially now that this bishop is on g7, rook to d1 is coming, followed by targeting that pawn on d6.
I mean, I think this one has worked out quite well. I mean, it's a little bit unusual to play g6 and bishop g7 in this line. Normally, better to keep the bishop on e7 to secure the d6 pawn. Knight d4 played. Okay, so he's trying to block the pressure on the d file, but I'd be concerned about c3.
Well, I'm also concerned about bishop e3 and taking that knight and just crippling.
just shattering the pawns, and the knight stands beautifully on c4. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So I think this one hasn't turned out quite right for Black. You know, I'm a great supporter of this opening, but yeah, this one hasn't gone so well.
Okay. Well, there's still a lot of active play. There we're seeing the queen relocating to the c line. You can put pressure on this beautiful knight on c4, lining up the rooks. And one of the things I feel like black should be doing is just not touching anything, not being tempted to like open up the position with f5. Or maybe you should. Maybe now I look at it and try and assess that. I'm like, oh, hang on a second. Maybe this is exactly what you need to do to unbalance things. And that's why we're seeing Sindarov just move his king over to the corner. But
well, I mean, I quite like this. He could have played f4 straight away. I have a feeling he's got that in mind, and then just attacking.
But you know, there was a big trick on the book, and the evaluation bar went up. Black, and we'll investigate this afterwards, he could have gone d5.
Oh, he could have played d5.
And that's just...
Okay, and then e4.
And then e4.
We'll take a look in a second. Very interesting. f5. So the typical Kalashnikov move, using the f-pawn to try and drum up some play on the king side, but I think this could just be taken. Well, no, he doesn't bother. I think this is a very responsible way of playing. Just shifting the rook over, and it means this bishop on g7 is a pretty rotten piece.
It doesn't have much of a future looking at its own pawns, but still black is rather active. And if you can just keep on putting pressure on the white's position, then you should be able to hold the balance. So I'm expecting moves like...
It's really difficult. I
was thinking rook f5, but maybe you can't do something like that. What's he done?
I don't like black's position at all. I love the control that white has on the e-file. I think it's a really difficult position.
Like somehow you want to be dislodging that knight there from...
How do you do it?
Well, now...
Really difficult.
Yeah, now you have to kind of grovel a little bit, defend the d6 pawn, which is under fire. The rook now pinned on f7.
This is looking grim or very passive, and now rook e6. Yeah, he's played rook e6.
Yeah, it's coming in.
Miserable position for black, unfortunately. Yeah, we will duck back to that critical moment in a second, because actually it's very instructive. But let's see the game out first.
And there we're seeing the king slide over to h8, but okay, this just let go of the d6 pawn, and oh, is this complete collapse? As there we're seeing knight takes, the rook can line up on d7, and this is the point. Oops. You cannot block that check with your rook because it gets snapped off, and knight to f7 check will win the queen. So nice finish there from Sindarov.
Before we move on, I'm going to dive back just to that critical moment here where Sindarov played king h1, and he allowed a huge trick because d5 was possible, and after pawn takes, e4.
Yeah.
To get to just distract the knight. I'm not sure that was forced, but yeah, after d5, you know, the knight would have to move d2. Anyway, black is better.
Okay.
Right.
Let's head over to this position where we're seeing Yakubov against Ari Kirimichyan. And okay, what is happening here?
Must be better for white with this pawn wedge on f5 and doubling rooks. Typical, you know, kingside attack we get from the English, from, well, various, you know, Grand Prix close Sicilian. But black is holding firm for the moment.
Yeah.
But I would be concerned about, let me see, I mean, I want to try and break through with g4.
Well, there we're seeing this, there we're seeing the players making very quick moves. We see the bishops being traded off, and can you just triple up? And he goes for that extra space. The queen comes in. But how is white going to break through? You got moves like rook to f5.
Okay, I'm really surprised he's done that, because I think queen g4 just shuts everything down.
Another black king. Let's take a look at the camera. Let's just zoom in on the camera. Let's just have that, because the players are playing super quickly, because the black king has gone on a wander, and there we are seeing that things are changing rapidly, and
it's going to be a draw. Oh,
everything's locked up.
Now black might try and force things open with g5.
Playing that second move with just 2 seconds left.
Incredible turnaround. I think white had a great position.
And now g5 is coming. He's got 3 seconds.
Oh, now
And now we're going to see some trades. Okay, and now this is the thing. White has to cover the third rank. The king cannot step up because, okay,
F6 pawn
it's
under
going,
fire. Rook
but
G6.
he goes Rook G6. No, he goes for the bigger fish.
Yep. And White's pawns are in a terrible mess. That rook coming over to take the pawn on c4, yeah.
And White's shaking his head.
Well, I'm not surprised because he had a beautiful position.
Yeah. And it was all about just locking down the position instead of opening it up. And there we see Yakubov just driving the king to the H-line.
I've got to say, look at the way Yakubov is playing. He's so cool, so calm. You know, there's nothing hurried about his moves. Wow. Very impressive demeanor, actually.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent resourcefulness there from Yakubov. And so, well, are there any more games remaining in this match? I think everything has finished.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a crush, unfortunately.
Yep, indeed it was. Uzbekistan winning 6-0 against Ani. And here we move on to Grishuk playing for Kazchez in Pool D. So let's have a look at who's playing. He's playing Cancela Dupuy Livio. 21-45 from the London Legends.
Wow.
Opposite color bishops.
Well, listen, he's doing well to even get to this kind of position against Grishuk, who is a fantastic blitz player.
I mean, how are you going to stop rook takes bishop, followed by pawn advancing up the board? This bishop on e6, such a monster. And he does it.
And pawn's going through. Okay.
Yep. And that victory means that it's 2-0. At least 2-0 in this match between Kazchaz and London Legends.
Ah, well played to Zain Patel playing Daman Sadvakasov, because Zain, he's a Hammersmith member as well, actually, and he has held Daman Sadvakasov to a draw. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, it was very quick. That one felt like it just whizzed past. What happened
that
there,
round,
Danny?
I don't know. Is everything over?
I mean, yeah.
Is there nothing going on? Can we go back to the, because we skirted over that Kalashnikov, which I wanted to take a look at. Yes, well, I wanted to show that trick again, actually. So if we could get the graphics board up, and we had this position. So if we can get the graphics pulled up, so maybe we can see this Kalashnikov game, which was very, very interesting, actually. Maybe?
Okay, yep.
Are they going to oblige, or are we going to go somewhere else? I don't know. Charlize, maybe? Tournament hall, standings.
Tournament hall, standings.
Who knows what's going to happen next, folks? Who knows? We don't know.
All right, here you go.
Oh, great. We've got our board.
We have the graphics board.
Okay, so here we go. So this Kalashnikov. And here, Zakarian played g6. Now, I slightly question that, because with the bishop on e7, it does cover the d6 pawn. And after a4, this upset Black's queenside pawns. And by this stage, already, I feel that White is starting to get a clamp on the position. And in fact, if we just go a little bit further on, so you can see there are problems with the pawn on d6. Knight d4. Bishop e3 was a good move. And b3. And f5. But, in fact, if we go to this position, instead of rook c8, there is a really nice move. Typical Kalashnikov, actually, to upset White's control over the center. d5, liberation station, I call this, whenever this d-pawn can advance. So when this gets taken, then e4, and the queen has to let go of the knight. And Black has a piece up. So I don't know if there's a better move here instead of taking, maybe knight back. But c2 could be taken.
Exactly.
For example.
Also, you can.
I think that's pretty simple actually. And black is a clear pawn up. So that would have been a great shot, but instead, after rook c8, white has control. Sorry.
Yes. No, I mean, that was a beautiful moment there. That's Zakarian, and it's very instructive as well how he could have broken out using some tactics, using the loose piece of the knight. I just wanted to mention that Yesipenko,
yes,
he's on 10 out of 10. So maybe we can have a look at his game.
Which pool is he playing in?
He is playing for Kaz Chess, if our memory serves correctly. Yep, he's board 3. Kaz Chess, and he is playing Pool D.
Pool D, okay. So Yesipenko.
10 out of 10 is very impressive. So maybe we kind of try and find a critical moment. Maybe we just
the start of the game.
Let's just start.
I'm going to zip through really quickly in case we find something.
I mean, you can see here how he's making the progress, right? And this is very instructive. The way. Oh, look, can we just?
Basically this was a trick. So there was all these exchanges in the middle. The problem is now f4 opens up the bishop's diagonal, but also threatens f5, winning the piece. So yeah, wasn't so strategic. It was just a little tactical trick, and his technique was sufficient to win it. Although not so simple with the bishop.
With a bishop pair and a bishop coming to e4, anchoring itself. But
it's getting better.
You go. No anchoring of the bishop. And that's something that's super important and also super instructive. You know, you really want to be supporting your bishop and your knight with the pawn. They increase in power that way. And here he comes. Here's how he wins the h-pawn, and then it's just going to be a round-up job.
But apparently there was there was a mistake here.
There was a mistake.
Well.
Wow. I mean.
Okay. This is
the stuff of studies, right?
Yeah. Exactly. Apparently this one was better, but who knows why?
And it's a draw because, as the evaluation bar laughs at us, because the most natural move on the board. This isn't what happened.
This is not what happened.
But
anyway.
If we go back to the game, it's saying the black had a chance to draw.
Well, maybe. Okay.
Not here. And here it's just a case of, there you go, getting
we understand that position at least. Okay, that's winning.
And I'm hunting for the surprises. It was very, very close between Freedom and Theme International Trading, but in the end, Freedom did win. For WR Chess Team, that's on Pool B and
4B.
Pool B, and for Pool A, I'm keeping my eye on the heavyweights. WR Chess Team, there is no stopping them. They won 5-1, and well, the teams actually don't get so much time in between.
I'm looking at some of the stats and the individual scores, so I can see Luke McShane has 9 out of 10.
Excellent for him.
Absolutely superb. And looking at some of the other stats, so we have young Krzysztof Duda on 8.5 out of 9. Very impressive. And we have, let me see, Yakubayov on 8 out of 9. Ed Dogmus, 8 out of 9.
Ed Dogmus being 13 years old, I think.
Yes, scary.
Yes.
And Yesipenko on 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Erigaisi, 9.5 out of 10.
9.5 out of 10. These guys are
They are hot.
good at Blitz. But it would be nice to have the standings. Hopefully we'll produce them for you. Because I'm really excited now. We only have 3 matches left. And you know what that means? It's going to be that big scramble for those
crunch time.
3rd and 4th places. Because every section has these heavyweights. I think 1 or 2 heavyweights. And then it's a real dogfight between the rest for those third and fourth spots. So it would be nice to know who has chances and who doesn't have chances and what they're playing for.
If we don't get the standings, you might have to endure another game that I'm going to show you at random. There's a threat to our production team. Let me find another random game.
Yeah, well, have that random game prepared. But, you know, I'm just going to say that in round 11, we are going to be following the fortunes of MGD1.
Oh.
Now, MGD1, they are in Pool D. And if I have a look at the rank table, I can see the cross table, I can see that they're in second place with 19 points. So they're up there, almost certain to qualify.
Have you ever... Sorry, go on.
Go on. No, I was going to say, but it's a real scramble for that third and fourth.
No, I was just going to ask, you know, have you ever played one of these kind of 24-hour blitz marathons or something like that?
Never.
No.
There was once upon a time where there was a tournament like that in Dresden, and I was thinking, oh, it would be so cool to play chess for 24 hours. And then I thought about it a little bit more, and it's like, no.
Have
you done it?
No. But I played. There was the European Individual Blitz Championship a few years ago in Cannes, and they had a kind of qualifier of 18 rounds from like 10 in the morning to, I can't remember. You know, it's 18 games is a lot of blitz.
Did you say 80?
1-8.
Oh, 1-8.
18. I mean, that's bad enough.
Okay.
And then if you made the cut, there was like, I think 16 players or something like that who made the cut. I made the cut.
Oh, well done.
And and then you had like this, you know, round robin. No, it wasn't a round robin. I think you had something like 10 or 11 games after that with these 16 players. And I was completely shattered. I'd put in so much effort just to make the cut.
Yeah.
And then I think I barely scraped 50% when it came to, you know, the final section. I was just on my knees. I couldn't, honestly, it was like the end of the day and it finished, you know, late in the night. I mean, it was crazy. It really was.
Yeah.
I just couldn't think. I was blundering stuff. And people were blundering stuff against me as well. It was completely random.
And also on that subject, do remember that the players did play a really intense rapid tournament, and you know they're going to have to follow that through with some nerve-wracking blitz. No, I think my funniest experience was once I played a simul. I agreed to do a simul before a big event, and it was just part of like the opening part, the opening ceremony. So I did the simul, and lo and behold, these young Norwegian juniors who are now all future grandmasters, they're all grandmasters now, they rocked up and I thought, okay, I'm going to try really hard because this is just cheeky, you know. Yeah. These international masters, you know, rocking up to play me. No. So I played really, like I concentrated really hard because I wanted to teach them a lesson. And I beat some of them.
Great.
And anyway, I think I dropped half a point or maybe 1 point, I'm not sure. And I put so much effort into winning the simul
that you were.
I was exhausted for the rest of the event. Yeah. Not my wisest.
No. But I completely understand. You know, I've had similar things with simuls where, suddenly you realise. I remember there was one. Actually, I played at the London Chess Classic.
Yeah.
Where you know they bring in these schools, and they say, oh yeah, you know, play. You can play against Danny in a simul. And it was 12 boards, and it was just a kind of lunchtime thing. And I thought, this is going to be very chilled. And after about half an hour, I was worse on every single board.
Half an hour.
You know, they were basically, you know, really well trained, really well prepared, playing proper openings. In fact, I played Malcolm Payne's son. He was included. So, you know, I realised, okay, this is serious. So it was time to knuckle down. And, okay, I managed to turn it around. But seriously, after half an hour, I realised, okay, I'm not better on any board.
Yeah, that's tough. Okay.
It was hard work.
It is hard work. And talking about hard work, I'm going to ask you, Danny, to have a look at the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi or Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
From the previous round?
From the WR chess from round. And
10.
they're playing in zone Pool A.
Okay, so this is Gleb Dudin. What a great name.
Yeah.
Gleb.
Exactly.
Gleb Dudin.
And I'm just basing it on the final position because it does look very
It
spectacular.
does, against Nepomniachtchi.
So how did this unfold?
So, Gleb, call me Gleb, Gleb Duda, I just love that name, plays, he's Hungarian and Catalan, a Czech, an A5. Okay, slightly strange kind of closed variation with the inclusion of these rook's pawns. And now the H pawn. I'm sure this is all computer approved. I remember, you know, after Alpha Zero started playing, that everyone started moving the H pawn in this particular variation of the Catalan. That was totally Alpha Zero inspired in this Catalan. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So Gleb has given away this pawn on C4. E5, very interesting, from Nepo counterattacking.
Interesting because the Catalan is one of the most solid openings there is around, and everything is based on just getting that knight to this beautiful square. And I look at the way that Nepo just uses his knights to protect each other, but also to start causing some mischief. You know, you can see a knight jumping into F3 at the right time. Ooh. And then, wow, this is impressive stuff here.
Okay, really sharp. It would always concern me, you know, moving these pawns up in front of the king when the queen is so far away. But there are some tic-tacs happening. Let's have a look. Yeah, if the bishop had retreated, yeah, well,
you can take on F2 at the very least, or you can pile on the pressure.
Yeah, very good. Okay, so that's why he's taken. Knight here, still a little bit drafty around the king, I would say. Ah, the queen, just with one little nudge, returns to play because there is so much pressure on the pawn on F2 now. Possibly bishop C5 coming as well. Very interesting.
I just note how the black king is completely safe. Right,
completely.
Like, look, literally, get your queen.
I would be terrified.
Yeah, but look, you could put queen H5, just to know, just to indicate. I just wanted to show.
Yeah, sorry, let me just, queen H5, yeah.
Queen H5. You can have 2 moves in a row with that queen, and you cannot give a check.
True, yeah.
The knight on E5 covers G6. The bishop on E7 covers G5. Safe as houses. Whereas the black forces are all kind of focused in, just laser sharp towards the F2 point. And in it comes.
The classic octopus knight on D3. Just looking at all these key squares in the position and F2 under fire.
And can you quickly show us how
I can quickly show
Nepo
you.
just put in the boot, because here is looking very overwhelming. And yeah, you just see how he introduces all his pieces to the attack. And
C5, that's the key move.
Beautiful.
The bishop is lined up on the long diagonal.
And now the rook slides through. And
this queen, what a journey it's had.
What a game, actually, from Nepo here. This
Queen
is one to study.
Bounce round. Wow.
Beautiful.
Flying around the angles. Gotta love that. Okay, he's back to threatening one of these again.
And now in it comes, and now the rook joins the party, and there's a big threat of queen to D2, which would be checkmate. Wow. Very impressive, the game there from the Blitz World Champion. But we do have the standings.
Oh,
so
great.
let's have a look
Good.
and see who is in the chase, who is not. And there, okay, WR Chess Team, Night Dance, they're doing very well. But Ashdod Elite Chess Club, they have 16 points. FIDE MB Team, also on 16 points. Turkish Airlines, well, they need to pull together through a few wins if they want to be snatching that 4th place. So, well, and then here on Pool B, Hexamind, in great form, 18 points. Malcolm's mates also at the top alongside Freedom. But Theme International Trading on 13, Wood Green on 11. So it's going to be a big race between them. Wood Green need to win.
That looks like it's almost done and dusted. Pool C, that's what's happening there. Oh, that was, yeah.
Yeah, so Mongolia, 4 points. 4 points ahead of Generation X, Y, Z, A. So looking good for Mongolia B. So let's move down to Pool D. And we are just primarily focusing on the teams in 3rd and 5th place because they are in contention for that coveted 4th spot.
Okay, so that's a little bit closer with Baris, Kazakhstan, just ahead of Team Hungary. 2 points ahead, so that's still in the balance. Yeah, but it's becoming clearer who are the runners and riders. We're almost at that stage where we'll know exactly who the top 4 are in each group. So we've got Arjun Erigaisi,
MGD1,
playing
against Alexander Grishuk from Kaz Chess. This is going to be a big one as we open up with D4, D5. It is Queen's Gambit declined. Will he play A6? No, he goes Knight D7. So this is designed to fight against the Bishop F4 variations. And in the background, we can see that Richard Report has the white pieces against Pentala Hari Krishna. What is Erigaisi going to do? So here you go, Knight to D7, designed to fight against Bishop F4. But now we have a semi-Slav with the triangle formation.
and this trendy A4 move, which I have to say I don't like very much. I think it leaves black with control over the B4 square. But well, these guys know what they're doing. It's obviously computer approved.
Yeah, and it's also...
What's your feeling?
Well, it's designed because the knight is sat there on D7. If the knight were able to go to A6 or you're able to get A5 very quickly and then jump into B4, then it's going to be a different matter. But yeah, it's modern day chess, advancing the A pawn up the board. It's really funny because you think that this is super aggressive, but actually what White is doing is setting themselves up for a great endgame.
Yeah, but after A4, I would be very tempted just to go A5.
Yeah.
Just shut it down.
Exactly,
anyway,
get the B4 square.
Is another sack of potatoes. That's the position on the board, and Erigaisi has pushed the pawn all the way to A5.
And we're seeing Queen B3, and Black's position is a little bit cramped.
Well, I mean, normally, as we know, E5 is the big break, but there's a lot of pressure on the D5 pawn, so that's going to be tricky to realize.
It's going to be very tricky to break out here as Black. How to untangle? I mean, as Black, you want to be developing that light squared bishop. And C5, E5, not really possible because of the tension against D5.
Yeah, not so easy for Grishuk, when there's pressure down here as well. So at the moment, I think Erigaisi can be pretty happy. He's got a minute time advantage. And interesting, Grishuk has just thought, well, I'm prepared to perhaps sacrifice a pawn and just break out with E5. He needs some activity.
Yeah. Okay, well, the big question is what happens if White just goes for the material? A lot of us would be thinking, I'll have that pawn on D5.
Why not?
Exactly.
I honestly don't see why not.
Well, it looks like Black can just sacrifice the pawn and just play for...
What, do you want to play E5?
So I'm thinking of E4.
Yeah, Erigaisi's just hacked it off.
Well, we're going to see what Grishuk's intentions are now.
Does he want to play E4 and get some kind of French defense position? Maybe that's his idea. Oh, no, he hasn't. I'm surprised.
Okay, maybe he's also planning to capture on D4 and break out that way.
I think after Knight takes D5, I still think he's going to play E4, actually.
You think he's going to... Yeah, because that was my first thought. You trade everything on D5, you kick back the queen, and then you go E4. And you just argue, this bishop on C1, bad. We forget about material. Okay.
Knight d5 now. Does he play e4? If e4 first, then maybe knight g5. So perhaps he does exchange on d5 first, play knight f6, and then e4.
We're expecting
But I don't know.
trades.
It looks like a clear pawn to me. I think Erigaisi's got to be happy.
It is a blitz, and this pawn has come at the cost of time, and that's why we're seeing the trade of knights. Erigaisi, does he have a choice? Can he capture on e5? He's just working it all out. It's just calculation all the way. I'm expecting queen takes knight, and then Grishuk to follow up with knight to f6. This is one of the things with this particular pawn structure for black. Black often has to be prepared to give up material just to activate that light square bishop, because otherwise the position is simply too cramped. So Erigaisi, is he going to take the pawn? Yes.
Oh, interesting. So I think he wanted to avoid that situation where black's pawn landed on e4.
Now we're seeing...
Oh.
He took on e3.
Okay, I'm confused. So material is level, but a rook comes to d1, and that could be quite a nasty pin, actually.
Where is the queen going to hide?
E7.
On e7. That's a good place. Not going to be targeted.
Perhaps we were overlooking something in the middle of that, but
we can recap that one after.
Yeah.
But for the time being, let's just focus, because the players are, well, Arjun Erigaisi under the minute mark. And there you can see on the clock, decision time. If you take with the queen, then you're threatening checkmate, and so Arjun blocks the battery.
Well, I think Grishuk is basically equalizing here. Doesn't seem to be too much problem. There is slight pressure on the pawn on b7 on the queen side, but objectively, I'm sure black is absolutely fine. Queen g2 mate threatened, so bishop g2. Excuse me, bishop f1.
Bishop f1. Yeah, queen g2 is exactly what black wants. So of course you've got to defend that one. This is absolutely imperative. And look at this pawn on a5. It's either the hero of the position or it's just a weakness.
Okay, I think we're burning out to a draw now.
Okay, the rook is going to swoop down. Okay, the bishop. No, I'm not sure it's that easy to draw, because the rook is going to come down to d7. Grishuk.
Please, be my guest.
Yeah, and this rook on f1 is not good.
It's just a draw, isn't it?
It is just
It promised
a draw.
so much.
Yeah, and it was a very accurate move. Bishop coming out to b4, and the rook going for the a pawn.
I think we
Very
should switch
accurate.
boards.
Yeah, okay, this is...
Let's go to the one behind.
Okay, let's go to Richard Report against Hari Krishna, because...
Okay, that's a little bit more interesting, because we've got this knight in a strange position. If the rooks can coordinate, is there something on the
Maybe we can
H-file?
Head to the Yesipenko game, because
Yes,
this is an in-game, and here is all systems go. And remember, Yesipenko is on 10 out of 10. He's a strong contender for our player of the day if he carries on his winning ways. So moving the camera along, you see Yesipenko with the black pieces.
Playing Pranav. Yeah. Tough proposition. So this is really tricky. And Yesipenko has advanced the kingside pawns, and it's very good coordination.
From a trade of queens.
Feels like he's better. Black is better here because there's such good control over d5.
And the players just frantically making their moves.
Oh,
Seconds left on the clock.
Wow.
The queen swoops in. We've got to focus in on the players, because the board is struggling to come up with the moves. There we see the knight come to...
Knight e3, that's incredible.
What is happening as the pieces are just
Rook
flying
a1,
over the
I
board?
think there's going to be an exchange of pawns, basically. Looks about even now. Bishop b3. Okay, maybe black is going to be a pawn up. No, hasn't happened.
Yep.
White has ended up a pawn up after that scramble.
Yes. And the scramble is continuing. The players are just playing so quickly. It's impossible for the board to keep up. And there we see more moves. Yesipenko just needs to, okay, some indecision there. And there, as we get a full view, take a look at the clock. 4 seconds. Who do you think is playing for the win here?
Well, I've counted the pawns, and white's got an extra one. So I reckon white is.
Very good. But black is
very
very
scientific.
Active.
Black's pieces are excellent. That bishop on d5 is superb. But yeah, they're down to their final seconds. This is really extraordinary. I mean, as you mentioned, black is very active, so it could easily go black's way.
You can see he's setting up a trick. Rook takes bishop. Okay, of course, spotted.
Oh, and is the b pawn dropping?
It is. But the players...
Did you notice?
Yes.
He almost took the pawn. The bishop was on prise, but now that pawn on a6 is protected by the bishop. So Pranav
moving the queen
is certainly in the driving seat now. Bishop f1, very nice move.
Yeah, but you could...
exchange of rooks. Rook a1. He should go behind the pawn.
Well, the rook is attacking the bishop, and now a7.
This should be... great
rook
pin.
Takes bishop in the air.
Great pin. And Yesipenko has lost his 100% record. And great win for Pranav. We saw him yesterday play some absolutely superb chess. Yeah. Brilliant stuff. We're moving on to the game between
Stavrula
and Kaliachmet.
And we see Stavrula with an extra knight.
Yep, knight and pawn against queen, knight and pawn against queen and 2 pawns. Very difficult to make progress, actually, because the knight always needs to give the king cover. Okay, this is a good chance to try and move the king in, but it's going to be really tough to hold all these pieces together. Yeah, now the checks come. This knight needs to somehow be able to cover the king.
And the king is seeking shelter. But can Stavrula make progress? What is the clock situation?
Nothing on the clock.
Nothing on the clock, okay.
I think it should be a draw. Yeah.
If you can hold your nerve. And the queen comes forward.
Because while the queen is hassling the king and also pinning the knight, then I think it's almost impossible to get anywhere.
Well, Stavrula's trying. Maybe she can advance the king. She can move it all the way up the board. Okay, there's a check. It's blocked.
More checks.
And this is what I suspect is going to happen. The king is going to advance all the way up after a while.
But she tried, and she didn't get there.
Yeah, she never got to... Because what you really want to be doing is somehow getting the white king to e7 together with its army.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. The knight has to cover the king, and so it's not possible for white to play actively. I think this is the issue. Now, just keep pinning, I guess.
Okay. And this is... There you see the frustration for white. She's unable to make progress. Like, white's constantly has to guard the king. And black's moves are so easy. How many moves?
Yeah, that's the thing. When does the arbiter step in? As we haven't had any pawn moves or captures.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how they determine that. Are they following on a laptop, maybe?
Well, the rules are very clear that once 75 moves have gone without a pawn move or a capture, then the arbiter is forced to step in.
Okay, so maybe the arbiter is simply ticking off moves.
Exactly.
It's possible. Yeah.
And everything is digitalized these days, so it's pretty simple.
I mean, white is really making no progress.
No progress whatsoever.
Is this crucial for the match?
Okay.
What are the scores?
The scores on the doors are not quite.
Oh, wow. The knight has improved its position. It's now potentially coming into f6. And there it goes. And that gives a small chance. I still think it should be a draw because White's king doesn't have the cover. But there is still a very slim chance. Yeah, the problem is that, yeah, just keep checking that the king needs to stick to the queen. And that's just a draw by perpetual. I mean, that's absolutely clear now.
I think this doesn't impact the match situation.
Queen b8, still a draw.
Yeah.
Draw by perpetual, actually, because the king needs to keep hold of the queen. Yeah, they've repeated the position already. It's a draw.
And I think they've played so many moves or
They've
repeated
repeated
the
the
position 3 times that on my engine, on my analysis, it's already been declared draw. And there we have eye contact and a draw has been declared. And there we see Stavrula being congratulated, being hugged by her teammates. And, well, round 11 in the books. And still, smile there from Stavrula. It's been an exhausting day of chess. 2 rounds left. Wow. For MGD, 1. It's a good sign as they are victorious against Kaz Chess. So I'm just tracking the results. It was a draw between Arjun Erigaisi and Alexander Grishuk, as we expected. Also a draw between Richard Report and Pentala Harikrishna. Yesipenko lost for Kaz Chess. And Leon Luke Mendonça won for MGD1. Was a draw. And then Aitan Islam won for Kaz Chess.
Just looking at the individual scores, Erigaisi has 10 out of 11. Yesipenko has 10 out of 11. And Islam Aitan has 10 out of 11. I mean, that's just incredible scores.
Yeah.
Is there anyone that can actually match those? Let me see. Ed Dogmas has 9 out of 10. Let me see. Luke McShane has 10 out of 11.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Let's have a look at one of Luke's games. Because
Indeed,
he
we
did
should.
struggle in the rapid and we covered some of his games. But let's have a look at how he's won his game. He's playing in Pool B for Malcolm's mates.
Okay,
And
so let me find one of his games.
so he was playing against
Okay, so
Sahil Bansai.
a bit of a mismatch, as Bansal is rated 1842. But let's see how Luke did this. Luke on fire in this Blitz event. King's Indian, I mean, Luke has played the King's Indian since he was a kid. I remember analysing it with him years back. Yeah, final round of the World Under 10 in Duisburg.
Yes.
Exactly. And Luke had a tough opponent in the last round, and we spent ages analysing some tricky pawn sack in the King's Indian. And he carried it off. Okay, but this is interesting. So h5, challenging the pawn on g4, and White simply gives it up. I mean, presumably thinking, well, there might be some chances on the h-file. But giving up the dark-squared bishop is such a concession.
Yeah, totally. You can't do that. Because this is the thing. The queen cannot transfer over and deliver checkmate if there's a dark square bishop protecting the king.
Yeah, and queen h2.
Yep.
I mean, the king is perfectly safe there. Yeah. So this is what happens. Yeah, black is safe on the king side. Lots of exchanges, and Luke is a clear pawn up. And there we go. That was a little bit unfortunate. A nice knight fork to end the game. But okay, Luke was in basically complete control there.
Yep.
Looked good.
Okay. So we'll have the standings hopefully soon ready for you. But I just kind of wanted to say.
Yes.
Okay, so Malcolm's mates, they won 6-0 against the Desert.
Dessert.
It just goes to show what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Desert.
I know. It's there's some lovely desserts over there, actually. But I'm thinking the same.
Desert Penguins, 6-0. And also it was a resounding triumph for Freedom as they won against Hammersmith Chess Club 6-0. In Pool A, of course, the big team to watch, it is WR Chess, and they won 5-1 against Chess Trust Accelerators. That's a program here that we have in England designed to help the most talented juniors.
Again, another mismatch, really. The only board that WR Chess lost was Vadim Rosenstein.
Yes.
But the rest of the team just, boom, crushed them. I don't know if we can, we haven't looked at one of Maxime Vachier-Legrav's games.
Yeah, let's go there. Let's have a look. He's playing with the black pieces against
Oleg Verbitsky.
Yep.
Who I think is, one of the young English kids, actually. So it's a good old Najdorf. Well, that's Maxime's speciality. Bishop e3. Okay, black wants to take the bishop. And this is quite a sharp line where the pawn comes to g5. And this is all actually very well-known theory. And I've always liked these kind of positions for black. Two beautiful bishops, and yeah, okay, rook takes bishop. And if rook takes rook, then queen takes
rook. Yeah.
Okay.
Very nicely done.
That looks a bit unfortunate, so now black is a piece up.
Yep. And still you have an attack against the white king. There is these beautiful bishops. And there we see white did try to mix it up, but unfortunately queen takes b2. That's going to be
bitter end.
Checkmate. Yeah, it's a very nice game there from Maxime Vachier-Legrav, and well, that helped WR Chess team win 5-1 against the Chess Trust Accelerators. So let's have a look at the standings.
Oh, excellent.
Because we're in the penultimate round, and remember, the top 4 finishers, they will go through to the knockout stage occurring tomorrow. So WR Chess team, they're on 20 points. Ashdod Elite Chess Club, 18 points. Very good chance of, well, let's just say they're through. Night Dance on 17 and FIDE MB team 16. I would almost say that the top 4 teams have been determined.
Yep.
Just by that. I don't think Turkish Airlines Sports Club can catch them up. So, well, and Pool B, Malcolm's mates, tied at the top alongside Freedom, Hexamind as well, all on 18 points. And Theme International Trading on 15 points. Wood Green on 13 points. So,
okay,
what do you think?
I mean, that's almost clear. Okay, we've switched to Group C, where we've got Germany and France, Uzbekistan. They're basically going through. Then we've got Rookies, probably going through, and Mongolia B and Generation YZA. So, looking good for Mongolia B, but not quite done and dusted yet.
Nope. And Pool D, well, MGD1, after their victory over Kaz Chess, well, they are now in first with 21 points, but Kaz Chess definitely through. Now Katowice also through. 18 points.
We've still got 2 more games, haven't we?
We still have 2 more games.
So
only Team Hungary could kind of
they're almost
push them out.
Almost through.
Almost certain that they're through, but still a big fight between Team Hungary and Barry's.
Yep.
We'll find out what happens because we're in the penultimate round.
I mean, it should be clear after this next round, really.
Yes.
And we're getting these massive mismatches between the teams now.
Yep, we definitely are. And this is the beautiful thing about this pool stage, is that all kinds of teams, they get the chance to play these superstar teams. And there we're seeing.
One thing I noticed in Pool D, actually, the two teams in contention for that fourth spot have yet to play each other.
Oh.
So Barris against, I think it was Kyrgyzstan.
Yes.
They're in 4 and 5. So we should see a massive battle there. I don't know if it's in this penultimate round coming, or whether it's the final round.
Okay, well, it's the penultimate round. We're in the last 2 rounds. It's the final stage. Well, we're going to be following the fortunes of WR Chess as they play against Satrank Istanbul. And it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a team of Jan Nepomniachtchi, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, Krzysztof Duda, Alexandra Kostaniuk. She's a fantastic power horse in Blitz chess, and Vadim Rosenstein. So we're going to be following their fortunes. Whose game do you want to be looking at? Should we follow?
Okay,
Maxime
do we have the
Vachier-Lagrave?
pairings yet?
We do have the pairings.
Okay, let me just try and fish them up on the machine. Yeah, it'd be kind of interesting to follow one of the teams that's in contention for that fourth spot.
Yeah, but we've got to follow the superstars.
Okay, we're following the superstars. I think we're going to have big mismatches here again, actually. If we have a look at... Okay, so we've got WR team against Satrank Istanbul. So Nepo is playing against Ataberk Eren, who's only rated 2249. I mean, maybe should we concentrate on one of the other boards? I don't know. It'd be interesting to see Wesley. We haven't seen much of Wesley So.
Okay, let's go
So
there.
I don't know if I can give a little shout out to our director to perhaps direct the camera
And
to
Wesley's
Wesley.
had an amazing time. You know, he just drew against Victor Bologan. All of the other games he's won.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, okay, then let's have a look.
So
yeah, we should do
we'll
that.
be following Wesley So against Atakan Ekin.
7.5 out of 8 he's on.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, if our director could point the camera in that direction, it would be great. What time are we kicking off?
I think we'll be kicking off in a few minutes, Danny.
Okay, I'm.
You want to get yourself a cup of tea?
I don't know. Am I allowed to run off? I'm not sure I am. I've been chained to this chair. I can see there's all kinds of desserts waiting for you, Ivanka.
And penguins.
And stuff.
Yeah, the next round is going to be in literally 4 to 3 minutes.
3 to 4 minutes.
3 to 4 minutes, yeah.
We can't move.
No.
This is it. This is our life.
This is
We're not
all
moving
I
from
need
our
in
chairs.
life, Danny.
Really?
This chair,
Plus a
the
dessert.
chess, and some desserts, yes.
Later.
Yep. Okay, so WR Chess at the top in Pool A. They're comfortably through to the next stage, but we're going to be following the progress of Wesley, see how he fares. I find that this particular stage very instructive to see how grandmasters play against people that they wouldn't necessarily face.
True. Yeah.
On a
Well,
normal basis.
Wesley is facing Atakan Ekan from Turkey, who's rated 2049. But I suspect he's one of the kids, so that's always interesting.
Exactly, and these kids are so unpredictable. And that was something that I've noticed about modern day chess. Because I would even say, not even modern day chess, it was like pre-pandemic, you would play like someone who's 20, 50 or anything lower, and you would almost guaranteed never to lose.
Yeah.
After the pandemic, it was like even a 1700 is a beast.
Yeah.
What happened?
What happened? Because they learnt all this theory online, and they had plenty of time to practice as well online. That's where
You think the
everyone's
secret
attention was directed.
is just play as much as possible online?
Well, that's clearly, I mean, it's just another route to, this is, the traditional route was to play lots of over-the-board chess and study as well. And now, you know, people sometimes get very, very good playing online. And there's so much material to study online as well. You know, you were telling me about your Chessable course.
Yes.
I could talk about my Chessable courses as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So that kind of material. There's plenty of material, for example, on chess.com, on Chessbase, so many of the sites, Chessable, There are ebooks available from the big publishers like New in Chess, Quality Chess.
And chess information just became a lot more accessible, I would say, as well, because, you know, suddenly we had the rise of commentary as well. You know, people can follow the games, they can learn, and they can certainly appreciate exactly how these guys got so good and understand the patterns and the moves that they are making. And we're seeing Nepomniachtchi, he's got the black pieces. He's got the toughest opponent on this one by far, playing Ataberk Eren, an international master from Istanbul.
But hopefully we can just nudge down to Wesley.
Focusing on Wesley because he's got a tremendous score.
So maybe they can just lift that camera up a little bit. We're trying really hard to get to Wesley.
There you go.
There are good man. Thank you to our director.
Yes.
Shout out.
Wesley with the black pieces. Players waiting. And we're about to begin. And what do you think the player is facing, is thinking? He's got the white pieces against Wesley So. Does he go all out? Well, he goes d4 and now.
I thought it was going to be one of the kids, but it's not. It's a grown-up.
But
my goodness.
My experience with modern-day post-pandemic chess is that everyone is so booked up. They know a lot of theory. And, okay, well, Wesley going for something very solid.
Okay, Queen's Gambit exchange variation. We've seen that in many, many games. And Bishop f5. This is a good move. If Black can achieve this, Bishop f5.
And this is tricky, Danny. This is not trivial.
But it's very like this game between Donchenko and Nakamura that we saw, where, as I said, basically once those light squared bishops are exchanged, I don't think Black has any difficulty.
Except there is one trick in this position.
What's
I was
the
just going to say,
trick?
if you delay castling and you let Black castle, then you can go moves like bishop takes knight. This is actually really effective. If Black hadn't developed the knight to d7, you take the knight, and then you go g4. So that's the one trick. I mean, I saw Fabiana Caruana beat Ariane Tari in Norway chess. And instead, we're seeing a very even position. And just as Danny has indicated, we've seen this pattern before. a3, preparing b4. Wesley says absolutely not. No b4, no minority attack. And now we're going to be seeing h3 played. Interesting move there. So ways that Black can try to swap. You can jump in with your knight to the center, knight to e4. And the thing is, a knight is fantastically placed on d6. And there you see, Wesley does it. Takes with the rook.
Oh, interesting. He took with the rook.
I was expecting taking with the queen.
Yeah, so I wonder why he's done that. Slightly unusual, but normally, you know, you'd want to put the queen here. But anyway, the most important thing is this knight has reached this beautiful outpost. And yeah, if he wants to keep tension, as you mentioned, Jovanka, I like knight d6. He could exchange off on d2, and that's absolutely fine for Black.
Yeah, you can do that. But one thing I just wanted to also mention, knight to f6. I wanted to also mention that an idea in this type of position is also to clamp down on the queen side with a4. And the whole idea is to go a4, b5, and then just jump in with a knight to c4. But okay, instead a different option.
He's going for it. He's going for your plan, because, of course, if knight takes, then there's a fork with b5. So, yeah. Nice plan.
But I was a little bit surprised that Wesley allowed this trade. Okay, he's got ambitions.
Here we go. That's why he's done this.
Okay.
Very clever.
Well, that's scary stuff. So now the question is, what do you do? How do you fight the rook swing?
It's nice also the rook prevents d5 because there are now 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces attacking that square d5. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Wesley just ditches that pawn on a4.
You know something? It's actually possible for white to go d5. I just looked
d5
at the
anyway.
engine. Yeah.
Oh, does it?
Yeah,
Does
we'll
the engine
break
like
down. We'll break down why that's possible after this game.
Ah.
But just a big moment for white to perhaps take a small advantage. But okay, queen to b4 was played, and now the rook swings across.
So Wesley is just ditching that a pawn.
Yeah.
He's
okay.
Trying
Take
to
the
put
pawn.
fear of God into his opponent, basically.
He
Now,
has
how
to
do you
threat.
take it? Queen or knight? If the knight takes, then maybe knight d5 and the rook comes up.
You know,
So
it's very good to have that knight jumping to e2 to do some defensive work.
I would have thought, I agree,
Yeah.
I would have thought queen takes pawn. Wow, interesting. He's broken with d5 instead. So he wants to, make sure that the action is still in the center before Wesley actually creates some play against the king on g1.
A very nice idea, just trying to simplify the position, create some lines. And it's taken.
Do you know what? I think Atakan is playing pretty well.
I also think so too. So now there's a pin. Now it's the time to take on a4. Okay, so he swaps off knights.
Okay, so Wesley is getting the second rook up. I mean, this was my fear from White's viewpoint. But, I mean, I love the way Wesley's done this.
Yeah. Also, there's a trick though. You can't double up on the G line because the queen will swing in and capture the pawn on e4. But okay, queen to e7, okay, queen f6. Okay.
Yeah, gain of tempo. That
Lovely.
queen f6 looks very nice. Oh, this is
Targeting
also
b2.
hit.
The triangle.
The triangle?
Yeah, I was just noticing that the points connected made a triangle.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Love a bit of geometry.
Yeah. And now, in terms of clock time, well, white is under the minute, and now he's building up for doubling on the G line, sacrificing on G2, and then followed up by some queen takes H3
Oh,
checks.
yeah.
Oh,
We just love those swinging rooks. I mean, what a concentration of firepower
throws in a
on
check.
the king side. And Wesley's king absolutely secure on h7. I mean, look at this. We've got 3 major pieces attacking White's king. Oh, he's broken through. And we've got rook g6 check. This is a beautiful game. Wesley just flowing at the moment.
absolutely. You cannot capture that rook because the rook will swing across. So we do see the queen give itself up for the rook on e6, but it's all to do with king safety now.
I'm afraid our graphics board didn't catch up. So we've got queen against 2 rooks. Now, Wesley bringing the king into the game. I do like that pawn constellation in the middle, e6, d5, e4. Is the king going to h4? It looks like it. It's risky. I mean, this one is not cut and dried.
He's still in the ass. He's just making some hiding place for the king. The big question is, how is Wesley going to coordinate? And then he comes forward.
That's right, because he can put the pawn on h5 to stop any nasty checks. So it does look good for black, but it's not over yet.
No, the queen can come over to f5. Okay, he goes h5 first. And now white has to be so precise with where you put the rooks. Oh, get back there.
Oh, he can take a pawn on a3, yeah, just for fun.
And the b pawn is also falling.
How are the clock times? Oh,
Well-
Eken has no time. So, looks pretty good for Wesley, but he's got to watch out. There are still some tricks. Now, how does he make progress? My goodness. Push the b pawn. Surely you can push the b pawn.
Wesley with close
Do you know
to
what?
40 seconds left.
He's got to watch out for rook h6, g4. Or rook g4.
Well, his opponent has to see it first. Okay. And that's checkmate.
That one ends the game. Wow, what a finish. Just when we're thinking, how does he do this? Suddenly he's conjured a checkmate out of nowhere. Wow, that happened too quickly. I think we're going to have to rewind that. Too late. We're moving on
to Sam Sevian as he plays with the white pieces.
Well, now, which match is this?
This
Which
is
board
Pool
is this?
B.
Pool B. Okay, just let me find the board. I'll get there. Thank you for Pool B. Sam Sevian. Okay, so he's playing Amit Ghazi.
Yeah, so he's playing the Sharks, Amit Ghazi, one of
Wow.
England's latest grandmasters.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a sharp position.
And there, I think we should just focus on the camera as the board struggles to keep up.
So basically, Sevian had 3 pieces, 3 pawns for a piece, and that bishop on h8 is really just completely dead. I mean, I think Sevian is winning here. He's struggling to find a new queen, and he's got there. Yeah, so now basically he's 2 pawns up.
And the bishop on h8 is miserable. It's locked out of the game.
Totally. But it must be winning.
Yep.
Rook c2, and the pawn pushes down, and I don't think that's going to be stopped. Yep. A resignation there. Looked actually quite a good game from Sevian on first glance.
Yep. It does look like a very impressive game. So let's keep an eye on the results. And yeah, for the WR chess team, it was 6-0 against Satrank Istanbul. And on Pool B, we were looking at Freedom against the Sharks for NCL. It's the results haven't been updated yet.
What I would like to do is, if possible, go through the closing moments of Wesley's game.
There were some nice moments.
There really
like for
were.
Instance, there was this moment by White where White could have actually gotten a small advantage, and that was quite in the middle game. So if we can kind of get to the point where D5 was a possibility, yes.
Okay, so let me try and find that.
Because I think it was the one chance. So it was it was before this, where, yeah.
At this moment,
At
was
this
D5
moment,
possible?
D5 was in fact possible.
Okay, interesting.
Which was like a strange move because Wesley's last move was designed to stop it. We'll bring up the board so that we can show you a recap of some of the critical moments between Wesley So and his opponent.
So this is where Wesley has just brought the rook up to A5.
Yeah.
And it's swung across to G5, and of course, as we saw in the game, it was incredibly dangerous. But you're saying that D5 this is the computer recommendation, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so let me think this one through. So if knight takes, then it's possible to take on E4. What about pawn takes?
So if you take with
Queen
pawn,
B4?
Queen B4, this is the big idea.
Right, so just keeping
and then you
tabs
just
on
take
this.
the A pawn, and that's it. And then
And
you've
it has-
kind of stopped.
It's blocked the
Black's-
rook out. Okay, very, very neat. No way for black to kind of hold on to things.
It was just such a spectacular move. I thought that when we
It's actually
do
really
a recap.
nice because it stymies black's pieces.
Yes.
This is the problem. Yeah, interesting.
But
not a huge advantage. But anyway, white certainly
no,
more
not a
comfortable.
huge.
Yeah.
Not
I'd like to look later on because we had this position. And it looks like Wesley is doing very well. But apparently this was a mistake. I mean, it looks pretty natural to take the pawn.
But you mentioned this idea of like running the rook to h7.
So rook, yeah. So instead of this, rook h7. So this was my idea. I'm not sure it was in this position, but somewhere around at this point. So the idea is simply to move the king aside and rook g4 mate.
Yes.
Now, surely black can defend against that, but you don't have to go to h2. You could also drop the king back here to h1, because if king takes, then that's still checkmate. So what's the story? Okay, queen d6. So I think this is a computer line. King f1. e5, rook g4 check. So this is pretty dangerous. So in other words, this should probably end in a draw by perpetual check after this, and so on. Because I guess if h4, yeah, this loses to rook g3, and rook takes h4. So basically, black has to give perpetual. Yeah. So yeah, it was this trick with rook h7 basically, followed by moving the king and rook g4. Yeah. Incredibly, in this particular position, it saves. But then I just want to see the very end. And again, d4 from Wesley was a big mistake, because in fact, this move, rook g4, would have turned the tables.
Wow.
And rook h6.
That's incredible.
So
there are resources at every single turn.
And if this one, then I
you can
guess
take
you
one.
can take here, the queen is threatened, and rook takes his mate. So extraordinary that white could actually not even save the game, could actually win at that moment, but instead now black is winning, and queen here. Wesley got the final trick in, queen attacking rook and the pawn on h3, and that is a very pleasant checkmate.
Crazy.
I mean, that's mad that white could even win that position.
With this rook h6, rook to g4. I mean, with definitely one pattern to put in the memory banks.
There we go. In this position, rook g4 would have won the game. Beautiful.
Absolutely stunning. I know it should go in the history books. I mean, wow.
Well,
impressive.
Steady on.
No, come on.
I've seen better than that.
No, I haven't.
You've played better than that. I'm sure you have.
At points, yeah. But okay. But okay, so it was a crazy round. It seems like the favorites just did the business as usual. But we're going to bring up the standings.
Oh, yes.
Because now we're in the final round and the fight for qualification is on. And we did see in Pool A, it was pretty much determined. So I don't have the standings just yet, but I will definitely be bringing them up when they are ready.
Oh, but we're not ready. Oh, dear.
No,
Let's go to Charlize. Charlize, rescue us, please.
Oh, okay. I just kind of wanted to say that's it. Again, checking the results. Pool A, everything, because the teams that we were looking at, it's all gone to plan. So as far as I can tell, WR Chess, they are most certainly in. Ashdod Elite Chess Club, most certainly in. Night Dance, they're on 19 points, and the FIDE MB team on 16 points. So they're all in.
Let me give you an update on the individual scores. So we've got still one round to play. In Pool A, young Krzysztof Duda has 10.5 out of 11.
Wow, for WR Masters.
Yep.
No, not WR Masters, WR Chess.
WR Chess, that's right.
It's been a long day, and there's a WR Masters, which is an event, WR Chess.
In Pool B, Luke McShane has 10 out of 12, but Manny Sabatho has 10 out of 11.
Wow.
So
Manny Sabatho, just 9 years old.
Okay. And in Pool C, these are the top players. Bohdan Lobkin from Ukraine has 10 out of 12. Norbek Abdusatorov has 9.5 out of 10. And in Pool D, Arjun Erigaisi has 11 out of 12. Andrei Yesipenko has 11 out of 12. And Islam Aitan has 11 out of 12.
Okay. That's impressive.
Yeah, so they're the big performers. There we go. Do we have the standings yet?
No, we don't have don't have the standings yet, but the last round will be played at 8:30 p.m. UK time. So just to let you know, but I'm looking at the we have the standings.
Great.
So I don't have to do any mental maths anymore. Let's see. This is the full standings. And there we can see that WR Chess team, they are definitely through. So Ashdod Elite Club, Night Dance as well, FIDE MB team, because Turkish Airlines Sports Club only on 13 points. You only get 2 points for a match victory. So we have our 4 qualifiers right there. And in Pool B, Freedom, Hexamind, and Malcolm Mates, they are definitely through. Theme International Trading, they need to score because Wood Green, if they win, they will match them.
But do you know, I think they're going to do it because I can see that their final round is going to be against Desert Penguins, who I'm afraid have a bit of a desert of points.
Exactly.
So it looks like Theme International Trading are going to do that one.
They're definitely, well, not definitely, but they almost certainly got a good chance. And Pool C, we have Uzbekistan, Germany, and France. Rookies.
Wow, now that is close because the 4th spot, there are 3 teams sharing 4th spot there. Generation YZA, Duo Benyajan, Costa Kalida, and Mongolia B, all on 15 points. So that's going to be a fantastic last round scrap.
That absolutely is, and it's going to come down to tiebreakers such as the game points. So we will keep you posted on that one. On Pool D, let's have a look. So MGD1, beautiful, 23 points. Kazchas, 22. Katowice there on 20. And, well, again, it is going to be a race to the finish between Baris and Team Hungary, who are both on 17 points. Wow, Danny, we have a lot of excitement ahead.
I was just noting that. So the big scraps are basically
C and D.
C and D.
Yes, and it's all for that 4th and final spot. Because you do remember the top 4 finishers in every section, they go through to the next stage, the knockouts. That's going to be tomorrow.
2 p.m.
2 p.m.
Do join us. We're almost there. We've got one more game to play, and let me see. That should be starting in 9 minutes.
Yeah. So whilst we are waiting for the beginning of the all-important
Should we find another game to look at?
Yes. Let's
pick a number, any number, or pick a name, any name, and I'll fish up one of their games.
Yeah. Let's have a look at Arjun Erigaisi.
Okay. So he's in
Pool
Pool
D.
D. So if I look at that.
Oh, hang on.
Make your mind up.
Sorry, I changed my mind. Let's go to Alexander Grishik against Daniel Fernandez, Grandmaster from England, because it has a very cute finish.
Oh, okay. And, would you believe it, your favourite?
Yeah. He's also written a book on the Caracan, so let's see what happened here.
H4. Yeah, so it's funny how the advance has almost taken over as the main line now, hasn't it? Mm-hmm. As opposed to knight c3. Okay, this is... I mean, what's your feeling about this one?
This is a very trendy variation. So, I mean, here black has a choice. You can go queen a5 check, or you can go e6. Queen a5 check does allow like these complications after b4, where white is able to sacrifice a pawn. It's very dangerous and you do have to know absolutely everything. So that's why a lot of people just go e6. And queen a5 check.
And b4.
Okay, well...
there we are, you called it.
I called it and it occurred. And this one is very complicated.
So why can't I take that? I don't get it.
You can, because that c3 happens and then e6.
C3 and then e6. Wow.
Yeah, so the engine is always saying that, you know, it's fine, but no one wants to play like this.
Yeah.
With the black pieces.
This is... I seem to remember a game that white won with this. Anyway, yeah, it can be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
the queen
and in fact, the engine doesn't even say it's fine, so...
Yeah, okay. So queen a6... begging for an exchange of
exactly.
queens.
Oh, you try and the whole idea is that you meet e6 with queen takes queen. So this is the issue, that you have to play very, very precisely.
Okay, c5, breaking out.
Mm-hmm. And then
Wow.
C4.
Okay, that's very enterprising. So Grishuk trying to perhaps use his central pawn majority.
Bishop out to, and this is a common theme in this Karos, that they put the bishop out to g5. I mean, you make use of the g5 square that's now available, and you just, oh, b3 is a nice disruptor move, right? You can't take the pawn because the knight on e2 is hanging.
The thing is, I always find these kind of positions where they're a little bit closed, but there are sort of dynamic breaks. They're so hard to evaluate. Now this exchange, which on another day you would think, you would say, you know, White's pawns really don't look very attractive. However, it has opened the F file. So it's another good example of how, you know, will the dynamic chances kind of, you know, trump the actual, you know, mangled pawn structure.
Yeah, and also, you know, how is the black king getting to safety? And you see how the position just turns on that one move. And here comes the cute.
Queen b3 hits the bishop.
And
oh dear.
Can you guess what happens next?
Well, I'm not even going to guess it. I think I can see that one. So yes, basically queen takes queen and rook takes rook is mate. And if bishop c3, I dare say we can just take that. Is that the simplest? I guess it is the simplest way to do it. That's not the simplest way to do it. Ah, no, I'll tell you what he's going to do. If bishop c3, you can play queen a3. That's the issue.
And you can't escape the checkmate.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
I had a very cute ending.
Yeah. So, okay, in this position, f6. But this is
messy.
Exactly, but apparently this is what black has to do. But yes, now black's pawns are pretty horrible, so. But queen d3. Wow. What's the score there? It's probably, is it roughly level? I don't know. This knight isn't very good, is it? So, but anyway, too close to call.
It is too close to call. And very nice finish there from Alexander Grishuk playing for Kaz Chess. And so just to kind of confirm, we do have 4 qualifiers already from Pool 4. Because remember, this is the qualifying stage. Again, I just want to stress every single moment because, you know, you never know. People are joining us and they're like, what is this qualifying stage? And you say, yes, well, it's all to do with finishing in those top 4 spots. And the top 4 finishers, they will move on to the knockout stage, which happens tomorrow. And tomorrow, there will be a Blitz team champion. So 4 teams have already finalized, have already gotten their spots in Pool A: WR Chess Team, Ashdod Elite Chess Club, Night Dance, and FIDE MBT. And, well, it's excitement all round as we reach the final round of the qualifying stage in the FIDE World Blitz Team Championships. And we're going to go straight to Charlize, who is there in the playing hall with some news.
We are live in the playing venue where the final 13th round of the Blitz pool stage is about to take place. 13 rounds, people. That is so much chess, and our players are very tired, but they're keeping it on for one more game, as tomorrow the top 4 teams of every pool go through to knockouts.
The players, we have 2 minutes to start the last round.
The top teams from each pool are going through. There doesn't seem to be any surprises, but that 4th spot seems to be the one that people are really playing it out for. So anything can still happen, but one more game of exciting chess. Tomorrow the hall will be much quieter. As I said, 4 teams from each side. So let's enjoy this round. Nepo refusing an interview that he wasn't asked for. One more game. Back to the studio, Jovi and Daniel.
Thank you, Charlize. Yes, it is the final round, and well, the excitement is palpable, and everything to play for Pool C and D, as we have many teams fighting for that fourth and final spot.
Do we have the pairings for the 13th and final round today?
We do have the pairings because we did see everyone getting ready, and I will. I'm trying to find or remember who we are following. I think we're following the Adventures of Freedom.
For the final round, yeah.
Freedom are playing Wood Green.
Ah, yes. Now, Wood Green have a theoretical chance to still go through. So we have. Let me just check.
They need to win, basically.
It
was between them and Theme International Trading, and Wood Green need to beat Freedom, and Theme International Trading need to lose, and even then it might not be sufficient because of the tie breaks.
Now remind me, Freedom team are in Pool
B.
B?
This is all the drama of Pool B. So it was a very small possibility because whilst Wood Green are playing Freedom, Theme International Trading, they are playing Desert Penguins. And we are live, and there we can see on our screens that Marcus Harvey is playing with the white pieces against Sam Savian.
Yep. Okay, so Marcus playing with B3, playing a double fianchetto. B6 from Savian, a little bit unusual.
And this is the trademark of Marcus. Marcus is a really gritty player.
Yep. He's tough.
He is very, very tough, very strong, very quick as well, very ambitious. He's working hard to become a grandmaster.
Yeah, I remember playing him in a simul a few years ago, and you know he was probably about 17, something like that, and he was far too strong to be playing me in a simul, basically.
And there we see the pieces being traded off, and Sam is going to be looking at how to put pressure on White's center.
Yep, early days, but already we've got a little bit of imbalance with the exchange and a little bit of pressure here, so it's not so easy for White to bring this knight into the game because that'll break the communication. So Queen C2, looking at the pawn on E4 and also perhaps preparing to bring the rook to D1. So is Sam going to play F5?
Yes, he is. Absolutely. And now for Marcus, what he needs to do is he needs to think about how he's going to disrupt this black pawn chain. And there you see him play D5. So his idea is just to develop the knight to C3, weaken the black king side, and at the right time just break it open with F3 because it's way too pretty, right?
Yeah, I like this plan. Be nice to expose Black's king a little bit, and you know, White's pieces come into the game very, very easily. Whereas I think Sam has to think carefully about how this knight is going to come into the game. C6, probably a good response, breaking down this pawn on D5 immediately.
Mm-hmm. And there we see the knight coming in. Knight takes. So bishop takes knight is simply going to be met by the rook coming over, setting up a pin. So that's why it gets booted out. But it's looking nice for Marcus here, moving the knight to F4.
Yeah, it depends whether this bishop can get into the game. Maybe he needs to play F3. Queen E5 is a lovely move.
Yeah, and then he's going to follow that up with the rook coming to F1, D1, and then queen to D6.
But okay, this queen can be hit. So you think rook D1? Yep, played. Knight C6, queen D6. Yeah, that's something. Well, knight c6, queen d6, rook d8 might just drive white's pieces back, or force exchanges. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. So queen in, rook d8, I think is good. Well, I say good, satisfactory for black.
Yeah. Actually, black is taking over the initiative because white hasn't solved the problem of the bishop. The knight on c6 is excellent. It would jump to squares such as e5, if allowed to. I'm thinking far ahead in the future. Not so easy for Marcus, and as you predicted, Danny, the rooks come off. And now, how is white going to activate this bishop on g2?
Yeah, so let me see. Is the knight going to go to f7 or no? It's just back to c6. So if rook d6, then king f7 still holds everything together. But maybe you're just going to do that. Rook d6, king f7, and f3.
Okay, king f7. You've got to defend that pawn on e6. And
there he goes. f3. Good move.
It's needed to be done.
Now, are we going to play very aggressively and go e3? And then rook d3 would clear up that, but then knight b4. It's possible to play e3, actually. If you want to... Yeah, he's done it. Yeah. Because, I mean, worst case, after rook d3, knight b4, and black takes the pawn on a2. Yeah, I think that's a nice disruptive move, actually. So maybe the knight should just move to d3 and then f4 is the king. He's played knight d3. I was going to say the rook might be trapped on d6. Can black play rook c7?
But this is such a classy move from Sevian, because if white tries to liberate the bishop by going f4, you can't even do that because it gets blocked in again.
Yeah, I think he had to do that. Otherwise, white was playing f4.
And now the bishop is locked out, and I think here you have to go full-on disruptor. So you've got rook takes knight as a funny move, but okay, doesn't quite work. Knight to e1. Oh, but he's been beaten back. But the pawn on e3 is going to get attacked. And there we see the players making those quick moves.
Well, this is very tricky now. As you say, knight c2 takes e3. It's nasty. And the knight's hopped in on a2. Wow. This reminds me of a certain game between Sachs and Spielman. where Jonathan played a knight into a2 and it looked absolutely crazy trapped, but it worked out extremely well.
And let's just focus on the players, as they are playing so quickly that it's difficult for the live board to keep up.
So that knight has, I mean, what an odyssey for the knight, but it's bounced around and can play to d2, checking the king, and take on c4. So it's incredible how Sevian has managed to sort of generate some chances here. And white's bishop on g2 still looking really miserable.
It's just locked out of the game, and now the c-pawn is under fire, and now it's going to get corralled. Rook c7 coming. Now the rook is being forced back.
So rook d4, I guess, yeah. And he's taken another pawn, my goodness. Extraordinary.
But now the knight just holds everything together, and the c-pawn is also falling.
Well, at least he's managed to get his knight out, and perhaps he can take on e3. Still going to take a long time for that bishop to get into the game.
a6, just anchoring that knight.
Safe extra pawn for Sevian.
And it's the bishop that's the big problem. It's never ever getting into the game.
Very clever advance of the h-pawn, which blockades white's pawn on h3, so the bishop couldn't get out. And now the a-pawn can run. Shouldn't matter too much about that H-pawn, but you never know. It's a little bit of hope for Marcus.
But there we see Savian just putting the rook behind the pass pawn. It's going to advance.
Yeah.
Now the bishop centralizes. A2 is coming. Now Marcus generating play. He's being tricky.
Very. But I
Rook
think
B.
now, rook B1 coming, and that looks like it's game over. He can play rook B1 if he wants to. Or he's looking for something that's even more decisive. But I don't see what's wrong with just... Okay, he's waiting to play rook B1. He was just moving his king over towards the H-pawn.
Well, you don't actually need to move the knight away from C3 because the A-pawn is queening. So you can just come in with your king.
Ooh.
Okay, but this is... Well, it does drop a knight because you have to mind. There you go, knight takes knight. And we have resignation, Sam Sevian, with a very powerful performance against Marcus Harvey. We move down. There is a game still ongoing between Jonah Willow and Liam Le. Let's go there. Okay, we see on the camera Alexis Sarana. What is happening?
Should be a draw, I think. I mean, if the king just comes back to take the A-pawn and black's rook comes over, yeah, I think we're just burning down to a draw here.
Alexei looking at his opponent, saying, this is a draw. And the players just keep shuffling the king. Cannot break the opposition, and it is a draw between Shapur Machet against Alexis Sarana. So one game still remaining, perhaps between Jonah Willow and Liam Le.
That one's been and gone.
That one's
That's
gone.
a draw.
Okay, well, it just means the match is over. Freedom winning 5-1 against Wood Green. Wood Green really needed to win if they wanted to get that final qualifying spot. And here we are seeing Faustino Oro, 11 years old, wonder kid. He's piece up.
Okay, completely winning position. And push a pawn. Yeah. Check.
And there we see.
Game over. So who did he beat there?
Well, they were playing in Pool A,
okay.
Turkish Airlines Sports Club, and they were not going to qualify regardless of winning.
Okay, so he was playing Andrew Hong, and yeah, so Faustino won.
Okay, well, impressive result there from Faustino. Andrew Hong, a very strong grandmaster.
Now, do we have some scores? Do we know exactly who's qualified? What happened in C and D? This is what I'd like to know.
Well, I'm just going to bring you... So in Group C, it was a fight between Generation XYZA and Duo Benjamin, Costa Calida and Mongolia.
So Generation XYZA won 6-0.
They won 6-0, okay.
The rookies won 6-0.
The rookies are in.
They're in, okay.
Regardless. It was Duo Benjamin, Costa Calida.
Okay, and they lost 4.5, 1.5.
Aha, okay, and Mongolia, they were also in it, but I can see from
Mongolia
the tiebreak.
B lost as well. So does this mean that Generation XYZA go through?
Yes.
Quite possibly.
Quite possibly. I mean, obviously, we'll wait for confirmation.
Yep. And then Pool D, that was also in a bit of doubt. But if we go there.
So
I think it was Barris and Team Hungary who were in contention. So Barris won 6-0.
Okay.
And Team Hungary, there's still one game going.
Okay, so maybe we go to the Team Hungary game.
And I think Queen Knight against Queen. We could be here a long time.
But just to kind of confirm, how many points did Baris get? I mean, what was the score? Was it 6-0?
6-0. So I think Baris are going to go through regardless of what happens.
Interestingly enough, Baris and Team Hungary have the same tiebreak, which is game points.
Okay.
So, if Team Hungary have also won 6-0, which we can...
No, they haven't.
They haven't. Ah, okay.
It's 3-2 and with this one game.
With this one game going.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think Baris, Kazakhstan are going to get through.
But
that's just our call. We don't have official confirmation yet.
No, you need to wait for the official one, not pen and paper assessments. But okay, what a fabulous day. We nearly have our 16 teams locked in for the knockouts tomorrow. But there were some players who really stood out. And one of them was Jan Krzysztof Duda, who scored an absolutely incredible 11.5 out of 12. Look at this. Fantastic performance there for WR chess team.
Yeah, there we go. And with a rating performance of, he made 7 rating points from his Blitz rating.
Wow, and what is his Blitz rating?
2762.
2762.
Thing is, when you've got a really high rating like that, it's really hard to actually gain points when you're playing players who are, weaken yourself. Let's just go through and mention some of the other individual stars. So that was Pool A. And just thinking about it, here we go. In Pool B, we had Manis Sabatho, our young kid who gained 98 rating points.
98, wow.
And he scored 11 out of 12, so not bad. By the way, Anish Giri and Luke McShane both Anish Giri made 10 out of 11. Luke McShane 10 out of 12. But yeah, Manis Sabatho 11 out of 12.
And he's not the only prodigy in town, right?
Yep.
We also have Faustino Oro playing on the first board. We also saw Adis Gurel. I mean, these guys, these kids were locking heads with the biggest names in chess.
And in Pool C, actually the best score is Bohdan Lobkin from Ukraine, who has 11 out of 13. And he gained 67 rating points.
Wow.
And then we have in Pool D, the best score, individual score, was Islam Aytan from Kazakhstan, who scored 12 out of 13.
Kaz-chess, yes.
And he made, his ELO rating's 1929, and he gained 143 ELO
Okay, well, he will not be playing on the recreational board for Kaz-chess next year.
That's clear.
No, I mean, this is maybe one of the things with making such an amazing performance in this event, because next year the recreational player, the rules are very clear. You cannot have passed 2,000, and these players will have been rocketing up the ratings. But what an event it has been so far, so much drama. There's been a lot of individual upsets, although as a team, the big powerhouses have all really pushed through. Yeah. Because we started the day, qualifiers, every team had a goal. They wanted to finish in the top 4 of their pool, because that is what gets them to the next stage, the knockouts. That's where everything is going to be determined. And in Pool A, it was some really exciting, because we saw a WR chess team. They came in, they meant business, they flew in Jan Nepomniachtchi, especially for the event, and they finished at the top. Ashdod Elite Chess Club were also great. Night Dance and FIDE MB team, which is great to see members of the FIDE board get back to their roots and start playing chess. So they're also through. And in the second pool, Freedom, Hexamind, Malcolm Mates, and Theme International Trading, they were the ones that got those all-important spots.
And Pool C, Pool C and D, we need official confirmation before we actually call it.
Exactly.
But I don't know if we have any news from the back room?
When we have the news, I will be the first to show you exactly what has happened, because it has been such an intense, thrilling day. I mean, highlights for me would be seeing Hikaru lose actually to Ahmed Kagan in such a great style. I mean, it was really fantastic performance from the youngster, but it has been a roller coaster of a ride. Many top players, many superstars, and in the end, after 13 rounds of chess, let's have a look at the standings.
Here we
are
go.
The official confirmations, and here we see the final standings. Pool A, the top 4 teams: W Chess Team, Ashdod, Knights Dance, and FIDE MB Team. They are through to the knockouts, and then we move on to Pool B.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. No, here they come. Freedom there at the top, alongside Hexamind Chess Team. Hexamind putting in a powerful performance yesterday in the Rapid, earning the silver. Well, today they are also in second place in the standings, but we also saw Theme International Trading. They are going through, and in Pool C, Uzbekistan, Germany and friends, Rookies and Generation XYZA. We're going to be seeing them on tomorrow.
And Pool D, let's see what happened at the end.
Yes, and Pool D, well, the game is still in progress.
No.
So until that game is finished, we cannot give any official confirmation.
You're joking. Well, listen, I've got a game lined up. I think you're going to like this.
Okay.
So we've got David Navarra from the Czech Republic. Great chap. Such an enterprising player. And he had white against Arjun Erigaisi, of course, you know, superstar at the moment. So if we can get the graphics board up, then it would be really nice to show this game, because it was wild. It was juicy. We've got to see this one. Can you hear me at the back there? Please, can we have a graphics board? There we go. Oh, I see. It looks like I've got some weird medical thing going on here. Anyway, I'll tuck that away. Right. So, David Navarra playing white. And he generally goes into the open Sicilian. You know, he's a very enterprising player. 4 knights. Knight d5. Now, if it goes d6, then it'll probably enter into a Sveshnikov. Bishop c5 from Erigaisi. He likes to go his own way. I mean, this is unusual and probably not very good. Bishop d6. So white gets some kind of control over d6, but wants to kick out the queen with knight e8. But apparently not. Erigaisi going a complete different way and just gambling on some mad adventure with the queen. I mean, that's extraordinary. The knight comes into c7. Bishop f3. So Navarra has this wonderful clamp on these dart squares. But Erigaisi has an extra pawn. And now he starts the counterattack. Very cool from Navarra. e5. Okay. What on earth is that about?
We're securing the d4 square for the knight.
I guess so, but let's have a look.
In
Knight
he comes.
d4, threatening queen c2 mate.
Oops.
Rook takes. Ooh.
Beautiful.
There's a pin.
Queen f2.
f5.
Not even queen f2. Okay.
It's not over yet. Knight c5. I love this. This bizarre clump of pieces in the middle of the board. Takes. Don't try to analyze this. This is mental.
Absolutely, because well, you've got to be careful. But this bishop on b7 is so bad. And suddenly, just like that, the evaluation just turned. Insane position.
Absolutely insane. Bishop d5 played now. Apparently, that's the move. That's what black should play here, but no. Bishop takes. b3. There is a pin here. Rook back. Rook takes. Now, that was very unfortunate, because it does allow queen takes rook mate.
Oh.
I mean, it's like, in this game, it was almost as though the two sides were just kind of ignoring each other. You know, white set up this dark square bind in the middle, and Erigaisi just didn't even bother contesting it, and instead started going on some mad adventure with his queen. I mean, you know, my first thought in this kind of position would be go, yeah, exchange everything off, contest with knight e8. It's not that bad. Crawl the king across to e7. I might grovel a draw. But no, that's not Erigaisi's way. Queen d8. What's an extraordinary move.
I know, just allowing the knight to come to c7. Wow.
And so on. Who knows?
Who knows? And what a crazy game. Also very fitting, actually, that the last game that we look at in this Blitz qualifiers is such a mad game like that, where the evaluation bar just kept changing. First for white, then for black, then white, and in the end it all finished with checkmate. Well, the day started with 50+ teams battling it out for those all-important qualification places. In the end, we have our 16 teams locked in. They literally battled their way through the chaos at times to get there. And tomorrow, that means we have 16 teams remaining, and it's going to be an incredible knockout stage. Danny, once again, it's been an absolute blast to have you take us through the analysis, all the wild rides. And thank you for everyone at home for joining us and tuning in and following along. And join us tomorrow as we find out who or what team is going to be the new or the current remaining one, FIDE World Blitz Team Champion. See you then.
See you then.